Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of the Florida Five in the Suni Bell shooting trial. So, Suni Bell, if you were not with us yesterday, we had opening statements and we were planning on showing the rest of day one today. But there were some technical difficulties on the court side. We had some issues here as well. So we are just going to pick up straight live with day two. So with that being said, we heard opening statements from all five of the defendants' lawyers. And they are being represented by Brian Gonzalez, who's representing Zavante Sampson. He was the car driver, or he was the car one driver. Then we have Jennifer Bradley. She was representing Quandarius Hammond. He was in car one as well. He allegedly had a 9mm. Well, actually, he admitted to having the 9mm. Then we have Danny Hernandez is representing Jalen Bedward. He was the driver of car three. Then we have Nick Snardy. He's representing Andrew Thompson. He had a rifle. He was in car three. Then we have Danny Facchetti. He's representing James Denson, and he was in the back seat of car three. So, Suni Bell was shot. She was with her uncle, who was driving the car, and then her mother, Mary. They were at a memorial service for their father, meaning Mary and Willie Brown was driving. So it was their father, so it was Suni's grandfather. They were at a memorial service, and they were going to an after event of that. So they were driving around in Tampa Bay, Hillsborough Boulevard, 47th. So they were driving around there, and they kind of got lost, I guess. We don't know that for sure yet, but they were driving around. There's a Chevron gas station. There was about 15 to 20 men that were there. The five defendants were there. The victim's car, as they were calling it, was driving around. They pulled over. Several people from in the gas station were pointing at them. Willie got nervous. He took off, and people jumped in cars. So there were three cars, right? There were three cars. There were 40 rounds, 40 casings that were found. Only two of them so far that we've heard match the 9mm. So what happened to those other 38 casings? Where do they go to? We don't know. But what happened was they caught up with the victim's car. They shot into the car. Suni Bell was hit in the heart and the lungs, and she passed away. Mary got away. Willie got away. And then they came back, and unfortunately, Suni was passed away. So we have a seal already. I'm going to get us over here. I'm going to get us here because we do have a seal. And I don't want to miss anything because judge says that they were going to start at 8:30. So I just want to make sure that we don't miss anything. So, all that being said, I gave you a little background. Now let's see who is with us today for day two. All right, we had Sinbad. Let's see here. Kathy Davidson. I think this is the first trial I've watched. There are multiple defendants being tried together. It will be interesting. R.I.P. Suni. I agree. Queen Olive Ruth Ann saying, see you all in the morning. Christine Fortunato saying hello. Mike saying hello. Dwayne, hello to you. First, I love your latest cooking demo. Now, yesterday I was highly offended by the first attorney's opening. He said little Suni was not in a car seat. Yeah, and then there also one of the lawyers was saying, intimating like what were they? Why were they there? You know, why was Willie there in the first place? And they're saying maybe his testimony isn't like, why would he be saying? I don't know if he didn't go as far as saying that he was lying, but he was saying why would he not tell the truth? Almost, I guess it was weird. It was a weird opening. Angel saying hello. Alice, good to see you. Shirley Roth, missed yesterday, but catching up now. Alicia, I'm watching the openings. How random. I wonder if it was gang initiation. I don't know. They haven't said. There hasn't been any mention of gangs, so we don't know that for sure yet. Nobody has brought that up yet. Red Snap saying hello. Little Lulu, good morning. The defense openings were exhausting. A few are already blaming the victim, even little Sonny. I know. All right, hold on a sec, you guys. Okay. Texas Cat saying good morning. All right, looks like we got some action here. All right, got a little opening going on. Okay, this is a different trial that they're showing. All right, hold on a sec, you guys. This is a different trial. Let me try and get this feed. It's a hard feed to find. All right, just bear with me for a second, guys. This is a difficult trial to find, so just bear with me. Just bear with me. Hold on a sec. Let me try and find this file. Find this trial. All right, so they're showing a different trial. I guess our trial hasn't started yet, so we'll just all right. All right, so hopefully they'll switch over when it's when our trial kicks in. I got it. Hold on. All right, just bear with me for a minute, guys. Okay, so waiting for the live feed to kick in. So, Joni, the Florida Seal looks like a new Girl Scout cookie. Good morning to you. All right, we're waiting for the live feed to kick in. Mama C, hello to you. Green-eyed cat. Happy hump day to you. Let's see here. JRN, good to see you. GLORIA, thank you for joining us, Gloria. Mama C, good morning. This is such a sad tragedy. Yeah, I agree. Trixie 12, good to see you. JRN, it's 8:32 and I'm already mad. Amy saying good morning. Judy, hello everyone and their pets. Sinbad, the victim blaming was so cringe, the jury will despise them. Yeah, it was not a good look, right? Let's while we wait for the live feed to kick in, let's hold on a sec. All right. Hey, Gretchen, thank you for joining us. Good morning to you, JRN. All right, so while we wait for this live feed to kick in, and we are hoping it will kick in because this is a very interesting. It's like we're chasing the dragon's tail, trying to find somebody that's going to actually stream this. It's hard to find, so hopefully. Let's see. Hopefully it'll kick in. That's all I can say. If not, we'll have to figure something else out. All right. All right. So nothing there. All right, so let's move on. Let's just kind of go through what opening statements were. Oh, wait, we may have a, all right. Looks like we may have, okay, we have a seal here, guys. This is our trial. All right, so no audio yet, but this is our trial. Aaron Q, not sure if I can watch this one. One with kids is very hard. I know. Can we see some kittens? We got a couple over here. Oh. We got Super Ball in the back there. Super Ball's back there. We got some kittens over here. I got some kitties chilling with me. Oh, here. There you go. This is Houdini. She's all chill. You're a chill girl. So. All right. All right, let me get back to our seal here. Let's get back here. All right. Yeah, and Aaron, I know, I get it. It's tough, but I also want to give her a voice. That's why we stream these kind of trials. You know, I don't want, as difficult as it is, and I get it. It is difficult. I don't want to shy away because I want to give Suni a voice. You know, I want people to have an opportunity to follow along and find justice for her one way or the other. So I understand it's difficult. I get it. And if you need to step away, you need to step away, you know, and watch something else that you feel is, you know, that you can handle, I guess, right? I guess that's the main thing. But for me, I don't want to not stream this because I want to give a voice to the people, the survivors, the victims, you know, people like Suni Bell, you know, people like little baby Evelyn with Megan Boswell. You know, that was a tough one. This one will be a tough one. So let's see. Sinbad, no, this is in Hillsborough. This is Tampa. So this is the west coast of Florida. Broward is Fort Lauderdale, basically. So that's the east coast. Good morning, Joanne. Good to see you. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that you guys are with us. Amy, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this. Well, let's see. There was an Amber Alert in my area a few days ago, and they found his body a tenth of a mile away in a pond. Ooh, wow. Yeah, that's terrible. I mean, follow the story. See if it gets to a point. Oh, here we go. All right, just want to welcome in some more people. Bree, good morning to you. Virginia Little, thank you for joining us. Sherry, good morning. Late start for me this hump day, but I made it. Good, good. Amy, yeah, follow the story. See if it's going to be streamed. We'll cover it. Sinbad, Mike and I so appreciate how you honor victims. Thank you, Sinbad. Joanne Jedi Platypus saying hello. Red Snap, watching this one from a distance, too heartbreaking for me. Housework will help. Understood. Stephen, good morning, day 2. What have we missed from yesterday? There were some technical difficulties from the court. We also had some issues here, so we missed, I think there were 7. There were 7 testimonies. There was the neighbor that testified. Mom testified, Mary. Unfortunately, we're not going to catch that. If we can find it somewhere down the road, we'll replay that. But right now, it's looking like it's lost into the ether. It happened, and then that's it. Paula, I think the judge who presided over the trial a few months ago, where the father deleted his teenage daughter. Okay. Sure, Amy. info@trialtvlive.com. If you want to send it, you can send anything. If anybody that wants to contact us, we're at info@trialtvlive.com. So yesterday we heard openings. There were 7 testimonies. Let me see if I can find any kind of news. Let's see here. Let's see. So Willie Brown testified as well. He described the moment that he heard bullets pierce their car and jumped out and started running. He said he thought he was being shot at and he feared for his life. One of the defense attorneys questioned whether Mr. Brown had a gun of his own. Mary Harrison, she took the stand. She was overcome with tears as she relived the moments her daughter was shot in the back seat of the car. She described jumping from the passenger seat into the driver's seat to try to escape the gunfire. I was just telling her to get down, get down, get down, and she kept screaming, Mommy, Harrison said. So we heard from both Willie Brown and Mary Harrison yesterday. Just give me a moment. I'm just taking some notes.
Using technician 2, and that means that go out to crime scenes, take photographs, collect evidence, process for fingerprints, and file as on a check.
Sorry for the audio, guys. That's on their end, not us.
Yes. Either the sergeant supervisor or how long? Just over 9 years. Prior experience not in crime team, but I do have prior work history with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in different capacities. I worked in dispatch, 911 dispatch. I worked in central breath testing, which did alcohol breath testing, as well as child protection. Okay.
This way you said it was how much?
The first hour. So, can you tell us how long you did that for your seat?
I was there for a little over 8 years.
Okay. And were you employed in the same capacity you are now with the Tampa Police Department on August 22nd of 2021?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell us what, if any, call-ups for service you received on that date?
Yes, I was called and requested to respond to a homicide in the area of Hillsborough Avenue and 42nd Street.
And when you arrive on scene for these calls, is the scene already secured by other law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not on standby at the scene or anything like that, unless you're secured and then you're able to enter?
Correct.
Can you tell us what observations you originally made upon your arrival in the area of 42nd Street up to 47th Street on Hillsborough Avenue?
Yes, when I arrived, the roadways, both eastbound and westbound lanes, were both blocked off with crime team tape, and there was numerous law enforcement officers scattered throughout the area for protecting the perimeter.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as city exhibit number 41. And is the area for which you responded. And it looks like, at least the map encompasses from 42nd Street all the way east here up to 48th Street. Did you have an opportunity over the course of your process of this scene to travel the length of this property?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to me a little bit about your process when you actually first arrived.
So when I first arrived, what I did was I met with the homicide detectives, and we do kind of like a brief walkthrough of the scene, just kind of determining where all of the evidence and crime scene is located. And then later we go through more specifically.
So a walkthrough from 48th at least on this one up to 47th. Was there tape at the end of 47th there?
Yes.
And tape at the end of 48th?
Yeah, I don't recall 100% about the 48th because I think initially when I got there we only did to 45th. It was later that we went further down.
Now tell me why initially it was originally supposed on the 45th. Do you recall?
Because that was initially where we were told the crime scene was, but best practice is to always look outside of those perimeters.
Jumping forward a little bit in your testimony, was the evidence that you documented in this particular case within 47th and up to 45th days that you applied?
Yes.
Was that right at that marker number 51?
Yes, ma'am.
In your original walkthrough of the scene, was it, I'm not sure that it was out of order, but you had the opportunity to walk all the way down to 48 or at around that location where we see the Sunset Hotel?
Yes, it was after we had already placed the evidence markers, which would be why it's not in sequence, because once we put the markers down, that's where they stay. So then once we find more evidence, then we would mark it with another number, throwing it off the sequence.
So as we look at the photographs that we're going to look at here shortly, the markers that you're talking about, can you describe those or what they look like?
Yes, they're little yellow triangular shaped cones that we just refer to as evidence markers or EM number in our reports.
And you're placing those in the areas that your preliminary walkthrough you saw evidence of potential evidence and then ultimately in the formal walkthrough you look at those markers.
Correct. They are marking either things that we are going to photograph and or collect.
Did you have an opportunity in advance of setting down those markers to photograph the entirety of the scene before you actually mark the items?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you photograph the scene before you put the on the markers down?
Yes.
And so, in the event that we don't wish to be very focused, I have an opportunity to review the photos that you took with the marker.
Yes.
So when it does be duplicates, that the same location you're photographing, it's just you also then lay markers.
Correct.
I'm only going to go through which of the photographs that you have laid out the markers in this particular case, so you have an opportunity to review them.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? In advance of today's meeting, you have an opportunity to review all of the photos that you took of the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll have you look at stage exhibit 2A, 1 through 58. 3A through F. So we'll just have you go through individually and confirm you reviewed all of the photos you took in this case.
Yes.
So, and then I'll have you look at 3A through F just to confirm that it's fairly accurate to the photos that you took of the sunset hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
And instead of going through each and every practice photo, you'll just confirm for us to get a review of all of that. I know that they've been sent with it, but if you have to read them all, you're not familiar with the practice photos, then you please just confirm. I understand the size is a little bit smaller, but these are the ones that had the markers.
Yes.
Okay. So that would have been stage 1A through 1G. Yeah, so all of these photographs fairly accurately represent the photos that you took over the course of that evening. You responded to the area of Hillsborough Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this time the state moves to admit stage 3A through F. 3.
Any questions?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor. To the Community States 3, unsafe.
Stage A, 1 through 1G, check. And stage 2, A, 1 through 8.
No objection.
No objection. No objection, Your Honor. No discrimination.
I'm actually going to start with you a little bit on order if you can. If you get confused, maybe we started at the sunset of the hotel on the right side of the map there.
No, ma'am.
That was towards the end because the exhibit markers go up to 152.
Yes.
So let's take a look at item number 51, stage 3B. Is this the sunset hotel that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
And address of that sunset hotel, it looks like 3B is 4712. Correct. Is there anything strange about the address of the building that you told really just on?
If they don't correspond with the street numbers, they're a little bit off.
So if we're in between 46 and 47, the numbers may say 45, and at least 45.
Correct.
They're off by.
Yes.
Okay. Looking closer at the marker that you made here, what is it that you documented in the commercial you want to trust that you recall?
Yes, there was a casing.
Now, you do not make a determination as to what is relevant to see, is that correct?
Correct.
So 3C and 3D, can you show us where the photograph is, where you are, what we're supposed to be looking at here?
Yes. So this is the yellow triangular phone that I referred to as our evidence marker. It's right in front of it is like a little tiny little silver. It's casing, but it was
3D.
yes. That's a closer picture with a measure of the casing.
And finally, 3F.
That is a close-up of the head stamp of the casing.
You said you don't make a determination as to what evidence is relevant. You make an attempt to document everything. Can you tell me how it is that you got all the way down to the Sunset Hotel in this particular case?
Yes, in this particular case, it was actually the homicide detectives that pointed out and showed us these areas to mark.
Did you all work together and walk in essentially like a line search of Hillsborough Avenue to essentially locate evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that unusual in case in any investigation?
No, it's not unusual.
And between on stage 41, the exhibit markers that looking at 45th, which would have been both of the ballistic evidence. So on 45th Street here, you see that on map?
Yes, ma'am.
From there all the way up to the Sunset Hotel, in your line search, you look in there items of evidence that would have been documented or marked like this, that was at the Sunset Hotel.
That were marked with markers. Yes. Oh, no others.
No other markers.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was there anything about the items that you retrieved, the item that you retrieved that marker 51 that you documented when you were photographing those items?
The condition of evidence marker 51 was substantially different than all of the other ones.
What about 3F is substantially different?
It's very weathered. I refer to it as it looks like it's been through a rock tumbler. It's very hard to identify the marking or anything on it, really.
And then 3E, is this the actual place where you located it?
Yes.
So you've indicated you take overall shots of the scene itself, and then you do a walkthrough the others in place and markers. Who else helps you in documenting scenes?
So at this particular scene, I had another crime scene tech out with me as well as her trainee. And then we had homicide detectives as well.
When you arrived to the area of 45th, can you describe to one B what it is that you saw? Is this down looking west on Hillsborough Avenue?
Yes, it is westbound.
Well, looking at 1C would be a little bit easier. So I'm all the way at the opposite end here. That would be the vehicle is documented in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to see the scene diagram in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there only one vehicle accident that you were documenting on those roads?
Yes, ma'am.
So looking at the photo that you took here in 1C, if you can use this larger sign for reference just up the road for me. I'm going to go back to 1B. If you take or make the attempt to document the entirety of the scene when you arrive, give us the ability to see what it looks like in its entirety.
Correct.
And is that what we're trying to do in 1B?
Yes, ma'am.
If we use that same point of reference down here, down that double sign where the vehicle was located?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that would have been from 45th all the way down to the location of the vehicle, which is just a little bit south or north of that 47th. No, I'm sorry, the record's wrong.
It's
It's
east.
just a little bit east of 47th.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so let's start looking at those scene photos. When you arrive and you're documenting the location, I'm not going to go through all of them like this, but you will give us a location of the street. Can you show us what we're looking at with the
Yes, so this is the intersection of Hillsborough Avenue and 45th. This is again also the westbound lane side on the north side of Hillsborough.
So if you were, for example, like a robot, and you start taking photos of the scene, are you incrementally just photographing as you actually physically walk in?
Yes.
Okay.
I try to take panoramic photographs as well as, because it's a long distance, moving down the roadway.
As you move down the roadway and you start to document your actual markers, can you talk to us about that here? So if you just look at that intersection, are we still in the same location when you just changed your camera?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're still looking westbound on Hillsborough.
Correct.
And when you take these photos, can you describe to us how you actually document each marker?
Yes, each marker has its, each piece of evidence has its marker, and then we start big and go in smaller. So we want to get as much of it, and then we move in a little bit to show relevancy, and then close-ups to show details of each evidence.
This location, I'm not sure if you recall, but is this location outside of the Lorenzo's garage location there at 45th and Hillsborough?
I don't recall the name of it, but it was like an auto shop.
That's just right back. So I'm looking here at 45th
Yes, ma'am.
in Hillsborough. Is that when you started taking these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
So we've indicated that you take them farther away, and just for timing purposes, let me just move into each of the marker numbers just so we get a reference to where we are in the scene, but ultimately we just want to see what that is.
Yes, ma'am.
So 1F, you have an opportunity from that marker photo. Are we looking at the bottom right of that marker number 1?
Correct. In the crosswalk area.
And you then take closer photos like these. Specifically for ballistics, how do you treat those photographs?
I'm sorry.
What do you do in order to document ballistics if you have them on the scene?
So we take a picture with a scale, with and without a scale, as well as we document the headstamps.
And I will show you 1G. You just essentially move in each picture for each exhibit, every single marker.
Correct.
Process has not changed.
No.
And then 1H with the headstamp, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the headstamp on the casing?
A headstamp shows the brand, the type of caliber it is, as well as every type of firearm. There's different primers that hit the top of the casing, and it leaves a little dimple in the top.
In 1I, can you tell us where you moved?
Just moving further westbound on the north side of Hillsborough Avenue.
1J is evidence marker number 2. Are each of these evidence markers, at least thus far, going to be some type of ballistic evidence?
So far, yes.
Will you place evidence markers on other items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the majority of evidence marker, or the majority of evidence marker that you did in this case for ballistic?
Correct.
Let's look at ballistic. Were you able to document what in 1L was actually at evidence marker number 2? That looks different than the piece of paper you saw in the scan.
Correct. That is a piece of the fragment or jacketing that comes off of the bullet.
And that would be accurate fire.
Correct.
Do you document and report your collecting these items, what it is or what it appears to be based on your training experience having done this?
Yes, ma'am.
1-3 was also depicted in that further away photo. What item, if any, is located at 1-3, please? At 3, excuse me, and 1N.
That as well looks like a piece of a jacketing or a fragment or projectile.
1O is closer to that.
Yes, and that is going to be an actual projectile.
So this has been fired or is this slide?
Yes, so that has been fired. So if you look, you can kind of see a silver part as well as the copper around it. The copper is what we usually call fragmenting or jacketing, and then the actual inner part, the lead, is what is the projectile part.
Now, when we look at casings, like what we're going to look at in 4, is this the part that separates from that jacketing?
Yes, so the tip of that, normally there's the bullet, that's the part that comes off and protrudes, and the casing ejects out.
Now let's look please at where exhibit number 4 was. We saw that projectile or that bullet at marker number 3. Then you have to again move or walk down Hillsborough in order to access the other evidence marker.
Yes, ma'am.
In 1Q, or for you on Hillsborough Avenue looking at a 3-lane road here.
Yes.
Okay, so how is they are able to document with these markers? You just try to go in order as you see them as you're progressing west on Hillsborough?
Yeah, it's kind of scene by scene how we do it. In this particular case, because of the large scale, it's easier to go just as the next closest, whether it's east or north or south, just continuing the pattern.
What happens if, for example, you're processing the scene and you place it on the already that we find something else?
Then it would get whatever we stopped at, that would get the next number.
So if there was another out of order, for example, that would be the return.
Correct.
From 4, you also take a head stamp, same thing with all the listings, I don't know, we need to go through each head stamp review again, 1S.
Yes, ma'am.
And from that, you're able to tell, from that, the stamp, you're able to tell the brand or the caliber, ammunition, etc.
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to go through each head stamp review, we'll get out to I was one through Ballistic, but I will just ask that you confirm that you did that with each of the projectile, or with each of the rifle casings for 9mm casings.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a mouthful. Okay, so moving further west, in front of the Redwood property around Hillsborough, we're able to document the pivot markers 5 and 6.
Yes, ma'am.
At marker number 5, which states IU, was there another piece located?
Yes, ma'am.
IW with 6.
Yes, another piece.
And you're able, based on just the number of things you photographed, to tell the casing from projectile, that type of thing.
Correct.
As you move further west on Hillsborough Avenue, are you still documenting in front of the Redwood garage?
Yes, just a little bit west of it.
And that would be seen here. What direction is the camera facing?
The camera is facing north.
You try to capture, like you said, try to look at the camera, you try to capture a different angle of this.
Yes.
1Z, is this continuing now?
Yes, continuing westbound.
And if you look at the bottom here, that's that.
Yes.
So then just off the immediate turn right here, okay?
Correct.
What was in this field here on the right side of the road on Hillsborough? What was that?
I believe it's a school bus parking lot.
So there's a bunch of buses there that you see.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you all able to, when you're doing this line search and looking for casings, search the entirety of this area? So would you have crossed Hillsborough in the lane, would you have gone on sidewalks, driving in the
Yes, ma'am. We would look at all of those areas, easements, everything.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Were there items documented only in the westbound lanes?
No.
Where were the other items documented?
There were a couple in the eastbound lanes as well as kind of the sidewalk area a little bit.
7, another casing.
Yes, ma'am.
If we look back and take 1AC, is this marker 7 over here the different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're moving down, but we're actually pointing the camera back east.
Correct.
And you have an opportunity to document 8, 9, and 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Stage 1, 8D, what did you locate as 8?
Another casing
1AF.
as well as another casing.
1H.
Another casing.
Can you say approximately how far this bus lot stretched on Hillsborough?
It was at least like a block, and when I say a block, it's not a typical city block. They're much farther apart. I don't know the exact measurements of how long, but it was a decent size.
These blocks here, they're not city blocks to you.
Correct.
So there would be what would be the equivalent of a couple of city blocks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I understand. And then this, what we're looking at in stage 41, just to the left of the market road, I really cross, are these white lines with the bus lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, John. As you continue west, you document items at evidence marker 11.
Correct.
Any of them near vicinity, so within 10 or 15 feet from this one.
Yes.
And is that 10 just behind us?
Yes.
Okay. Another case at 11, stage 1AK. And all of these thus far that have been depicted up to this point, were they all 9mm shell casings that have been lifted?
Yes, ma'am.
The vantage point in 1AM, it looks like there's a residence or some other type of building. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, I'm not sure actually anybody lives there, but it was sort of like a house structure.
If you look to the left there, it's a water body type of thing.
Yes.
And is that the bus lot?
Yes.
Just a different view.
Yes, it's the very getting to the end of the bus lot.
We capture 12 in this photograph here.
Yes.
What was located at 12, please?
Was another casing, I believe. And yes.
When we talked about whether you left the roadway or had an opportunity to do items that were not necessarily just confined to the roadway, that we were looking at in states 1 and 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, 9mm casing.
Yes, ma'am.
One AP, we're looking at evidence marker number 13. Still moving west in order.
Correct.
Will you let us know if we get any photographs that would have been out of order professionally?
Yes, ma'am.
And that 13 was located.
Another casing.
States 1A red.
Is that this picture?
Yes.
Okay. This is another overall again going
A, you were able to capture multiple evidence marker numbers in this photograph.
Yes.
And 1A, can you tell us what we see at 14?
It's another 9mm casing.
And that's evidence marker 15.
Same as well, another casing.
Still in the 9mm casing category.
Correct.
1AZ.
Again, same, just kind of showing, trying to break the scene into little smaller sections to show like where we are.
Can we talk just briefly about item number 16 that was collected in states 1BA. This casing has different appearance. Can you tell us what is different about this particular casing from all of the other cases we've seen thus far?
Yes, this one is silver. The other ones have all been brass thus far. It's different brand as well, but same caliber.
And what, when you say silver or brass, can you describe the color of that to the jury? Like, why does that look any different than, for example, 15?
So brass, it just kind of looks more of a goldish color, a little bit duller. The silver one has a little bit more shine to it.
So we're looking at 1AY, that would have been 15. You're talking about color. That shell casing that came off when the projectile came out is golden color.
Correct.
And all of the 9mm casings and rifle casings in this case were golden color, with the exception of what we're looking at in 16.
For all of the rifle casings were all a golden color, and most of the 9mm on it.
Oh, I forgot. So evidence marker 51 had the Sunset Hotel, the Cumberland
Yes,
casing. What color was that?
that one was silver.
Okay, so that was made, it was made of what?
Silver.
So we've looked just then at 16, and then we progressed ultimately to 17. 1AZ, 16 at the bottom of our screen here. Down bus slot to 1BB. Can you see that on my
Yes,
ma'am. Change that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Just continuing again westbound.
Now looking closer at number 17 and 1BC, can you tell us what we're looking at and what or how that differs from what we've seen thus far?
Yes, now we have moved to a much larger casing, and that is going to be a rifle.
When you say larger, what do you mean?
Larger length and size.
And larger or different caliber?
Yes.
For each of the photographs that you take, the ballistic evidence in this case, in states 1BD, do you take a measurement like this as we discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you doing that for some purpose?
Just as to consistency and to show that they're different in size and caliber.
Do you do the same with the rifle casings that you collect in this case regarding photographing the head of the stand?
Yes, ma'am.
In 1BE, 1BF, further west on Hillsborough, you see marker number 18.
Yes, ma'am.
one BG. What do we have at 18?
Another rifle casing.
As we approach the next intersection in 1BI, is there another grouping a little bit closer together of the mark numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start at 19. What type of casing do we locate at 19?
19 is a rifle casing.
And we're at the point of, feels like we look at the evidence all the time, right? Understand what's going on, but let's refer back to our map here. We're at the point now with photographs having passed the bus stop of 43rd and Hillsborough Avenue. So for reference, let's look at 1BL. You now made your way walking down from the couple of blocks between the last intersection to this intersection and have made it to 43rd.
Correct.
These groupings then, as at least what you observed, may come closer together.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to depict stage 1BL? Where the scene of the actual accident or the crash site location is?
Yes, ma'am. Just west of there.
Okay. Then we have a map that will refer to we need to again, just let me know.
Okay.
And 1B and can tell us what we're looking at here, which is tape, but your marker numbers also look like they are beyond the tape, so the thing doesn't happen there.
Yes, so there are many different types of perimeters on a crime scene. So sometimes there are, they end it at one point and then other evidence is found, but they already have it marked outside of that area, mostly just to keep extra people from, in case there is other evidence.
So when we talk about your original document from 47 all the way to 45th, but you all are doing a line for all kinds of evidence. You may have a crossover or a block off at the 45th, but find something else all the way down to Sunset and you want to block it off and set a number down there.
Yes.
And here we've got a perimeter on 43rd.
Correct.
Is this a law enforcement vehicle here as well?
Yes.
Stage 1BD and looking at exhibit marker or item marker 20. Type of case, please.
Oh, right.
And talk to us a little bit about the condition of these items. You know, we talked about the Sunset Hotel casing, the rock number casing, let's call it that now. Or many casings deep at this point. So let's call it the rock number 1. Why are these casings different in comparison to those?
So these still have, you can see like a little bit of denting, which means it's a roadway. There's a possibility that they've been run over at some point, but they're not continuously beat up over and over. Like there's not a lot of dimpling all over the casing.
So they were round though, they were originally ejected, right? So some of them we see are perfectly round.
Correct.
And some are flat.
Correct.
We don't have we can.
Right.
Moving down 43rd and Hillsborough, we're able to document 23, 22, 23, and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
One that we see another angle, is this the point of reference to the vehicle crash site?
Yes, ma'am.
You try to keep a point of reference that all of the responding crime teams have, detectives, anybody who's coming who utilize if you're looking at a scene for measurements or for reference, so that on a scene of this size, for example, everyone knows what we're measuring from.
Yes, ma'am.
From that same intersection, do you do overalls to give us a panoramic view to get again, you can right at the intersection?
Yes.
And these have their additional marker numbers at 29 through whatever follows the markers 29.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start back with your view when you're looking northbound on 22nd with marker number 22 and 1BB.
Yes, so rifle casing.
Same technique, 1B, W, photographing, measuring, etc.
Correct.
How about 23? We need the roadway for item 23, 1BY.
Yes, slightly.
And what kind of item was documented from marker 23?
It's a rifle casing.
one C, 24 and 22 was depicted here on that intersection.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when we get to evidence marker number 24, it takes 1C, see what was different about the item that was photographed here.
That's again a piece of jacketing or fragment.
So it would not have been a full 9mm casing or rifle casing like we've seen.
Correct.
It comes from the part that shoots out.
Yes.
Left to 1C, looking at 29, looking northwest on Hillsborough at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
1CF was located at marker 29.
To a 9mm casing.
I don't know that I asked you this. Do you have someone else that's also the crime scene that's going with you and taking all of these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, at the end of the case, once you've documented everything, where all the markers are, once you documented where the items were when you arrived, what does the person consisting you do?
That person was responsible for collecting them.
And who was that?
That was CSP Ashley.
C8. And showing these photos, but we're still at that same intersection of where you're in Hillsborough.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just additional markers.
Yes.
Let's look first to 25. The bottom right here, it states 1CK. Where are we on the roadway in this photograph?
We're in the easement curve on the north side of the westbound lanes of Hillsborough.
So if we're driving westbound on Hillsborough, we're going all the way to the right.
Correct.
Right where it curves the other sidewalk.
Yes.
Type of round located or casing located there.
Rifle casing.
States 1CL. And back to 26, just west of that,
Yes, ma'am.
in 1CO.
Yes. Just up on the curve of that sidewalk.
So you set it up on the curve
Yes, ma'am.
here.
Yes.
Do you have an opportunity to make your way towards the actual vehicle location?
Yes, ma'am.
1CQ and 1CR, can you document from there where we are looking at marker 27, 1CS.
Are you able to go back out?
Yes.
So it would be, it's not in that picture.
It would be to the right of that.
Yes,
Okay. Where would the curve of 25 do you think?
correct.
Still moving west.
Yes, ma'am.
For this one in particular, I just documented the address here on 1CU as being 4182.
Correct.
Okay. I don't see other identifying markers for this sign, so you're not able to see it when I turn over to see it.
Yes, ma'am.
And at 28. That, you know, whatever I can see.
Yes, I believe.
Let's get to the campsite.
Yes.
Just trying to consolidate all your photos here, so let's see what we got. 1CX. If you move in towards your vehicle, are you also documenting or do you start to document other items of evidence that are not just ballistic?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, are you also able to locate items of evidence because you searched both the eastbound and westbound lanes?
Yes, ma'am.
The median and between the roadway
Yes, ma'am.
and sidewalk on each.
Yes.
In 1C, why are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is the westbound lane. There's that double sign that we saw originally near, I believe, 46, or, yes. And so the westbound lanes is where the evidence marker, number 32 is, and then on the opposite side of the little median is the eastbound lanes on Hillsborough Avenue.
And this vehicle parked here in front of the janitor's closet, is that the crime scene vehicle that you all would run?
Yes, I'm not sure if that was mine or the other, but one of ours.
And then the perimeter here, or what we're calling the tape, is that the scale of line across the foot here?
Yes, ma'am.
And 1CZ is just another view of the opposite side of the roadway there.
Yes,
From 50.
yes. This would be looking south, southbound from the north side of the westbound lanes, looking south.
If we get back to the ballistics evidence, where their shell casing located right off in this vicinity.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting with number 30, 1 BB, and 31.
Yes.
What was located at 31 BC?
30 was a rifle case.
And how about 31, 1 BB?
That's another piece of the jacketing or fragment.
Why does Muzzle look different than the jacketing or fragment we've already looked at?
So when they come off, they do weird things, and they can go into any type of it's just shredding off of the bullet. So it depends what it could hit. There are many other explanations to what they look like.
We talked about some other items that you also documented, because these yellow markers are not just for ballistics, right?
Yes, ma'am. Anything that's of photographing value.
At 32, where you able to document something that wasn't ballistic related.
Yes, ma'am.
And closer to that, it says 1 kg. Now, with some of these items, we see that, for example, we have a photograph of the item at 32, and that's how it was when you originally arrived.
Correct.
At some point, is it appropriate to move the item? So, for example, we need a headstand on the ballistics. So you pick it up.
Yes.
Is that only after you've already documented it?
Correct.
In 1D8, are we looking north?
Yes.
Finally, the vehicle seen itself, 1DI.
Yes. So,
So the markers that we see moving back east on this photograph, we have just photographed those up to this point and are giving it to point the opposite direction.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you have a vehicle that is crashed or damaged within a crime scene that you're documenting, talk to me about when you actually photograph or process the vehicle.
So the best practice if it's a crash is to take as much as photographs as you can, documenting any types of damage. In this case, bullet holes, anything that you can at all. So I think it's usually about 16 photos we try and get around every vehicle.
I will not go through all of them with you, but just a few. 1BJ. At this point, has the vehicle been moved or altered, or what are the rules around modifying anything with the evidence before a crime scene is able to take a photograph? 1BL.
No, nothing is moved, touched, it's to be left exactly as is.
Now, as you work through the scene and process the scene, are you able to then, once it's been photographed as is, for example, seal this vehicle in some way?
Yes.
Do you document the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, was the search of the vehicle actually conducted on scene?
Not the inside.
So when you seal the vehicle, is that to close the door?
Yes, it's to prevent any other people or things from being introduced inside of it.
Take you back to 1DM and the evidence markers here. Can you see evidence marker 33?
Yes.
It's located at 33, 1DM.
Another piece of fragmenting or jacketing.
34.
So this is just documenting red substance that was on the ground.
You do not make any determination other than that of the red substance.
Correct.
35. This would be marker here.
Yes.
1DQ. What type of or caliber of ammunition did you locate just there next to the vehicle?
That is as well a rifle casing.
For this particular item, this vehicle, is it the same working process that you would do for even these marker numbers? Start wider than that.
Yes.
Stage 1DP. Is this the same vehicle that we see crashed in the earlier photos?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at this first marker, 36, in stage 1DU?
Looks like jacketing, fragmenting. Yes.
Okay. And then you ultimately only control the vehicle photos, but make your way or move around the vehicle documenting its present condition.
Correct.
Is someone, when you were actually sealing the vehicle, document the exterior of the vehicle or any damage to it?
Yes, so we placed, CSP Moore placed the evidence labels on every single hole that we documented or damage that we documented to the vehicle, and then I photographed each of those.
You photographed the markers that she placed.
Correct.
Were those also yellow?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to photograph the passenger side of the vehicle at stage 1, 2, and
Yes, ma'am.
is this something related to the scene at the bottom of the screen here that you were able to observe on scene?
Yes, that's part of the electrical pole that's crashed at the front of the vehicle.
And 1EB, was the vehicle door as it is as we're seeing here?
Yes, ma'am.
In 1EF, where there's some articles back behind or in this photograph, we to the left of the vehicle there that are also marked.
Yes, ma'am.
Those were not ballistic in nature.
No.
Do you stay through the vehicle processing when the impound or the vehicle comes to take the vehicle? You're not supposed to stand for right?
No.
Okay. Someone else knows that?
Yes.
Are you able to photograph that process as well?
Yes.
In 1EL, and looking at the driver's side rear window, is this the condition of the window when you arrived as well?
Yes, ma'am.
We just spoke briefly about exhibit numbers 1EM and the markers of 38 and 39. Is that what we were talking about at 39, which was an exhibit that was not ballistic in nature?
Yes, ma'am.
And how about 1EN at marker number 38? Was that ballistic in nature?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what caliber that recovered casing was.
That was a rifle casing.
You do not know how the items in 1EP actually arrived here?
Correct.
When you get on scene, is there someone that tells you at least generally what it has occurred to, but no where to document?
Yes, sometimes. Plus, there's on that photo, there's also medical debris and things of that nature. So, but they do tell us that that's where medical aid was attempted.
Although you walk these scenes from detective, is there some element of it that you're going to hear on judgment as practically going along?
Yes, ma'am.
From the vehicle crash location, was there also another building that you were able to document? So I'm going to show you for reference 1PM. Was there a building just to the west of the vehicle, northwest of the vehicle that you had to also document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of documenting that building in 1EQ?
There was some damage to it.
1ER, can you just tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, that's a front entry type door.
And when you say damage in 1EX, what damage did you observe?
There's a hole.
1ET, are you able to tell? You're not able to tell what the nature is or what the cause of that hole is just documented.
Correct.
As we then move west from that location, which would have been 4172 that you made that photograph back from,
Yes, ma'am.
we're looking at evidence markers 41 and 42.
Yes.
West of that, evidence marker 41 and safe 1EW. What do you recover?
That's a casing, a 9mm casing.
Working the scenes, are you all looking even in the gutters next to the roadway?
Yes.
1EY, we placed a marker at the opening of that sewer drain there.
Yes, ma'am.
And 1EC, were you able to change your at least position to obtain a photograph inside of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was recovered in stage 1FA from that marker?
Another casing.
Okay.
Rifle casing.
moving further west on Hillsborough Avenue. At 1 C, your marker number 43. What was recovered in 1C from that marker?
Casing, 9mm casing.
Now we're talking about moving a little bit directionality west of the vehicle crash, but is this the next, essentially business down from the vehicle crash that we're photographing at this point?
Yes.
1FG, we've got two markers depicted in this photograph here at 1FG. Can you tell us again what is located at that point? 1F, let me give you a little bit more direction. If you look at this photo of 1FI, is this facing northeast
Yes.
of where we just were? So this yellow paper will be on the opposite side of the vehicle crash here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So we're looking at 45 and 44. From 44 to 0 ballistic.
Yes, ma'am. 9mm casing.
And again, from 45 to 2 recover any type of firearm.
Casing. Yes, ma'am. 9mm casing.
9mm as well.
Yes.
We've not gone through it with all the photographs, but again, that stands to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to the next intersection, that we're at 1FP, your evidence marker number 46. What, if anything, on 1FP did you locate at marker 46?
Yes, 46 is another 9mm casing.
And we have had an opportunity at least to talk about the 9mm casing remaining stored in their shape. How is this one any different than the rifle piece that was on the smushed a little, or the one out of the sunset drop?
So again, this one also is a little bit smushed. Not a lot of dimpling like the one that was marked number 51 for the sunset.
At 42nd and Hillsborough here, we have exhibit 47 or item number 47. And was there something different about the item located at 47 stage 1FU?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
So that is a intact live round that shows the casing, the jacketing, the brass coppery color jacketing fragment, and then inside of that is the bullet. So it's the entire live round.
So what you're describing, this front part that's different color will separate from this back part.
Correct.
And what we're calling the bullet is this darker non-colored item.
Yes, ma'am.
When we saw some of the earlier, there's a little flower-looking piece of metal. Is that what this part creates?
Yes, that comes off of the solid lead piece. That's the jacketing.
And when we're talking about shell casings and cartridge casings, is that this gold piece that's left behind?
Correct.
Going back here to 48. What was located at marker number 48?
That is a rifle casing.
If we look to the map that we've already talked about at 41, in states 1 and Y for 48, we see in the background the janitor's closet. Is that accurate to where, at least near this evidence marker is? And looking at our map, state 41, janitor's closet is on the south side of Hillsborough Avenue.
Correct. So we are now on the eastbound lanes.
And processing whatever was on that side as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, at marker 48, they have a rifle casing.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we now in 1GA at evidence marker 49, coming back up Hillsborough on the opposite side of the road?
Yes, so we're now going eastbound.
Where the eastbound lanes?
Yes. And there's the janitor's closet, so we just moved east of that.
Correct. And 49 as well. What are we able to see in this photograph? Are you able to see this photograph we documented at 49?
Yes, it's a casing, a 9mm casing.
50 is also headed back east on Hillsborough in front of Janitor's Closet.
Yes, ma'am.
And 180 again with 50, what was the caliber around located at that?
Another 9mm casing.
Are we in the lane just to the side of the median?
Yes, so closest to like the turn where the turn lane would need to turn to go north.
Okay, so if we're saying go the westbound and coming east and eastbound lane, it's the one that's closest to the westbound.
The median, yes.
The turn lane.
Yes.
Now, we talked a little bit earlier, because we are here again, about the order of the photographs. Let's talk about evidence marker, excuse me, number 52.
Okay.
Where was that located and how was that placed? In stage 1GG. You have to go back to the start, essentially.
Yeah, so 52, we're back by Lorenzo's garage, so we're in the westbound lanes. I know that the building, the vacant building that we saw, but I would have to see something
Okay,
specifically.
but we're back at where we started with photos number 1.
Yes,
So we are in the same kind of diagram as that.
yes,
When we look at the kind of diagram, we're looking at it from east to west. All of the numbers start on the east at 1.
correct.
But right in the middle of 1, 2, and 3 or something, somewhere far east is 52. When 49, 50, 51 are all the way up here.
Yes,
So when you're saying 52, you do your best to put them in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
yes,
Did you locate a subsequent item of potential evidentiary value and mark it as 52 down to the original photograph that you have on this spot?
yes.
And what additional items was that in stage 1 we had marked?
That was another 9mm casing.
I have one more track. Witness track.
Your question, Joe? Great, yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
When you go to the scene, I think you already indicated that you do not determine what is wrong, correct?
Correct.
You go to the scene, are you given any information as to what happened so that you're able to try to find what you might determine to be relevant?
Sometimes we don't have all of the facts of it, but we, as best as we can, that we know at that moment.
And is there a police officer or detective that is guiding you as to the areas and what might be important to preserve?
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a crime scene technician, you take photographs as we've seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are occasions when you actually maybe do some fingerprint lifting, fingerprints, things of that nature.
Correct.
Did you determine that to be relevant in this case?
No.
Okay, now, and the part of your job too is to, as we've also seen, is to collect any physical evidence that might have any relevance, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, we've seen photographs of projectiles and casings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you collected those and sent them to either the detective or entered them into the property, correct?
I did not specifically collect the other crime scene type that was located. I just did the photographs of them.
Okay. And obviously, that's collected for possible testing, whether it's for fingerprints, DNA, or to determine if some time in the future these projectiles or casings can be matched up with a certain firearm, correct?
Yes.
You would have nothing to do with that, though.
Correct.
Your office, your department, I believe, has some kind of facility that does some of that testing, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
But if it's a little bit more detailed or a little bit more involved, it might be sent over to the FDA with that, correct? Now, were you shown any videos before you went to the scene or at any time after to help you or to guide you with what you were doing?
No, sir.
Now, the area, as we've seen in the photograph, was cordoned off by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is obviously to try to preserve the area for any kind of tampering, tainting, or disturbance, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many vehicles may have traveled across that area before that area was cordoned off?
No, sir, I do not.
And do you know if any persons, non-law enforcement, might have walked or traveled in that area before the area was cordoned off?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you.
A few questions, if I may. Good morning.
Good morning.
Following up a little bit what Mr. Hernandez was asking, you had been at the time of this incident with the Tampa Police Department, how long?
So this was in 2021. I started with 16. About 4 or 5 years.
And you were acting as a crime scene tech during those 4 or 5 years, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming you obviously you've had some training and continuing education, et cetera, and crime scene identification and crime scene everything of that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, I saw in a number of the photographs where you showed the head stamp, when you took a photo of the head stamp of the projectiles that were in the photos, you were wearing gloves.
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
We wear gloves to prevent any type of contamination from DNA or any fingerprints or anything like that.
Right, it's to preserve any evidence on the projectiles, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated you did not actually gather the projectiles that you identified, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And would have been another crime scene tech, to your knowledge, that
Yes, sir.
collected them? And I presume, were you there when they were collected?
Yes, sir.
Right. And were they preserved the same manner that you preserved any evidence or value on this projectile, that is the tech using gloves, etc.?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you don't know what the results are of any analysis of those projectiles, of casings and projectiles?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, there was one, I believe it was evidence marker number 47, that appeared to be an entire casing and projectile.
Correct.
All right. And that was different from the other 47 or 48 evidence markers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And obviously, you don't know how it got there, when it got there, who put it there, anything of that nature, correct? Right. And other than the photographs, did you have any further involvement?
I did not.
All right, since 2021 until today's date, have you had any further involvement?
I do not believe so, no, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. This isn't the first homicide or shooting scene that you responded to as part of your employment, correct? And when you went out there, the homicide detectives are usually divided into like a lead detective, an assist, and then there are specific scene detectives that their only responsibility is to assist with documenting and collecting evidence of the crime scene. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so who are those individuals for you?
So the lead detective on this crime scene was Detective Salea, but my primary interactions were with Detective Alverson and Detective Hill.
So as far as documenting, obviously you have eyes and you're walking the scene and the detectives are walking the scene, but what ends up getting collected is kind of a joint decision.
Yes, primarily it's their decision. At the end of the day, it's their case and we're a supportive unit, but we do try to all work together.
Did you have other crime scene personnel involved because of the length of the scene?
Typically, best protocol is to have at least 2 on every homicide that we go to, because our tasks are, there's a lot more that we have to do, and it's better to have more than one doing that, and especially in this case.
The first thing you all have to do is basically determine what the crime scene is.
Correct.
And that is done typically by the first responding officers and then later detectives expand the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony on direct, I believe, is that at some point, just based on the detectives walking the scene, that's how it got expanded to include that evidence marker 52 that we were talking about with the sunset.
50, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And that was something that you didn't locate, the detective did during the walkthrough.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that at the end? Like, was that their final walkthrough and they noticed it?
Yes, it was. We had already started photographing, and they located that one.
As you were documenting with photographs, who was actually placing the markers down?
So we were placing the markers as we were doing the line search together. So as we would find it, we would place the marker.
Okay. Who was assisting you?
It was myself, the other crime scene tech, the homicide detective, all of us were together.
Who was the other tech involved?
CST Ashley Moore.
And you said you photographed and that she ended up actually physically collecting those items.
Yes, ma'am.
And all that's done before you all release the scene and traffic can continue down the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything that happens before you arrive, you're not able to testify to.
Correct.
And you don't review, like you said, any kind of video or conduct any witness interviews, things of that nature.
No, ma'am.
As far as collecting the actual evidence, if there's any processing to be done for those items, would that have been the responsibility for crime scene tech Moore since she collected them?
Yeah, so it had been requested by whatever detective, either the scene or the lead, and then she probably would have been the one to do any processing for the evidence that she collected.
And you all don't typically do processing at the scene. You do it once those items are taken back to your office.
Yes, ma'am, a little more controlled environment.
And the processing that can be done on casings is obviously can be dusted for fingerprints, any kind of leads that might be on the item.
They can.
And they can also be swabbed to see if there's any touch DNA that we talked about that you preserving by wearing gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do swab those items for potential DNA, that testing can be done by FDA.
Correct.
You wouldn't be doing those.
No.
Okay. And as far as any kind of ballistic examination or determination as to what kind of firearm, a gun, or any particular casing or anything of that nature, that would be not you, but a ballistics expert.
Yes, ma'am.
When you went out to the scene, did you ever end up going down 45th?
Down the roadway of
Yes.
No, ma'am, I don't believe we did.
Did you all end up searching any of those areas down that road?
No, I don't. Not while I was out there, no, ma'am.
Okay, so the scene was extended up and down Hillsborough, but not down that road itself.
Correct.
When you've been out to scenes before, have you ever conducted a line search?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what a line search is?
Yes. So basically, there are several of us, however many we can get and however big the space is. We stand shoulder to shoulder and we literally walk in a line, and everyone is responsible for looking in that section of their sight, their vision.
And you do that at times to try to locate potential evidence that someone might miss if it's only 1 or 2 people searching.
Yes, ma'am.
And that could entail just a large area that you have to cover, or maybe like specific terrain, like something that's very grassy, or there's a lot going on with the vegetation.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you ever, in this case, end up searching any kind of side yards or backyards of residences?
No.
Nothing from right there. I think that Ms. Bradley was asking you about searching these locations. Are you called to the locations once law enforcement has conducted the search, or are you the person responsible for searching for items of evidence across all scenes? Who does the original search for items of evidence?
So we do it on the original scene with the detectives.
You can't testify to what occurred from Officer Beretta. You can't testify to the area either.
No.
Had an item of evidentiary value been located by the other officer or detective that were related to your scene, you have been called to that area to document it from your original scene of the
Yes.
That's my direction.
Minutes for the speech.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection. Thank you. I state the claim, please.
The scene call actually work. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. Could you state and swear you have your name? Ashley Moore, Moore, and where are you currently live?
The Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been here?
9 years.
And what is your job?
I'm a crime scene technician.
And what do you do as far as crime scene technician work?
I respond out to crime scenes. I document that scene with digital photography, identify, collect, and preserve evidence, and then I may process that evidence for later fingerprint survey.
In this particular case, did you have the opportunity to attend the crime scene on 22nd, 2021 with other crime scene technicians?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in the arrest?
My role was to collect and preserve the evidence.
What was the name of the crime scene tech that you were with that was doing this photograph? Is that Kristen Cruz or?
Yeah, Kristen, she was Pocatello at the time, Kristen Cruz.
And so you would have stayed with her and documented the scene alongside her.
Yes.
We have seen numerous photos from the crime scene who have been present for those photographs.
Yes, it was.
And then your role is that you immediately then impound the item at each of those different item marker numbers.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so we've seen dozens and dozens, maybe 52, I think, evidence markers at this point. So I'm just going to show you one GE, for example. It is one of the 9mm pieces of research testimony about already at evidence marker number 50. Ms. Cruz would have photographed this marker, and then you would have actually physically collected and counted the item at.
Correct.
Would that also include items that were in addition to the ballistic evidence in this case? So any items that you all have.
Yes.
The ballistics, so casings, jabbing, live rounds would have been collected.
Yes.
And the clothing, if there were clothing on scene or something along those lines.
Yes.
Now, tell me about what you did after you collected the items, the physical evidence, in processing the actual vehicle that was crashed there near 3-7 Hillsborough.
We identified damage on the vehicle and marked that damage with evidence marker scales. Then I would seal that vehicle with evidence seals.
And do the scales look a little bit different than the seals themselves?
Yes, we do. So just for purposes of going ahead and introducing the items that you collected,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as being 4, 5, and 6, and 3. You recognize these.
yes, I do.
This item has here that says 6A on it. There are actually 3 items included in this, or 3 separate items, packaging items.
Yes.
Okay. And we look at them each individually. They are all from the same team. Yes. Do you recognize any kind of marking on these as to the way that you're able to identify these envelopes? Yes, my name, payroll, which is my number, as well as my handwriting is on it as well. So on each of them, you would take that marking? Yes, I do. And at this time, the parties have obviously met and open to view these items, but when you impound them and seal them, is that what this red tape here that we're seeing on the folders is for? Yes, it is. To document that they have been sealed since you actually collected those items, and if they were retested, that seal with your initials remain the same. Correct. How is it that you organize or package the items that were collected and labeled in this particular case will be first at same exhibit? Oh, at this time, say we should introduce 5, 6, 8, and C, and 4.
No objection.
Objection, Your Honor. 5 and 6.
Yes, Your Honor, 6, 8, and C.
Objections to all three, correct? All right. So these are the objections.
Looking at 5A, or 5, excuse me, here on the screen to your left. Feel free to look over your shoulder there, we can see that clearly. Yeah. Tell me how it is that you made a decision in actually packaging the items to organize them with each of these folders here.
I put all of the 9mm in the large envelope, but each casing is in a separate, smaller envelope inside of there.
Let's take a look here. We'll open them, you will take that for purposes later, take a look inside there, okay? So each of the individual 9mm casings that you collected in this case has its own envelope.
Yes.
A total of how many?
There were,
I mean, your package on 5, how many total?
yes, there were 25.
Okay. And each one has their own envelope to describe.
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about what information you include on each of these individual envelopes. Is it the same as this marker one?
There's a little bit more information on the smaller envelopes. It would have the make of the casing and the evidence marker, the date and time collected.
Every single one of these included in all of the envelopes that we see before us are 9mm casings that were collected across the provided domain.
Yes.
All related to this particular case.
Yes.
And all of these identified by item number.
Yes.
Now, in your collection of these items, tell me what you do with them after you individually envelope them, mark them, and count them. Do you do anything?
I don't know anything else.
Do you have any involvement with the actual testing or comparison of them?
No, I don't.
And you need them identified by the photographs that were taken by Francis Petru?
Yeah.
And the markers and markings that you put on the top of those?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to these 25 9mm casings that you collected from Hillsborough Avenue, did you collect additional ballistics items from Hillsborough Avenue that evening?
Yes, it did.
And was that additional cartridge casings that were found?
Yes.
Did you also find live rounds of ammunition on scene?
Yes, there was one.
I'm showing you states 6A from evidence marker 47.
Yes.
Same thing with these envelopes, same thing with this processing, all considered that.
Yes.
Let's look to States Exhibit 4 then, please. What, if anything, was collected in this envelope?
Those would be the 5x6 casings. There were 15 of them.
And I think that we referred to or talked about them with Francisco Cruz's rifle casings. Is that also how you know them to be referred to?
Yes.
When we're talking 5.56, is that the caliber of the ammunition?
Yes, it is.
And when we're talking rifle casings, is that the weapon that fires that ammunition?
Yes.
In your collection with items that were States Exhibit 4 in this exhibit, you give packaging information as well. Did you mark all of the casings that were collected as the same item number?
No.
For impound. So they have the same TPD item number and separate packaging.
Yes, yes, my mistake, yes.
Same thing that relates to the 5.6 casings, how many did you collect?
15.
all from up and down Hillsborough Avenue.
Yes,
All gave the same exact information on each of those envelopes.
yes,
Every single one of these would have been collected from their respective evidence marker numbers.
yes, that's correct.
And every single one of these was left behind and ultimately you can have it.
Yes,
Again, no testing.
no,
So if you look at all 15 of these, were you able to document where they all came from actually?
yes,
You also provide that information to the detectives that you're working with, meaning they are also working the same as you.
yes, they are.
Are you the person or involved with creating what's called a crime scene diagram?
No, I'm not.
Are the detectives the individuals who actually create that diagram?
That's correct.
Just based on your training and experience in this particular case, you assist in that process and that you all are laying down the markers for the detectives to then use to make a diagram.
Correct.
There are two items that have been marked states B and C that I'm going to ask you to look at together actually. So showing you states 6B and states 6C. For all of the fragments that you actually recovered from the case, were you able to include them all in the same envelope? They all fit, or did you have these two envelopes in C and B because you had them separated, B and counted up?
The one on the left here is my items from the scene, yes. The one on the right is CSD Nancy's.
Okay, collected from the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. So that would have been C. And you photographed the vehicle on C, but you don't actually pull the items out from the vehicle.
I only,
Yes, I recall. Did you pull one item?
yes, from the exterior.
Talk to me about that process. So at the scene, while the vehicle was still there, you're crime detectives who photograph.
Correct.
Okay. And do you typically process the interior of any of the vehicles that you process?
Occasionally we will. In this case, we sealed the interior. We did not enter it. We processed the exterior.
Why are you processing the exterior on scene? Why not leave all of that for an impound?
In order to preserve that evidence, we don't want anything to happen to it in transport to the impound.
And we just spoke briefly about you actually impounded something from the vehicle on scene.
Correct.
And why is that that you did that?
Because it was on the exterior of the vehicle.
So you're trying to preserve and ensure that any evidence that might be there you collect on scene.
Correct.
And a more thorough view happens at impound.
Yes,
That's what we're talking about when we speak about EMS collection.
that's correct.
Those would have been any projectiles or bullets from inside the car.
Correct.
So let's go back to what you were involved in, which is the scene photograph.
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit, previously known as State's Exhibit 2, at A1,
Yes.
you told us a little bit about the markers that you ultimately placed on the vehicle. We're going to try to get rid of them. It's better this way or this way. Which way did you cover? Both of them?
Yeah.
If we can get it. Okay, so it's better. Is that better?
Yes.
You indicated that you all placed markers on the vehicle.
Yes.
We saw crime scene photos that crime scene photos are already taken. Those are evidence, and they don't have these little yellow tags. So tell us about that.
Before we add anything to the vehicle, she's taking photos documenting how the vehicle was when we first arrived.
And your then these yellow markers in your documenting of the vehicle are for like doors closed to getting ready to get in town.
Correct.
Okay, so you have then gone around yourself and placed these markers like you would with the other markers on the ground.
Yes.
Just on the vehicle.
Yes.
All these yellow markers were placed by you in this particular case.
Yes.
And tell us about your processing of the vehicle. How do you determine what order you're going to take photographs in?
I didn't take these photos.
I'm sorry, that you're going to lay these markers on. So you're working with pretty simultaneously.
Correct.
Okay. How do you work around vehicles? So you both move around vehicle
Yes.
and you put these markers that she's photographing.
Yes.
You work as a crime scene to have you take them further away, move in, same process.
You were correct.
Does that change in this case?
No.
To A3. A4, are we looking at the stickers you placed on the passenger side of the vehicle now?
Yes.
And as we move in, were you able to attempt to obtain close-ups of each one of these impact stickers that you placed?
CST crews would have took close photos. Yes.
Is the marker here that says sealed vehicle, what are these little white things? Those are different from the yellow stickers.
The whites are the evidence seals. The yellow stickers are identifying damage. Those seals were already placed on the car by you before we get ultimately the photos and final photos after they're done with Bruce, right? Yes. And looking at 2A5. I'm going to start with the items or the markers that were placed on the left side of this photograph here. How do you label each of these items? So let's start with A, B, and C. If you're able to see that in A6, can you tell us which one is A, which one is B, which one is C? Are you able to see that? Yeah, A is on the hood there. Where's B? B would be on the quarter panel just below A. Is that just above the driver's side of the wheel as well? That's correct. And then we see C depicted in this image. It looks like C would be down in the bottom of the right corner of the image and also on the quarter panel. Okay, so let's get a little bit closer to A. The hood stripe A was indicated. 2A would be 8. Is that your mark for A? That's the stripe? Yes, it is. Moving down in A8 at B. I won't go thoroughly through, but do you and have you provided to us here for our review, taken photographs from the distance, close up, and close. CST crews did, yes. I'm sorry, we maybe were doing you marked this one at B. Yes, we did. C is in front of that door panel, A11. Also your marker. Yes, it is. And for reference, C is in front of that driver's side door? Yes, it is. Okay. Moving now around the vehicle, you move to the door itself and your markings, and so you mark up top on the handle here, down here, all your stairs. Yes, they are. Let's start with the E. Is this also the driver's side door handle? It's A15? Yes, it is. This up here, is that your marker F? Yes, it is. A16 is a little bit closer at E. And so let's talk that's A17 about that. Earlier we spoke about you having collected an item from the exterior of the vehicle in order to ensure it's preserved from Talk to me, is that this F? Yes, it is. And what was pulled or collected from that location, A18? That piece of jacketing or fragment there. Show us where that is if you can. There's a little stick there, and you can show us the photo what you're talking about. Okay, so the discoloration side of that. Yes. Did you have an opportunity to remove that on scene in A19? Yes. As you continue around the vehicle, let's look to G and A20. I'm looking or asking you to look at your marker on the top of the door frame here at A21. Yes. And A22. When you first arrived there, is the door or the vehicle to the front of the vehicle open? Yes, it was. A23, were you able to tag those impacts or defects in the vehicle there? Yes. And it's A24 closer to your marker H? Yes, it is. Is this still driver's side door frame, just inside of the driver's side of the door open? Yes, it is. I want to move to the rear passenger side of the vehicle if we can, and stage A26 in Miss Cruz's overall. From this angle, we have several additional fingers that have been placed. Yes, that's correct. Did you mark each of the impacts that were visible from the exterior of the vehicle in this, in what image we're looking at here? Yes, I did. Let's start with I, so from left to right to A. Stage 2A27. Yes, that's right. A29. I'd like to move to J, if I may. 8:30. And ultimately to your marker K, 8:31. Yes. And 8:32. Was there anything that you were able to remove or that you had to secure from this before the vehicle crashing? I don't recall. Do you recall recovering anything about this or your vehicle in the back that you already looked at? I did. No, I don't recall any others. In that same door panel, you have M and N, if I can direct you to M and N, and you're still looking in the rear passenger side, correct? Correct. We also have L. 6834. And 837 for N. 838 you document N. Where are we in 838? That's what we're on the panel of the door. That you're seeing on 839 here. Yeah. Okay. It would be right where the door is on that back. Okay. So on the left side of the photo. Yes. And that's still the back passenger on the driver's side. Yes, it is. Also, just to the map that we had right in the center there, was that a defect in the vehicle or a substance that you were documenting about? Tell me what the substance may have been. It was a substance. So again, permit was not necessarily just to document any kind of hold or defects in the vehicle, but that may be a potential of any kind. That's correct. When you moved to the rear of the vehicle, did you document anything or label anything here? Yes, I did. Is that pictured in A42? Yes. What are we looking at? Damage on the license plate and into the rear of the vehicle. And then A43, did you give us a Q label? Yes, I did. A44, is that a close-up of Q on the right side of that trunk area? Yes, it is. Do you have an opportunity also to tag or label the right or passenger side of the vehicle? Yes. 845. As we zoom in on A45 or A46, we have R here. Again, any defect in the vehicle that you're documenting or just a substance? Substance. In A47, are you able to capture what is later documented or zoomed in by through this door marker number or letter S? Sorry. Yes. A48. On the same door panel, right side passenger in the rear, were you able to document a 50 marker T? Yes. And maybe 51. Yes, that's a closer version. Now this is the passenger side of the vehicle. Yes. The rear of the passenger side of the vehicle. Yes. After you marked T, was there a defect observed on the back right tail light? Yes, I do. Yes, that's just what we're documenting here. And then ultimately, before the vehicle is transported to impound, you have an opportunity to photograph the vehicle being impounded or the scene thereafter in 856. Yes, yes, teachers did. Yes. No tags from CST. She's just on a photograph and you know all the findings. Correct. You're welcome. In in lieu of opening the individual envelopes in here, you're able to identify not only your markings on the outside of this envelope, but each of the individual interior. Yes. Okay, so if we open those later with ballistics, you have observed those, and those are as you turn them into evidence. Yes, that's correct. You just don't do the subsequent processing. That's correct. I'll pass the witness around.
Ross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
CSD4, I'm going to draw your attention to what's been admitted as stage 2A29. And it appears to be entry into the back passenger window, correct?
There's damage to that.
Damage.
Correct.
Is there any reason to believe, or are you aware as to whether or not the window of that particular vehicle, the G35, was in that position at the time of the damage?
I don't know exactly what position it was in at the time of the damage. We are documenting how it is when we arrive.
Understood. And when you arrived, was the window in that position?
Yes, it was.
And corresponding, as it relates to as it relates to stage 2A47, same situation there in terms of when you came on the scene and began to document the vehicle, the window was in this position.
That's correct.
And can you tell me, because pictures are sometimes deceiving, is this also a window that to some extent is down? There's a bunch of white obviously on top.
Yes.
Is that some kind of an airbag deployment or?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, so what we're seeing here below the white area is the top of the window.
Yes, correct.
I remember the photo, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As I understand it, your job as a crime scene tech at that scene was to collect the projectiles that were located and marked with evidence markers, correct?
Collect the casings for trials and evidence, yes.
And photographs that we've seen. Did you do the photographs or?
CST crews took all the photos.
I'm sorry.
CST crews took all the photographs.
You were present when those were all taken?
Yes, it was.
And as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it appears that there were different makes of shell casings that you collected.
Yes,
There were not only different makes of shell casings, but different caliber shell casings that you collected.
yes,
And reviewing your report, it appears that there was an FC 9mm shell casing, a type of shell casing,
yes it is.
and also a Spear, S-P-E-R 9mm shell casing,
Yes,
and a Norma, N-O-R-M-A 9mm shell casing,
yes,
and a Hornady, H-O-R-N-D-A-D-Y 9mm shell casing.
yes, yes, that's correct.
All right, so there were at least 4 different types of 9mm shell casings that were recovered, that you recovered, correct?
Yes,
And then there were some 5.56 shell casings that you recovered also, is that accurate?
yes, that's correct.
And I believe there were at least 2 brands of those shell casings, a Frontier and a CBC, correct?
That's correct.
And obviously you don't know if each of those types of shell casings were fired from different weapons, so you don't do the ballistics, correct?
Yes, I do not.
So you don't know what kind of shot those project those casings, correct?
No, I do not.
All right, now apparently, you were asked to collect those casings in a manner as to preserve any evidentiary value on those casings, is that accurate?
That's correct.
And how long had you been a crime scene tech at the time you processed this scene?
I've been a crime scene tech for 9 years, so at that point it would have been about 5.
5 years. So you were an experienced crime scene tech at that point in time.
Yes,
And when you collected these shell casings, did you do so in a manner to preserve the evidentiary value?
yes I did.
And how did you do that?
Using fresh, clean gloves each time and in separate envelopes.
Okay. All right. And at some point in time, did you swab each of those shell casings that I previously identified?
I did.
And what was the purpose? Well, let's go back. What is swabbing? What are you swabbing?
Swabbing would be with a sterile Q-tip type, like a cotton swab, distilled water, and then you would swab the surface of an area in order to collect any potential DNA.
And that's what you did on each of those shell casings that I previously identified for you, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you had nothing to do with the analysis of those swabbings, correct?
No, I didn't.
But the purpose of those swabbings is for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
And the shell casings can also be tested for fingerprints.
That's correct.
Is that yes or no?
They can be, yes.
So was that done in this case?
No, it's not.
It was not. Just the DNA, the swabbing for DNA.
Yes.
And as we speak, you don't know the results of this, of that. You don't do that analysis,
I
correct?
do not.
Thank you.
You went through all these photographs from. You went through all these photographs with Ms. Ismer related to the items or the labeling of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you were present when all the evidence markers were put up and down Hillsborough Avenue as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as the numbering of the evidence markers and the sequence of the letter labels on the vehicle, you're just going from where you start to where you end.
Typically, yes.
Okay, I mean, sometimes, like in this case, you all found something later on that ended up more towards the beginning of where you're documenting the crime scene. But typically, that's just like your order of starting at the front of the vehicle to the end of the vehicle.
Typically, yes.
You're not numbering them or lettering them to show any kind of sequence of the damage.
You're correct.
Okay. And when you were looking at that vehicle, you were out at the scene, you were able to make your observations of the windows.
Yes.
Was the tint dark and preventing you from being able to see inside of the vehicle?
I recall that there was tint. I don't recall how dark it was.
Okay, did you all attempt to look inside of the vehicle from outside?
The door was open so we could see inside.
Okay, but you didn't try to look through the windows themselves, you just looked through that open door?
Correct.
Okay, and as far as the doors themselves, you don't try to see when you're out there at the scene whether they're operable, the other doors that they can open or close?
Right, we did.
Did you end up becoming involved at all with the search of the interior of the vehicle once it was transported?
No, I did not.
That was someone else who did that?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
This one speaks to you?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
As you can tell, speakers have to take up a morning break. We'll be with you after 10 minutes.
All right, for the George.
All right, there was some interesting testimony there. So what I got out of all of that, let's go through what we heard so far. So we start off with Officer Kristen Cruz. Kristen Cruz, forensics. So we heard from two forensics so far, Officer Cruz and Officer Moore. So Officer Cruz, first up, she goes through all the casings that she found, and she went through, I think she had 52. She went through 52 markers. So she found, oh, you know what? Let me show this. This might help us a little bit. All right, so let me take a screenshot of this. This will help us a little bit. All right, so this will help us. This will definitely help us. Just give me a second. All right, I got a map. All right, sorry, Sonny, I gotta put this over you for a second. All right, so where it says East Tampa Pawn Shop, right to the right of that, that's the Chevron. So that's the Chevron. So that's North 45th Street. You got North 46th Street. I guess it's 46th, 45th, and 46th, and then Hillsborough. Right, so it's three lanes, both sides. So it's pretty, and then it goes down to 2 at some points, but it's pretty heavily trafficked, pretty big. All right, so she found, and I think the car crashed right before 45th Street. So she had 52 markers. She goes through and she's got 9mm rifle, 9mm rifle, 9mm. So if I was a jury, and I don't know if they're taking notes or not because I missed jury, the openings for jury instructions and all that, but the defense said for James Denson, let's see, 2 shots were made by Denson. He was in car 3. He was a back passenger. He says he owned a 9mm. They said only 2 shots are going to go back to his gun, right? 2 casings are going to go back to his weapon. By my estimate, there were 25. There were 25 9mm. So that came in That came in with Officer Moore. That came in with Officer Moore's testimony. So she's the one. So Officer Cruz took the photos. Officer Moore collected the evidence. So 9mm casings were placed in individual elements. There's 25. So in the defense opening of Mr. Who was it? It was Brian Gonzalez, was Zavante Sampson, Danny Hernandez. Okay, so Danny Hernandez, no, but it wasn't him. Danny Facchetti, who was representing James Denson. He was car 3. He's the one that admits he had a handgun, had the 9mm. He said only 2 shots. He said there were only 2 shots, and that those would be east of the crashed vehicle. So he only fired 2 shots after the vehicle crashed. And yet they said there were 25 casings, 25 9mm casings that were found. Okay. Then the rifles, they said they found 15 casings of a 5.56mm, 15 casings that came from a rifle. Now, Andrew Thompson, he was in car 3. He had the rifle. So it seems like car 1 did not have any rifles. No, but Quandarius Hammond had a 9mm. So he had a 9mm too. So were there 2 9mm? All right. So they found, okay, so they didn't say how many are going to be traced back to his gun. So, okay, so I forgot about Hammond. Was it Hammond? Yeah, I forgot about Quandarius Hammond. So he had a 9mm too. So you have a driver, you have 2 drivers and a back passenger. You've got a rifle and a 9mm. I'm still trying to figure this out still. Okay, so the car 3 back passenger had a 9mm. All right, let me jot that down so I don't forget. He had a 9mm. All right, so you have the 2 drivers, and then you have 3 guys. 2 had 9mm, 1 had a rifle. 2 in car 3, 1 had a 9mm, 1 had a rifle, and then car 1 had a 9mm. So they said they found 25 9mm casings and 15. So that equals 40. So that's your 40 casings that were found. And then they showed the car. Excuse me. Then they showed the car. I wish that she had said how many holes, because I was trying to count them, and I wish she said yes. There was 2 on the quarter panel, 3 in the driver's door. So anyway, I counted them. The way I counted it, there were two holes, driver's side quarter panel above the wheel. There was 2 in the driver's door, 1 in the handle, pretty much took the handle off, then went at the very, very bottom. The passenger side, the driver's side passenger, there were 4 in the door and 2 in the window. We're not sure if one of those, maybe that was one that got Sunny, not sure. Then the driver's back quarter panel, there was just some substance. There was 1 hole in the license plate. So there was 1 in the back of the car. There on the passenger back window, there was a hole. In the passenger back door, there was a hole. So it's 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I counted, so that's like 11. So that means that's 11. 40 casings were found and 11 hit the car. By my count, I wish she had said how many. Ellen, you remember this spot so well? Yeah. So that East Tampa pawn and gun shop, that's where, was it Hammond that sold his gun? He went back 30 days later and he sold his gun. Let me see, that was 30 days later. Okay, he took it to the pawn shop. That was James Denson. He was the back passenger with the 9mm. So 30 days later, he goes back to that, where the red pin is, right to the right of that. It says East Tampa Pawn pawn shop. That's where he sold the gun. He sold his gun. So let's see. Then there was some cross on both of them. Cross. Nothing. Doesn't know how many vehicles traveled or the people that walked the area. Not a big deal there. I thought with Officer Moore's cross, Brian Gonzalez, who is Zavante Sampson's lawyer, he was the driver of car 1. He asked, do you know the different makes and calibers that were collected? She said there were 4 different 9mm casings recovered. All right, so that's important because don't forget there's a car 2. So were there, does that make sense then? Would you have one firearm and 4 different types of bullets? Is that how it works? Somebody help me out in chat. Is that possible that you have one firearm but 4 different kinds of 4 different casings, 4 different makes? So is that how that works? Like, can you put in 4 different kinds of bullets, or is it always just one bullet fits one, or can you have 4 different kinds, 4 different casings? All right, chat. I need your help. Can you put in 4 different kinds of bullets into the same gun? Putting it out there to you, chat. Let me know. Give you a second to reply, because if that's the case, then okay. But if that's not the case, can be different brands. Okay, Brat, can be different brands. So you can have one weapon but 4 different. Real Happy says depends. And hello, Real Happy. Thank you for joining us. Depends on the weapon. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If you have, Sherry thinks it can be different caliber, different brands. Each brand may have a distinctive marking. All right, I'm talking about a 9mm. If he has one 9mm, it looks like they're coming back. I'm talking if he has one 9mm. Can I take one? I own my weapon. Can I take 4 different kinds of bullets and stick it in there, and will it still fire? That's my question. Can I have one weapon, 4 different kinds of bullets? That's my question. Yes or no? That's my question. Some guns are able to shoot different bullets. Not different bullets, the same bullet, same caliber, but different. Because they said they found 4 different 9mm casings. So to me, it's the same caliber, but it's 4 different manufacturers. So is that possible? So you have a Glock and you've used different brands of ammunition. So does it make sense, Sherry, that you would put, like, how many bullets can you put into a Glock? And then would you put like 4 different brands in? Or would you just buy one box and put them in? Like, does that make sense? In a separate clip. Okay, so does it make sense that this guy would have 4 different kinds of bullets? Does that make sense? Or would he just buy a box of rounds and then put them in? Or would it just be haphazard like that? Hello, Chris. Good morning to you. Brands don't matter, Sarah says. So does it make sense that he would have, I have one gun that has 2 brands. So would you do that? Is that like normal practice? Real Happy says, yes, you can do that. Okay, Sarah says, yes, you can do that. All right. So that doesn't necessarily exonerate. I'm trying to get these names right. That doesn't necessarily exonerate Hammond. He had the 9mm, as well as Denson. So 2 of them had 9mm, and there were 4 different kinds of. You can shoot any brand. Okay, so you can shoot any brand. So does it make sense that, okay, there were 2 guys that have 9mm, and there were 4 different kinds of casings. Okay. You believe that's quite normal. Amanda says, okay, all right. Sarah, if you use different brands, they can shoot differently, but in this case, I don't think they cared. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, why would they have, so you have two, there's two defendants had 9mm. So out of those two, 4 different casings were discovered. So I guess then they, however that worked out. All right. Criminals get ammo anyway. They can, so mismatching wouldn't be a stretch. All right. All right. Has Superball taken over the cat tree? Yep, she is. She's in the bottom section here. Let me show you real quick. She's there. She took over. She's in there. And if they were sharing ammo, all right. Real Happy says they seem like type to load whatever they have access to. All right. Richard says also could be reloads, no telling what the cases would be from different brands. Cross Amnesia says if these guys were passing around bullets, they might have many different brands. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. I grew up with a .22 and my brother had shotguns and of course I had BB guns, but I just remember my dad would buy just rounds and I didn't think that you could. I guess you could buy this. You could buy, if it's for a .22 or whatever the caliber, you can buy different brands, but it just doesn't. It just makes. It's just weird.
Before lunch, right? You think you're calling him?
I don't know at this time. It depends on how personal rest would call.
Okay. I think at some point today, the state is going to be calling or attempting to call Albus Maseo. He's number 14 on the witness list. The sole reason why I believe they're going to seek to have him testify is for him to identify my client on the video. I'm going to object to his testimony. He's a law enforcement officer that has, according to his testimony, has had 50 encounters with my client. I believe under 403, the probative value is not outweighed by the prejudicial effect of him coming in and testifying. He was someone who also participated in the interview of my client. My client identifies himself in the video, which Detective Saleha is going to be testifying about, so that him being identified, he's going to self-identify pursuant to what Detective Saleha is going to testify to. I'm not going to be disputing that. I don't believe any additional testimony from Maseo is necessary. An alternative, my client's girlfriend, Ms. Tukes, also identified him on the video, and
Are you going to stipulate the identification?
I was willing to allow him to testify that the girlfriend identified him, but I'm not in a position to stipulate.
Well, so, here's the problem, because I'm going to be reading an instruction about identification and how race can make it a problem for identification, and so the more folks they have that can corroborate identification, I think, is valid from the state's position.
And to be clear, Judge, he is not going to identify himself as a police officer. He's not going to identify. He's going to come in plain clothes. We're not going to ask him what his profession is or what. All I'm going to ask is, have you been contacted with him? Do you know him approximately how many times would you say you've been around Mr. Hammond? Can you identify him? Were you shown a video? Were you able to make that identification? Very simple. He's not, the jury will have no idea.
Yeah, I don't find that prejudicial, since he's, the police officer thing would have been the bad part, because then people would have assumed that he knew because he was arresting him all the time, or we was in trouble all the time, but if he just appears as a lay witness.
Even him appearing as a lay witness, there's going to be an inference that he's law enforcement.
What inference could there be?
It is not hard for jurors to make a visual determination when someone comes in to testify by the manner that they testify, by their appearance, of what that's about. It's clear during the investigation they're trying to identify these individuals in the video. There's nothing prejudicial about the state being able to say that my client identifies himself in the interview. I'm not challenging that.
Well, based on the instructions where all of the state's witnesses who are making the identification are white, your client is black. and there's an instruction that's going to specifically warn the jury to be careful of misidentification, especially cross-racial identification, that the state's corroborating the identification more than once, I think is important.
That might be true if it was someone else identifying my client. My client is
How's he
identifying
dressed?
himself.
Is he dressed in 5'11" tactical pants and has a knife in his pocket and, you know, wily shades on the top of his head, or is he just
You're
going
in
to?
complete plain clothes, have no identifying features whatsoever that identify yourself as a law enforcement officer. I'm not going to ask him what he does. I'm not going to get into anything of that. I have provided a stipulation to Ms. Bradley. If she wants to do that, I've told her I would not call him and say if she did that. Mr. Gonzalez did that for Devontae Sampson because we had another officer who was going to do that for
Right.
Mr. Sampson. Rather than do that, he had his client and they signed the stipulation. If she wants to sign the stipulation, I will not call and say it, but otherwise, I think we have a right.
They do. In this case, identification is going to be one of the things that these folks, I believe, are going to be pounding. You know, you got a shady video, you got people in cars, you don't know who's who or what's what. And regarding the instructions that I'm going to have to read, I'm going to allow the state to bring him in, not identify him as a law enforcement officer, and just say that he's had contact, he knows him from passing. I know from the past. You know, if we want to, exactly how do you say it? How well do you know him? Oh, I know him quite well.
Yeah.
I've been around him many times.
Yeah, just like that.
From the neighborhood or whatever.
Very vague, but
I mean, that's, to me, just sounds like what any lay witness would say.
Well, I'm gonna maintain my objection to
No, I
that,
understand
just
that.
anticipating when he comes in and testifies.
I understand, but I'll allow it based on the circumstances and the instructions. And if at any point your client decides he wants to stipulate to the ID, then things change. All right, anything else? All right, bring the jury in.
All right.
Jury's back, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I take it there were no issues again with the court's instructions. Very good, thank you. State, you may proceed. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective David Alverson.
You could raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Come on. Ms. Ismer, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Would you state and spell your name for the jury?
Sure, it's Detective David Alverson. Last name is Alverson.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department within the Major Crimes Bureau, or Criminal Investigation Division.
What does that mean? What is your role?
I'm currently assigned as a homicide detective within the Criminal Investigation Division.
How long have you been in homicide?
I've been a homicide detective for 4 years.
And how long with the Tampa Police Department?
Almost 14.
What, if any, jobs did you have with Tampa Police Department before you were actually transferred to homicide?
Right before homicide, I was assigned to the department's crime gun intelligence unit, basically responsible for investigating gun crimes, aggravated assaults within the city. Prior to that, I was a field training officer, a street crimes officer, community-oriented policing officer, and a patrol officer.
And you had law enforcement experience before that?
Yes.
And where was that?
The town of Johnston, Rhode Island.
How long were you working with Rhode Island?
I was an officer there for approximately 9 years.
And did you have any military or law enforcement experience before that position?
Yes, before that I was a infantryman in the United States Marine Corps for 8 years.
What were some of your roles in that position?
I was an infantry man, as well as had several other collateral duties with my unit. One of those duties was a marksmanship instructor for the Marine Corps, both in pistol and rifle marksmanship instruction.
Can you tell the jury what marksmanship instructor is, what that means, what were you doing?
Sure. Marksmanship instructor in the Marine Corps is basically someone who trains and teaches other Marines how to employ various weapon systems or firearms. Particularly with me, I instructed Marines on the firing of the 9mm service pistol, as well as the 5.56 millimeter M16 A2 and A4 rifle.
When you said 5.56 millimeter, are you talking about the caliber of the ammunition that's used?
That's correct.
And is that 5.56 ammunition used in rifles?
Yes, it is.
Have you had an opportunity to both discharge a 9mm handgun and a rifle?
Yes.
What types of rifles?
Specifically, while I was in the Marine Corps, the M16, which is the military variant of the civilian available AR-15.
Did you, in that same time, have the ability, as you're in your marksmanship instructor position, to educate others on the firing or use of those weapons?
Yes.
So 9mm and rifles?
That's correct.
A variety of rifles, but to include what would use a 5.56 caliber, so an AR?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see and hear when you were working as an instructor, or in your use of those firearms being discharged?
Yes.
When I asked you about whether you could hear them, is there a difference in the sound of a discharge of a 9mm firearm versus, for example, a rifle?
Depending on the conditions, but overall, yes, there is.
When you say depending on conditions, the sound may be different if it's raining outside and you listen to both.
Right. Rain, buildings around, structures around that cause reverberations or echoes. But yes, for the most part, a 9mm pistol when to a 5.56 millimeter rifle, the report from the rifle will be much louder than that from a 9mm pistol when it's fired.
So in sound, they may sound different if it is a pristine condition, so on a range, for example.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about visuals, does it look any different when they're fired?
Yes.
What happens when you fire a 9mm handgun?
When you fire a 9mm, just like any other handgun, there's usually a degree of recoil for the shooter. Recoil meaning when the weapon is fired, the force of the mechanisms of that, as well as the explosion that's happening with the ammunition, will cause the weapon to rise and fall. Rifles will do the same thing. Generally, there is also some degree of gunpowder smoke or gases being expelled. Those gases are obviously, because there is an explosion occurring in the chamber of those weapons, those gases will obviously be superheated. So that will result often in seeing a visual, what's called a muzzle flash, coming from the end of the barrels of both the rifle and the pistol when it's fired.
And is there any difference in the visual if the conditions are the same when you are watching in your years in the military, in even your investigations in law enforcement, a 9mm being discharged versus an AR being discharged?
Yes. The AR style rifle, or rifle in general, will have a much brighter, often bigger amount of muzzle flash that's being emanated from the barrel that's being fired.
Now, for a person who may not be familiar with firearms, can I liken maybe a muzzle flash to when you take a picture, the flash goes off? Is it fast or is it slow, or can you just describe that?
Yeah, it's very sudden and only lasts for a split second as basically as the gas is being expelled from the muzzle of the firearm.
I want to talk specifically about your involvement in the investigation of the homicide and attempted murder in this case of Suni Bell, Mr. Brown, and Miss Harrison. You're familiar with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to report to the area of East Hillsborough Avenue on the 22nd of August in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also at that time a homicide detective?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assigned role in this investigation?
I was assigned to assist with the scene investigation.
So you would not have been the lead, but one of the assists and still a detective?
That's correct.
When the cases come in, are you all essentially at the same level, but is there a random assignment? How does it go that you would be a scene? Are you still a detective at the same level as a lead? Describe all that for us.
So we have a rotation, basically, that determines who the lead investigator is going to be. Generally, there's no real rhyme or reason to who gets assigned to be the assistant lead, who gets assigned to be the scene detectives. It's basically who's available in the rotation would be the next people that would be called out by the homicide sergeant to assist the lead in the investigation.
In this particular case, you were assigned as the scene detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there any other detective that was directly assigned with you to assist in the work at the scene?
Yes, it was.
Is it typical that you will have 2 scene detectives assigned to a scene?
We generally, the homicide sergeant will generally try to have 2 out there, just especially when you've got an extensive scene, just to assist each other. It's a lot of work, obviously, so.
What are your duties when you actually arrive?
To assess the scene, identify, at least initially identify, the overall layout of the scene, locations of items of potential evidence, and then work in coordination with the crime scene technicians to properly document the scene as we see it when we arrive.
On this particular scene, was at least the nature of the call out apparent to you when you arrived?
I received a very brief synopsis of what had occurred from the homicide sergeant while we were en route to the call. Obviously, it's still very new and fresh in the investigation, so the amount of information that we had at that point was limited. But the general broad strokes of what had occurred was related to me.
And what, upon your arrival, did you first do?
When we first arrived, I walked the scene, or first met with my counterpart at the scene who was there beforehand to kind of get some background information as to what had been done, if anything, at that point.
Who was that counterpart? I'm sorry to interrupt.
That was Detective Austin Hill.
Okay.
Once I met with Detective Hill, we then began assessing the scene, immediately noticing, items of potential evidence in the roadway, as well as obviously the vehicle that had been identified to us as being the victim's vehicle in the offense.
When you were on East Hillsborough Avenue, was there a point that you used as a reference point when you are looking at the scene and ultimately performing your role?
Yes, we used a TICO telephone pole that was located on the north side of Hillsborough Avenue, just west of 43rd Street. It was the pole that the vehicle had struck and came to rest at the bottom of.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 41, and if you could please look over your shoulder there when we're referring to some of these items and educate us a bit. So in this case, there's already been testimony about the crash location. Do you see that marker on the left side of your screen?
Yes.
And is that also the commonality or the common point that you used for your point of reference where the TICO pole was?
Yes, it is.
All right, and why do you have a point of reference?
The point of reference is something that we use that is a permanent structure of some type that we're going to use to base our measurements of items of evidence, locations of buildings, anything pertinent to the crime scene, so that way at a later time the crime scene can be reconstructed through the use of diagrams.
Whose job in this particular investigation was it to create the scene diagrams?
That was mine.
Tell me about how you gather the information that you need to do so, and if you would, please just educate the jury on what a scene diagram is generally.
Sure. Scene diagram is basically a diagram or a sketch of the scene itself that includes locations of evidence, any pertinent buildings or structures, basically to be used as a reference tool for any future reconstruction of that scene to identify where items of evidence may have been located.
What, in starting with the point of reference, did you use as the tool to make the measurements in this case?
We used a walking wheel measurement tool. It's basically a measuring device, has wheels. As you walk, it ticks off distances in feet. That's what we use to measure the scene.
Do you, as you're going, take notes or document in some way the measurements that you are taking?
Yes.
What are the measurements taken from? Are they taken items from each other, items from the point of reference? Where are they from?
All measurements are taken from the point of reference, and then we use a north, south, east, west heading or cardinal direction to delineate the distance from that point of reference. So in other words, it was X amount of feet north and X amount of feet east, stuff like that.
The notes that you take documenting the measurement from the point of reference to each of the evidence markers, do you document that also in some way and summarize that?
Yes. So each evidence marker that's placed down obviously has a corresponding piece of evidence that's associated to that. So in my note taking, that's usually why we have two people, one person to do measurements, one person to take notes. It's kind of hard to do both at the same time, especially in an extensive scene. So what we'll do is we'll take our notes that includes the specific evidence marker, a description of that piece of evidence, and then the measurements north, south, east, west from the point of reference.
Are those measurements that you take preserved or recorded in some kind of chart?
Yes.
And what is that called?
It's going to be the diagram.
Okay. I'm showing the witness, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
What's been marked as states 28 through D and 50. Does 28 through D accurately reflect the scene diagram and key used to this investigation?
Yes, it does.
Does Exhibit 50 accurately reflect the composition of each of the diagrams that were utilized in this case?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to admit States 50 and 20A through D.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you. We admitted both the states 20A through D and 50 without objection.
Before I pull these maps up for you, can you tell me a little bit about the software that you utilized to create your crime scene diagram?
In this particular case, because of the size of the overall scope of the scene, I utilized Google Maps to get overlays of the roadway for the pertinent areas where the evidence was located. Took those screen snaps, basically of the pertinent sections of the roadway from Google Maps, put those into PowerPoint, and then use PowerPoint to create slides of those individual diagrams where I overlaid the location of the evidence markers and the point of reference in victim vehicle.
The program that you used for the placement of the evidence markers back in 2021, were you able to divide between the lanes? So lane 1, 2, 3. Were you able to zoom in enough given the size of our scene, if that makes sense? If that question makes sense. No.
No.
Okay. How about subsequent to that? So in capturing the scene itself, were you able to, in one map, for example, capture the entirety of the scene with the software you had?
Yes. Yes, but it was very, very zoomed out in order to do that. So,
Were you able to see the marker numbers when you did that? All of the marker numbers, excuse me.
yes, but they wound up being overlaid on top of each other significantly.
When I say see them, if you utilized one map with the program you had in 2021, were you able to identify clearly each of the evidence markers on the roadway?
No.
I'm going to show you our published States Exhibit 50. Can you identify what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the scene diagram that shows Hillsborough Avenue between 43rd Street, North 43rd Street to North 45th Street, to include the point of reference and victim vehicle, which is evidence marker 37, I believe.
Does this map encompass the entirety of the scene that was documented?
No, it does not.
Now, please, utilizing that tool you have there in front of you, that stick there, please identify for us what you are referring to as the point of reference.
The point of reference is this black dot located on the north side of the roadway.
And please also identify what that black square is.
So the black square here is representing the victim's vehicle as we found it, where it came to rest against the point of reference, which is that TICO telephone pole.
In all of the diagrams that you made to encompass the full scene in this case, does the dot always represent that point of reference, the TICO pole?
Yes, it does.
Does the black rectangle always represent the victim's vehicle?
Yes, it does.
Is this the original diagram from at least 45th to just west of 43rd?
Yes.
When you told us about the overlapping of numbers, is that depicted anywhere on this item?
Yes, this heavy concentration of evidence markers that basically starts at 43rd Street and goes here to the location of the victim vehicle.
Have you since been able to obtain a diagram or create a diagram which would allow us to actually see the numbers with 25 through 40 there, or whatever that is, 39 there?
Yes.
First, before we zoom to that, can you tell us if you took the measurements and provided that information in your reports from evidence marker 1 through your point of reference?
Yes.
And is that depicted here in the summary exhibit?
Yes, it is. The 879 feet that's delineated at the top in red.
And again, all measurements would be to the point of reference, which was the original TICO pole.
That's correct.
Now, you indicated you had the ability to give us a reference of that congested area there on the left of the screen with the evidence markers overlapping.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted in this page of Exhibit 50, the summary?
Yes, it is.
So what we're looking at is not another scene. This is still over the vehicle and the TICO pole.
Yes, this is just a zoomed-in view that gives more detail, obviously, for the roadway itself, and also allows us to expand out the area so you can clearly see the location, or not the scale locations, but the locations of the items of evidence.
When this display was created of the area, this particular zoomed area, were you able to get or document these lanes of traffic on the westbound side of the road? Meaning you can see the lanes on this. Appears different than your first map.
Yes, that's correct.
When I'm looking at your first map, which I've gone back to here, I only see 2 yellow lines or orange lines.
Yes.
Why is that different from what we're looking at in the secondary picture?
Technology has improved with the accuracy of Google Maps. At the time that the original diagram was created, the way that the maps were viewed only showed just a yellow line signifying the roadway. Now with the improvements in technology, Google is able to give more detailed views of the roadway to include lanes and everything else.
And what we're seeing at the bottom, at least of your zoomed version of this scene diagram, at markers 49 and 50, do these numbers directly correlate to the evidence markers?
Yes, they do.
And are 49 and 50 in the eastbound or westbound lanes?
That is going to be the eastbound lane, specifically the eastbound, but the left-hand turn lane that turns from North Hillsborough, East Hillsborough onto North 43rd Street.
So if I am showing you this next depiction in our states 50, is this a fair and accurate representation of the scene diagram overall based on the diagrams you created?
Yes, it is.
Is the image to the back of this slide essentially your original scene diagram of West Hillsborough?
Yes.
And what we're looking at in this bottom right of the same image is the zoomed portion just there.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the points of reference which both indicate from your demonstrative that indicate North 43rd Street? The street marking.
Yes.
And that's the same. They're overlapping. This is not a different North 43rd Street. There's nothing different. It's just a zoomed version.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. Now, did you also then have to make a secondary diagram for additional evidence markers located on East Hillsborough Avenue from this investigation?
Yes.
Is that what we're seeing in the summary on this page, which depicts 42nd through 43rd?
Yes, this is a continuation, so this would be including the point of reference, the victim vehicle, North 43rd Street, but then to the west to North 42nd Street, and ultimately the furthest west items of evidence that were located during the investigation of the scene.
And were you able to legibly include any additional marker numbers on the last one? So this is the same vehicle and same point of reference you've said, right?
Yes.
But you needed to make the secondary.
That's correct.
Understood. All still a part of the same scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take a measurement from the furthest evidence marker at number 47 to your point of reference?
Yes.
And showing you the following slide, is that depicted in this portion?
Yes, again, it's the delineated in red as 582 feet. Point of reference, 40 North 42nd Street, center of the roadway.
So in your time at the scene, did you have an opportunity to at least attend the point of reference location? Did you go to the car?
Yes.
So from where you were positioned at the car looking north, what was the distance to the farthest evidence marker to your west?
From the point of reference to the farthest evidence marker 47 was 582 feet.
And so the furthest marker from your right or to your east was the one that we saw down at the 45th intersection of Hillsborough.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to create yet another diagram to depict an evidence marker number 51?
No.
Why was evidence marker number 51 not depicted on a diagram?
Based on the fact that from basically the point of reference to evidence marker number 51, I believe the measurement that we wound up getting was almost a third of a mile down the road. And well past the rest of the evidence, which is fairly heavily concentrated along the roadway. And then, of course, when we got to that item, the condition of that item was inconsistent with the condition of the other items that were found at the scene. So we collected it obviously out of an abundance of caution, but based on our observations, the distance away from everything, and then obviously subsequent investigation from there, deemed that item to not be related to this incident.
And after your creation of the two primary diagrams with the older software, so the ones that only show us 2 lanes, not what it's truly depicted as. After that, were you able to combine those two diagrams together?
Yes.
Is that what is depicted in this slide?
Yes.
And is it perfectly accurate as to scale?
No.
Okay. So can you describe for us what we're seeing at the top there under not to scale in the center?
That is north of 43rd Street. Just showing you 43rd Street and its relationship to the point of reference and the vehicle, and then continuation to show that that is a continuation of that diagram. So one complete diagram.
And then were you able to make a determination as to the length of the scene, excluding that Sunset Motel casing? Okay, so from actual evidence marker number 1 at 45th and Hillsborough and down to evidence marker number 47 at 42nd and Hillsborough.
Yes.
What was the length of that scene?
It was a total of 1,461 feet.
And ultimately, so that you're able to, or we are able to observe the scenes, did you combine the then zoomed version of your diagram to have one composite diagram depicting everything?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at in this image?
Yes, it is.
Does this represent, with the exception of evidence marker 51 down at the Sunset Motel, does it represent the evidence markers that were photographed and items collected from the scene in this case?
Yes, it does.
And again, is the point of reference the same as you've previously described?
Yes, it is.
The circle representing the Tico pole?
That's correct.
And the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
You also mentioned that you had a key that you created and maintained. That was also included in State's Exhibit number 20A through D as Exhibit number D. Do you recall documenting each of the measurements that you took from these casings to the point of reference?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted in this following slide? At least a portion of which.
The first page of it, yes.
All right, and so we have the full compilation of that, and that was what was just provided to you as each of the markers.
That's right.
Describe for the jury, please, what we're actually looking at overall. It's a little bit different when you can see it in front of you, I think.
Sure. So the column that's labeled evidence marker is the actual number of the yellow evidence markers that are placed on the scene to delineate the items of evidence themselves. Obviously, and those are listed in numerical order, starting with EM number 1, evidence marker number 1, all the way through to evidence marker number 52. And then next to that is the description of the actual item of evidence. So in this particular case, evidence marker number 1 is a 9mm casing. That's what's noted in that first column. The second column is going to be your north-south axis measurement. So in this particular case, evidence marker number 1 is 1 foot 6 inches north of the point of reference. And then your next column is east-west. Again, that's the east-west axis of for the evidence. So in this particular case, evidence marker number 1 is a 9mm casing that is located 1 foot 6 inches north and 879 feet east of the point of reference.
Is this, and how many pages was this? Do you recall off the top of your head?
4.
Okay. Is this a tool that you utilize in creating the diagram that we've seen here?
Yes.
And do you use that in conjunction with anything else?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to view the crime scene photos when you're compiling your diagram?
Oh, yes, yes.
So you document and provide each of these measurements for each of the evidence markers.
That's correct.
On the left-hand column, is that your description of the item located at each marker?
Yes.
And ultimately, you had an opportunity to speak to us a bit about showing States 41, the shell casing that's located down the road. How far away did you indicate that the Sunset Motel was from your point of reference or the reference point you measured from?
I don't recall the exact feet measurement, but it was approximately a third of a mile.
How is it that it was discovered that there was a casing near the Sunset Motel?
So basically, when we had completed the labeling of the evidence that we found in the immediate concentrated area of the victim's vehicle. We then expanded our search and did a line search further down the roadway to basically see if there was any other items of evidence that we have maybe missed or not seen, or that may be pertinent to the investigation.
When you ultimately locate, and I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states B, 1BG, 1BH, 1AH, 1AI, 3B, 3D, 3F, and 3C. So let's start with 3B through 3F. That's what we're looking at the sunset here. Not the state's numbers, but what are we looking at?
Oh, okay. The top left photo is the entrance to the Sunset Inn Motel on Hillsborough Avenue, and in that you can see the yellow evidence marker, evidence marker number 51, which was the shell casing that was found a third of a mile away from the point of reference. The top right is going to be a zoomed in view of the head stamp of that shell casing. The bottom left is a mid-range photo of the casing itself as it was laying in the entrance/roadway on Hillsborough Avenue. You can see the evidence marker tent there at the very top left corner of that particular photo. And then the bottom right is going to be a close-up photograph of that same shell casing along with a scale for size.
What we're looking at in the photos on the bottom, 3D and 3F, is that the condition or location of what you recovered at 51?
Yes.
And when you previously testified about the condition of the item and the location of the item, can you tell us what, if anything, about the head stamp that we're looking at in the top right there made you eliminate that from your diagram?
So if you look at the head stamp, you can see that the head stamp it's barely legible as far as the markings on the head stamp due to the condition. Looks like it had been tumbling around on the pavement for a considerable amount of time prior to the incident itself.
Now, have you had in your career with law enforcement an opportunity to view evidence of a shell casing after it has been ejected on firing, so without being weathered in some way?
Yes.
And I am showing you photographs previously admitted at evidence markers 18 and 10. I'm showing you at 18. What is that we're looking at there?
That is a expended or fired 5.56 millimeter shell casing.
And at evidence marker 10.
Also, that is a expended or fired 9 millimeter shell casing.
And I guess at first glance, if you're not familiar with firearms, they may look similar to what we've just seen at evidence marker 51 at the Sunset. So what is different from these than that?
As you can see in both photos, the head stamp is the label or the markings that are on the head of that casing. You can see that the head stamp on that is legible. You can see that the metal itself, with the exception of the indent that's created by the firing pin on the weapon when it fires the round of ammunition, you can see that there's basically no deformities on that. It's pretty smooth. The metal looks newer and smooth. Obviously have, with the exception obviously of the 9 millimeter casing that you see down the bottom that has a slight dent, which happens often from vehicles passing over or anything like that. But you can see even with that, the condition of those two casings, even with that slight amount of damage, is far better and far more pristine and newer looking, more recent looking than the a shell casing that was at evidence marker number 51.
Despite the observations that you made of the casing at evidence marker number 51, that was also collected?
Yes, it was.
What additional involvement then did you have at the scene in this particular case?
I also assisted with a video canvas of the area.
And how do you go about doing that?
Basically, we walk the scene, identify any buildings, residences that may have any kind of video surveillance footage that would offer us some type of video evidence related to the incident.
Were you successful specifically in recovering any video evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall the location from which you physically recovered video evidence?
I physically recovered evidence from the auto upgrade car lot, which is located at the northwest corner of 43rd Street and Hillsborough Avenue.
If I may show you what's been previously admitted as States 41, does that help to describe where the auto upgrade was in reference to your original point of reference used for the diagrams?
Yes.
Where is that?
So the point of reference is here, which is labeled as crash location. The auto upgrade is this car lot that takes up the, like I said, the northwest corner of 43rd Street and East Hillsborough Avenue. So it's directly north of the point of reference.
Were you able to access any relevant or potentially relevant evidence from that video camera?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
Myself and Detective Hill were familiar with this business from other unrelated investigations, so we were able to and knew that they had video that could potentially show us a view of the scene or the incident. So we had made contact with the owner of that business, met the owner there at the location itself in the office at the car lot, and he gave us access to his video DVR system so we could review it to see if there was any pertinent footage.
And did you specifically have an opportunity to review the footage from that camera?
Yes.
And tell me about how, when you are working up a case, you go about reviewing the footage to determine if there's any potential evidentiary value.
So in this particular case, we used the call-in time from the CAD to give us a roundabout of...
Would you tell the jury what the CAD is?
Sorry, it's the computer-aided dispatch. So when a call comes into 911, the 911 call taker immediately starts typing the information for that call into the computer system. Then that gets routed to the dispatcher that's actually working the channel on the radio that's specific to the area that's affected by or where the incident occurred. So that information is all recorded via the computer. So as when a call comes in, the computer, the CAD system will note the time that the call was in, the time of the first dispatch of the first officer, the time of the officer's arrivals, the time that the officers cleared the scene. So based on that, we knew what time the 911 call came in, and then we were able to go to the approximate time of the 911 call in the video footage itself, and then look for markers in that video, such as the victim vehicle in this particular case. And then from there, we can go either forwards or backwards from that point once we locate the victim vehicle in the video to figure out the entirety of the video that is of value to the investigation.
Okay, so I just want to break that down if I can. You responded to the business. Were you able to confirm that the time and date stamp on the video were accurate, or were you able to see if there was an inaccuracy?
Yes. So first thing that we always do is we look at the cameras as they're giving their live feed in the business itself, and we compare the timestamp of the live feed video to the actual time based on the atomic clock, so we can get To see if there's any discrepancy in the time. And in this particular case, there was a discrepancy.
What was that noted discrepancy in the time from real time to what you were able to see on auto upgrade?
It was 3 hours and 2 minutes slow.
Once you make the determination as to the time accuracy on the surveillance, is there anything else that you do?
Yeah, so once we determined that the video time was actually slow when compared to real time, we accounted for that and went to the camera time that would include the time, the actual real time that the call for service came in to dispatch.
When you pulled the time frame of the videos or relevant videos from this particular case, were you able to document the clip that you pulled? Save it in some way?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes.
Did you provide what observations you made to the other detectives in a part of your investigation?
Yes.
What direction, if you can tell us, does the camera angle that we are viewing the auto upgrade vehicle show us?
The camera faces south down 43rd Street. So the camera itself is actually located on North 43rd Street and has a view south down 43rd Street to Hillsborough Avenue.
I am going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 8, the auto upgrade video, please. Please, for just point of reference, tell us where we are looking at here.
So this, as I mentioned, this here is 43rd Street, looking south to this camera is located north of the intersection of 43rd Street and Hillsborough Avenue with a view south.
Is this, or have you had a chance to review the footage from auto upgrade in States 8 for the accuracy as to what you pulled for relevant portions from this video?
Yes.
Is this location in, geographically, is this location to the east or to the west of Lorenzo's garage? Need to see our map again?
Yes, please.
Where on the map is the location that we're looking at this video from?
So the video is, the camera itself is roughly located in this area here, south.
So what lane of travel are you looking for in the auto upgrade video when you pulled it?
We're looking for the westbound lanes of travel.
If you would, please let me know if you can see the screen next to you and publishing States Exhibit 8. I want to talk, you said you have markers in the video that you're looking for, so let's talk in way of what your markers were labeled by. What markers did you have in reviewing the video surveillance in this case?
The vehicles themselves, victim vehicle, and then what we believe to be the 3 suspect vehicles, vehicle 1, 2, and 3.
So if I can take this in chronological order, please, would you tell me if at all you were able to determine or depict when subject vehicle number 1 enters the frame?
Yes.
And is that depicted in the freeze that we have here?
Yes.
Okay. Would you utilize your stick, I wish we had a laser pointer, I apologize, to just show us where that is?
This vehicle here, traveling what would be westbound on Hillsborough Avenue.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate in pulling this footage for whatever you were going to relay to the other detectives, or follow this vehicle?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Hillsborough Avenue and 43rd, 45th, 47th? Are you familiar with the area?
Yes.
What if that vehicle is driving west on Hillsborough are the options? Continue west?
Yeah, the option would be continue west, ultimately towards 42nd Street or 40th Street, which would be the next major intersection to the west, or at this point, take a southbound turn, so a left turn to travel southbound on 43rd Street.
Okay, because is the vehicle, okay, I understand. So can turn left or continue on westbound?
Yes, I mean, technically it could also turn right to go northbound on 43rd, but based on the video, it appears to be in the inside travel lane, so they would have to cross over 2 travel lanes in order to do that.
Did you record or document the path of travel for vehicle number 1 to relay back in the investigation?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. In the auto upgrade video, as what we're paused at is 6 hours. It's off a little bit, right? And 2 minutes and 46.
It's 6:02:46 p.m. camera time.
Did it allow for us to document by seconds?
Yes.
Do you originally view at real time? The videos, like in real speed?
Yes.
And then do you do anything to alter that in any way?
Yes, we use different video players, different programs that use video and we use those tools that are located in those video players to slow down the video speed, so we have a better opportunity to view everything. Also, the opportunity to advance those that footage frame by frame. So slow down and frame by frame so we can pick up on details that we wouldn't be, maybe not necessarily be able to, or would have a harder time observing if the video is playing at full speed.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and play the auto upgrade video of this portion for now. At this time frame, is it the vehicle that's just turned left on 43rd is the one that you've identified as vehicle number 1?
Yes.
Can you tell me, based on your familiarity with 43rd, whether it is a larger than a 2-lane road?
It is not.
How many lanes of travel are there to travel south on 43rd?
Technically, there's 2, one going north and one going south, but I don't believe there's even a yellow line in the middle of the roadway. It's a very narrow side street.
As you continued watching this particular video, were you able to determine where the vehicle that you identified as 1 actually went?
Yes, it appears to basically cross over into oncoming traffic to move around a vehicle that was in front of it, and then ultimately makes a left turn, which would be a eastbound turn onto Frierson.
Did you subsequently have an opportunity to identify that after the vehicle turned left on Frierson, what in that area would have been the businesses?
Yes, the immediately there on Frierson, there's 2 businesses, the Principal Auto Sales as well as the Land Trucking.
And did you have an opportunity to review the footage from DeLand Trucking as well?
I personally did not review that footage.
Is DeLand Trucking documented on this map in some way?
Yes, it is.
So please utilize now with your wooden stick there, if you could document for us the path of travel that you were able to see from the vehicle itself.
So from what I could see on the video from the the vehicle turns, like I said, southbound onto 43rd Street, goes around the vehicle that was traveling in front of it on 43rd Street, and then makes a eastbound turn onto Frierson. Once it obviously makes that turn, the video from Auto Upgrade does not have a view of where it goes from there.
If I may ask you a question about your familiarity with the area, if on Frierson heading eastbound, what is the road for which you can make the next left-hand turn?
The next left-hand turn would be 44th Street, which would bring you back out to the eastbound travel lanes of Hillsborough Avenue.
I am publishing, Your Honor, Composite Exhibit 14A through D. Previously admitted.
And again, if you make from heading south on 43rd, a left, the first left-hand turn thereafter after DeLand, is that Frierson?
Yes, ma'am.
If you make a left hand at the end of Frierson, what road are you then on?
North 44th Street.
Now, were you able to, from at least the evidence that you collected, determine after the auto upgrade vehicle where vehicle number 1 would have traveled?
It traveled southbound on 43rd Street.
Correct. So after the last time you see that car, vehicle number 1 on auto upgrade, after your investigation, you are not a part of the investigation where vehicle number 1 is seen again.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you focus on vehicle number 1 in your analysis of auto upgrade.
That's correct.
Do you then switch your focus to vehicle number 2, victim vehicle? Tell me what your process is next.
Yes. So the next would have been to the victim vehicle, vehicle number 2, and then the third vehicle that we learned was potentially involved in the incident.
So if I return to the auto upgrade footage, same view. Yes, I apologize. Exhibit 8. Same view we were looking at before. Is this the same video we were looking at before?
Yes.
But do you now in this process identify or attempt to identify the victim vehicle?
Yes.
Are you able at 6:03:01 p.m. as documented on this particular video, able to identify any other vehicles of interest to law enforcement?
Yes.
And please identify what vehicles those are.
So this vehicle outside travel lane of Hillsborough Avenue would be the victim's vehicle. The vehicle that's parallel to it in either the inside or middle lane, I can't really determine, but that was the vehicle that we identified as vehicle number 2.
And you indicated you did have an ability to slow down these videos then when you observed them.
That's correct.
In doing so, was there anything of note that you could mark or relay regarding regarding vehicle number 2 in the investigation?
No.
In this particular angle?
No.
Now, in slowing the video down, are you able to identify any other vehicles of interest?
Yes, this vehicle here was the vehicle that referred to as vehicle number 3.
Still, it's a slowed version of the video, so 6:03:03, essentially the same 2 seconds. 6:03:03 is what's depicted now, and were you able to view a slowed version of this portion?
Yes.
Now, when I asked you about a slowed version of the video, you told us something about frame by frame, so tell me the difference between those things.
So slow is just slowing down the actual speed of the video, and then a frame by frame is literally taking each individual frame of that video and progressing through it, so as almost like a single photo of each frame of video that's being displayed.
Were you able to do that with the video in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to do my best if you'll just let me know if you can see this. You can still see the video?
Yes.
Okay. Again, by reference, can you identify the vehicles that were of interest to law enforcement from this frame?
Yes.
603, I apologize. 60302.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, the video's kind of skipped a bit. Hold on one second. Okay, so let's reorient ourselves here. We're looking at, can you depict vehicle number 1 in this clip? If we start the video over.
Yes. This vehicle here that's just about to execute the southbound turn onto North 43rd Street.
And at 60301, are you able to identify vehicles number 2 and the victim vehicle?
Yes. The victim vehicle is here. Vehicle 2 is the one parallel to it, traveling in one of the inside lanes.
Same timestamp. (603:02). And are you able to identify vehicle number 3?
That's this vehicle traveling also in one of the inside travel lanes, westbound travel lanes on Hillsborough.
It's really not liking what I'm trying to. Your Honor, can I have one moment while we work on this technical issue?
Not sure why we just lost the audio there. She said she needed 1 minute and then the audio went away. So, not sure what's going on there. Just when we thought we had the audio back. Well, hang in there. Yep, the audio went away, so just hang in there. Hang in there. She said that she just needed a moment, and now there's no audio.
Muzzle flash of a weapon being fired.
Is this the only muzzle flash that you were able to see when you went frame by frame in the video?
No.
We talked a little bit before about how rapid it is. It appears in 60303 in the same second that what you've just mentioned is no longer there.
That's correct.
Is that consistent also with muzzle flash?
Yes.
In 603 as well. Is the vehicle now in a different location?
Yes, it is.
Where's that, or how does that differ from the last frame?
So now the vehicle is roughly positioned in the middle of the roadway or intersection of Hillsborough Avenue and North 43rd Street.
And did you observe or relay the observations from this footage about potential muzzle flash from this image?
Yes.
And then lastly, at 6:03:04, were you able to utilize both this footage and additional surveillance footage collected in this case to ascertain whether you believe there was an additional firing from vehicle number 3 at this time, at 6:03:04?
Yes.
And is that depicted on this image?
Yes, it is.
Please show us where. Now, is your reliance upon indicating that that is consistent with muzzle flash just from watching this video?
No, it's not.
Were there other avenues that you utilized in viewing the surveillance footage to identify it as muzzle flash?
Yes. In this particular video, I noted all the vehicles as they pass through the intersection, to include vehicles that aren't even involved, and noted that there was reflections of light on the windshield that were not as intense, not as bright, that appeared to be consistent with the reflection of streetlights. As a matter of fact, in this video itself, there's of that vehicle actually, you could see that same reflection of the streetlight, and you can compare that to the intensity and brightness and the quickness of the flashing of that. Also, obviously, the fact that there were numerous shell casings collected in the area of where those flashes can be observed. And then also, there is a second video angle from a different business that also shows those flashes of light that are consistent. So, in other words, I could confidently at that point say that it's probably not just an artifact of light reflecting off, because we've got a completely different camera oriented in a completely different location with a completely different view, showing the same thing but from the opposite side at the same marker points in the video from the auto upgrade video.
Now, is the video you're talking about from the opposite side of Hillsborough the video collected by Detective Wolf?
Yes.
And was that provided to you at your request by Detective Wolf?
Yes.
Is that from a location that you can identify on this map as well?
Yes, it is.
Where is that?
Here, the Principal Auto Sales, which is located on the southwest corner of Hillsborough Avenue and 43rd Street.
Do you recall how many camera angles there were to the Principal Auto Sales video?
I believe there were 2.
And did the auto upgrade video that you captured that we just looked at for the muzzle flash, did that actually capture the crash location?
The crash location was just off the frame of the video, so no, it did not.
Now, when you requested that the video from Principal Auto Sales be provided by Detective Wolf, did you also have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes.
And in viewing that footage, did you make the same conclusion regarding the observations of potential muzzle flash?
Yes, I did.
Have you had an opportunity to review the footage from Principal Auto Sales, what's been previously admitted as States 18A and B?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 18A. Please tell us what angle we're looking at from here.
So this is going to be oriented basically north, directly at the location where the victim vehicle crashes into the Tico telephone pole. Particularly this location that you're seeing in the video is, as I mentioned, south of the video angle that you saw from the auto upgrade, and just to the west.
Show me that, if you would. Sure. It's kind of hard to understand what directions you're telling me.
So the camera angle itself is basically in this area here, looking for the most part northwest, but for the most part head on to the location of the crash.
As opposed to what we were seeing from auto upgrade, which was directionality of what?
Auto upgrade would be roughly the camera located in this area, oriented south, due south down 43rd Street.
Principal Auto Sales looks, at least from the map we're looking at here, to be to the west of 43rd Street. Did either of the images or views from Principal Auto Sales capture 43rd?
No.
Going south?
No.
So in viewing Principal Auto, were there multiple camera angles?
Yes.
And the angle here in particular, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you also utilize a zoom feature or filter when viewing the videos from Principal Auto?
Yes.
Publishing states 18A at 8:05:01. Can you see the item that you used as the point of reference for your diagram in this particular video?
Yes.
Can you show us where that is?
Right here. This area here.
Between the 20 and 21 of the year on the timestamp?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that again?
That was the Tico telephone pole.
Having viewed that evidence in real time at 8:05:12, were you able to confirm whether or not that was the same vehicle crash location as what you responded to on the same date?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, were there any other vehicle crash locations on Hillsborough at that night and time?
No, ma'am.
Were you able then, in viewing this particular photo, to slow down the images that you were seeing and go in the same frame-by-frame manner that you originally had?
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at 8:05:06, were you able to identify vehicle number 1 in reviewing the Principal Auto Sales video?
Yes.
And did it enter and pass the frame before, during, or after the victim's vehicle? Vehicle number, I apologize, vehicle number 2.
Vehicle number 2, yes.
So did it enter before or after the victim's vehicle?
Could you play it again? I'm sorry.
Confusing. Does vehicle 1 come into view, excuse me, not vehicle 1, vehicle 1's turned.
Yes, vehicle 1 is already turned.
Does vehicle number 2 enter the video frame from principal
Yes.
before the victim's vehicle?
Yes, it does.
I apologize for the confusion.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but can I object? Can we approach the bench pretty briefly?
Sure.
So while they're at a sidebar, they're showing all the videos, the muzzle flashes. Did you see the muzzle flashes? That comes from the rifle, which is like a AR-15, I guess. Same as the M16. This guy was in the Marines, so he's an expert there. And they're showing, we just saw the car crash. So car 1 turned on the 43rd. I have little, I took screenshots. So hopefully we'll, at the break, we'll pull those up and kind of go through that. So vehicle 1 turns, passes the victim's car, turns down 43rd, and then vehicle 2 and 3. I gotta figure out which car this is. All right, so that was James Denson. So this is car 1. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this is car 1. So this is car 1 defendants that they're showing. So car 1 is sitting at one table, car 3 is sitting at another. So that's Andrew. That's Andrew Thompson. So this is all car 3. So that was Jalen Bedward, then James Denson, then Andrew Thompson. So that's all car 3. So who's sitting behind? Okay, so now this is Javante. Zavante Sampson. So he's the driver of car 1. So I'm not sure in the gallery who's on whose side.
What we're going to do, the attorneys and I have agreed, this would be a great time to take our lunch break. So I would ask that you return back at 1:20. See y'all then.
All rise for the tour.
All right, so they are on lunch until 1:20. So they're giving an hour and 10 minutes? Hour and 15 minutes? About an hour and 15 minutes. Oh, wait.
We had significant discussions about Detective Salay's qualifications for reviewing and testifying to the Compton Carolina Department investigation. And during the prep with Detective Albertson, given his position, reviewed the evidence in the case.
It's all trial prep.
Prep.
Okay. All right. Court being recessed till 1:20.
Court says.
All right, so now they are yeah, we are caught up. Queen Olive. All right, so let me go through some of this testimony. This was, I really like demonstratives. I'm a big fan of demonstratives. So let's go, let's see here. Let me pull up some of this while I go through. So first of all, I'll pull up, let's see. All right, so these are all the casings that were found. All right, these are all the casings that were found from 45th all the way to 43rd. Is that 45th to 43rd? Wait, hold on. I think that's 43rd. No, 43rd. I guess the 41st maybe? Ugh, can't tell. Doggone it. Oh, here they're showing no audio, but they're showing I always like to look at this stuff. We'll stay here for a minute. So we get them outside the presence of the jury there. Some of the lawyers milling about. So those are all the defense lawyers. They're all taking off their ties. Yeah, no hot mic. They shut their mics off, but at least we're getting some behind the scenes outside the presence of the jury there. It's always fun to see. All right, looks like they paused it. Nope, no, they're back again. I just don't want an ad to come on or anything. Color saturation, I agree. Yeah, the color saturation is pretty wild. Spicy Kitten, yes. He's got some serious dreads going on. There's a couple of people in the gallery, too, that have some pretty long dreads. All right, that's Jalen Bedward. He's 22. He's a driver. He was car 3 driver. All right, that's James Denson, 24. He was in the back seat. I think he had a 9mm. He's one that had 9mm. I think he's the one that pawned his 30 days later. I think he pawned his 9mm 30 days later. Yep, no audio. All right, that's Savante Sampson. He was the driver. I wonder if they're going to leave or if they're going to stay. All right, there's Sampson. So he's talking with Brian Gonzalez. That's his representative, Brian Gonzalez. There is no audio. I've checked a couple times. Boy, he looks so small. That's James Denson. He looks so tiny. Look at him. He looks like a kid. My gosh, he's so small. Yeah, he is a small little guy. And he looks young. He's 24. He's even not the youngest. The youngest is Andrew Thompson. He had the rifle. He's 22. And Jalen Bedward, he's 22. So James Denson, he's 24. He's not even the youngest. Sharon Pierce. Have no fear. Sharon is here. Hello, Sharon. Thank you for joining us. All right, there's Sampson. He was the driver of car 1. He's 30. He's the oldest one out of all of them. He's 30. And that's his lawyer, Brian Gonzalez. So Zavante Sampson, car 1. He's car 1 driver. Clearly, they're going over some stuff. And again, no audio. Check the audio. So he's the oldest one out. He's 30. Yeah, I don't know. Psychosaurus, I'm not sure what they're going over. Maybe just some strategy. What's for lunch? What are you going to do? Can I stay here? Nope. He's a little bit taller. He's definitely a taller guy. So he's car 1 driver, Zavante Sampson. Gordon, didn't Samson have all his hair cut off? Yeah. Samson and Delilah. He's going to be pretty upset when they shave his head after conviction, Woke says. Yeah. His dreadlocks are the length of my body. Right? I had hair down to my waist at one point. All right. So this is that Quandarius? I think that's, I can't quite tell. I think that's Quandarius Hammond. I'm not quite sure, though. I didn't get a good look at him, and I don't quite I think, or was that James Denson? That might have been James Denson. He's 24. No. Denson was the one that was just let out. So would that be, I can't quite tell. Jenny, your husband has hair to his waist. I love it. Not dreadlocks, though. Gosh, they're all super tall except James. He's like half the height of the others. I wonder also the bailiffs, comparing them to the bailiffs. All right, looks like that might be it. I mean, the bailiffs, that one bailiff could have been really tall, too. It's hard to tell. All right. All right, let's go back to this then. All right, so all of these casings, this was Detective Alverson. So he's homicide. He's went to the Marine, or was a Marine in the Marine Corps. He was instructed soldiers 9mm and 5.56 caliber, which is basically the M16. The AR-15 is the similar rifle. So he goes through and he constructs all these diagrams, and this was one of them. So to me, yeah, this just shows, so that grouping is where the car crashed. Or no, actually the car crashed where it says I guess the car crashed where it says FD. Here, let me get this. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. Okay, so here's the car crash. Car crash is there. So all those casings are after they went past the car. And then there's also casings on the other side of Hillsborough. Let's see what else we have. Here's a close-up of it. So here's the car. So you got 38, 39, 36, 37, 35, 34, 33. So I'm still trying to figure it out. Does it, Woke and I, we were talking. It was like, yes, Aussie lunch. I should put that up. Lunchtime. Let me put that up so you guys know. Court is at lunch. $1:20 Eastern. All right, court is at lunch until 1:20. What was I talking about? Okay, so we're just going to go through, we'll just go through some of, and here is a map. We'll go through some of the testimony. All right, here's a map that they were just talking about. I know this helps me. I love maps, so this will help me as we're going through this. Excuse me. All right, so we've got We've got 45th Street to the far, actually we have the very far right is 47th. All right, that's 47th. And the pin is where the Chevron gas station was. So Willie Brown, Mary Harrison, Suni Bell, they're driving around in that car. It's like, let's go through it. So detective said that the casings were about 1,461 feet. So 1,461 feet were the total distancing from the casings. And those were from all right, so there's the total casings. 1,461 feet. So most of the casings were near the crashed car, right, as you can see, but they started firing at 45th Street. That's where the first casings were found, And then the last casing was found way over at 42nd Street. So this goes from this goes from 47th all the way to 42nd, and this isn't to scale. So that's it says that's 1,400. So it's like what's that, a third of them? Let's see, 5,380 is a mile. So over a fifth of a mile or so. So that's how long this was taking place. All right, then he starts to pull up video from Auto Upgrade, which faces south down 43rd to Hillsborough. So let's go back to that. All right, so okay, so now we've got 47th on the right, 45th in the middle there, then 43rd, and then that pin is where the Chevron station was. So the car crashes past 43rd, kind of where that Village Motel is. That's kind of where the car crashes. So the video, so there's a 3 hour and 2 minute discrepancy. I do not understand that. That happens a lot where it's like, it's not just like an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. It's like 3 hours and 26 minutes, or in this case, 3 hours and 2 minutes discrepancy. I would love to talk to somebody about that. Why on earth is there a 3 hour and 2 minute discrepancy? Anyway, so on the camera or on the video, it says 6:02, but you have to add 3 hours to all of that, 3 hours and 2 minutes. So it's really 9 o'clock. So Willie Brown and Mary Harrison, brother and sister, they were at a remembrance gathering celebration for their father, right? So they're going to the cousins. There's a cousin of Willie Brown's. I'm assuming that's Mary then too, because if they're brother and sister. So they're going to an after gathering event. They're driving around. Willie's driving around, and I guess he's lost. We missed his testimony. Mary and his testimony were yesterday, so we don't have that, sadly. But we do have Willie saying that he was lost. He was driving around. He jumped out of the car after they start shooting. That he thought that they were shooting at him, so he jumps out of the car and takes off running. Mary is in the car. She's in the driver's seat. This is after the car crashes, so she jumps out and she's trying to, actually, that's not true. Hold on a sec. I'm getting my story mixed up now. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. I don't know if the car crashes and then he jumps out. Hold on a sec. All right, so Willie Brown testified. He described the moment they heard bullets pierced the car. He jumped out, started running. He thought he was being shot at and feared for his life. One of the defense attorneys questioned whether Brown had a gun of his own. So then Harrison took the stand. That's the mother. She described jumping from the passenger seat into the driver's seat to try to escape the gunfire. Okay, so it must have been after they crashed. So I guess they crashed. And he jumps out. So they crash and then he jumps out. All right, so Detective Alverson showing some video. He shows the muzzle flashes. I took a screenshot of that too. Let's see if we can. What do you guys think about these muzzle flashes? Do you think this is a muzzle flash? What do you guys think about this? Do you think that's a muzzle flash? For those that know, what do you guys think? It's pretty bright. Whatever it is that's coming out of that car, that's pretty bright. What do you guys think? So that's looking down. That's looking south. So that car is that's the car 3. So that's looking south, and they're traveling from west to east. No, wait. I'm sorry, they're going east to west. So that's Hillsborough Avenue. Do you think that's a muzzle flash? What do you think? Chris says, yeah. Red Snap says, yep. Amanda could well be. Certainly not a firework. Uncle testified he had no gun, jumped out scared, and tried to get help from the neighbors. Yeah, I'm trying to find some testimony. Oh, wait a minute here. I may have found something. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. No, it's not a person by person. There was even a scuffle during a recess. There was a scuffle broke out between the relatives of the victims and the defendants. No one was arrested, but some people were escorted out. I was hoping to find a blow by blow, but a more expanded. But okay, so Mary Bree Harrison, she sobbed as she recalled the final minutes of her daughter's life. This was yesterday. She just kept saying, "Mommy," Harrison testified. She said her daughter had been asleep in the backseat when the shots rang out. I was telling her to get down, get down, get down. She was screaming, "Mommy." Her testimony was so emotional that court paused briefly for a recess. The judge ordered that Harrison's face not be shown on camera. The defense later requested a mistrial, arguing Harrison's emotional testimony could prejudice the jury. The judge quickly denied the motion. Bell's uncle, who's Willie Brown, he was driving the car, also testified. He told jurors he had never seen anyone in the defendant's vehicle before. He was unarmed and did not threaten anyone. So that's some testimony. Oh wait, can we get some? Oh, okay, hold on. I've got the scuffle. I found the scuffle. Here, let's check this out. I found the scuffle. Let me put it over here just in case. I don't want to lose anything. I don't want to. You know what? I'm going to show the scuffle later because I don't want to lose this feed. I'll show the scuffle later. Remind me. I will definitely show the scuffle later. I don't want to lose this feed because I'm not sure what's going to happen if I go off of this feed. So I don't want to lose this feed because if we lose this feed, then we're toast. We can't do anything. We can't come back to it. So I don't want to mess with that. So we'll just leave it as is right now. This is it's very tenuous. It's a very, very fragile thing. So, all right. Jenny, do they expect a mother not to get emotional when testifying about this? Of course they won't grant a mistrial for that. I know. Okay, yeah, says, he said they kept shooting when he jumped out. Sweet Vampy is back. You had to clean. Queen Olive, I don't understand why parents that lose their children are expected to not show emotion. I know, right? It is. I agree. Sherry M, he is lucky they didn't gun him down in the street. I am amazed that Mary and Willie were not shot, to be quite honest. I'm just absolutely amazed that they're okay. They didn't have one bullet. 40 bullets were shot. 40 casings were found, and only one We saw how many went into the car, right? I counted. I wish they had said, and maybe they did, but I didn't hear it. But is it Ashley Moore, officer, I should say? There was 2 in the driver's quarter panel. There was 2 in the driver's door, so that's 4. There were 4 in the door, so that's 8 passenger, and then another 2, that's 10 in the window, 2 in the window. Then there was 1 in the license plate, that's 11. 1 in the back of the car, that's 12. And then the passenger window in the back door, I have a feeling that went through. So 12, 40 casings, and 12 hit the car. So it is amazing that they made it through. It really is amazing that they made it through. So Psychosaurus Rex. Oh wow, been wondering if Mom was injured at all. How the heck did not even one hit her? I mean, thank goodness it didn't. But wow, I know. I agree. It's I don't know. And then he's running. And then Willie's running. Willie gets out of the car and starts running. I guess they're past him by then, but still. I don't know. So, all right, let's show some kitty cam. How about that? Let's do some kitty cam. Let me put this up here too. Court is at lunch. We'll do some kitty cam for you guys. All right, welcome back in. Welcome back in. Hope you guys enjoyed some kitty cam there for your lunchtime viewing. And Riker, yes, Riker loves her little. Wow, what's he doing? What's Judge doing there? Huh. Wonder what the judge is up to there. Oh, well, hello. Hi. Oh, don't step on the keyboard. All right, go over there. All right. Yeah, why? Why is the judge doing one of these? Citing us down. Interesting. All right. How are you guys doing? All right, you like my shirt? That's cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. I like it as well. So let's see, when we left, I'm going to show the scuffle afterwards. This was a scuffle from day one. Again, I don't want to do anything to mess with our feed because it's so fragile. So I'll show the scuffle from day one afterwards. So let's see. If Keanu Reeves and Stacy Keach had a child, Sinbad says, that is so true. That is so true. Sweet Vampy, you were cleaning through it all. You're tired. Yes, there was a scuffle between defendants and victims' families, I guess. So we'll have to see what happened. Tensions flare between families after opening statements. So I'll play that afterwards. Again, our this feed we have is so fragile. I don't want to mess with it. So we'll just let it be. We'll let it be for now. So 1:20, they're supposed to be coming back at 1:20, which is 1 minute from now. For those wondering, 1 more minute. So, no real happy. It was yesterday. Day one. There was a scuffle after opening statements, which I guess was around lunchtime. Yeah, because I think they broke. It may have been right before lunchtime. There was a scuffle. Scuffle broke out. Members of different families got into a courthouse scuffle after openings. So we'll check that out. So Willie Brown testified shots came from a vehicle. He ran from the vehicle under gunfire, leaving it behind. He denied ever having a gun, threatening anyone, or knowing defendants. On cross, Brown admitted he initially wasn't going to attend the memorial due to family disputes, including with Mary. Acknowledged in that event he and Mary smoked marijuana and drank Hennessy while sitting in his car. Suggested underlying family tensions and intoxication may have affected credibility. Mary Harrison, who is Suni Bell's mother, testified that Suni was asleep in the back seat before gunfire broke out. Willie jumped out of the car once shots started. She testified that she tried to move from the passenger seat to the driver's seat to steer the car and hit a pole. All right, so I guess they had stopped. He jumps out and runs away. Then she gets in the car, tries to drive away, and then gets hit, and then hits the pole. On cross, she testified she was never asked to identify the vehicles involved by law enforcement. She testifies as to not smoking marijuana that night. So that was from yesterday. So that was yesterday's testimony. Some of yesterday's testimony, I should say. From Willie Brown and Mary Harrison. Apparently it was in the court. 13th juror, it was in the court. I'll play it later. I'll play it in again, I don't want to play it now because I don't want to mess with this feed, but I will play it at the end of today's testimony. We'll play it. I would too if I had to be in a room with someone who took a life of someone I love, right? Sweet Vampy says, Joanne, I can't imagine how tense it must have been for Sonny's family. Mama C says, Willie's a coward. He should have tried to protect that baby. Sweet Vampy, I wanted to fight my uncle's killer, but I couldn't. Sadly, he was dead too. Lyndon SC, hello everyone. Just catching up with y'all and this trial. So sad. Yes, it is. Sinbad, it sure seems like it may have been more to the story than we thought. There always is, right? There always is more to the story. Always, always, always more to the story. All right. Let's see here. All right. Sinbad makes me extra proud of Phil, Shelley, and Ruth sitting through 5 trials while holding their composure. I agree. Woke's joke. Drug, alcohol, and violence doesn't generally end well. What's so hard to comprehend about it? Psychosaurus Rex. I suddenly smell peanut butter. Olfactory hallucination or wishful thinking? JRN Rexy. Well, me and Aussie are here. Starfish and Coffee. Yeah, it was yesterday, and we were hoping to play it this morning, but there were some technical issues, so we were not able to capture it. So right now, it seems like it doesn't exist in the interwebs. So sadly, if you didn't see it yesterday, it doesn't look like it's out there. So we're going to try and keep trying to find it. Maybe somebody recorded it. We had it, but then we listened back to it, and there's some issues with it. So unfortunately, we don't have that. We just have opening statements. All right, so they're bringing some of the defendants back in. Widespread panic. Finally make it. Court's on break. They're coming back. They're scheduled to come back at 1:20. Well, judge said come back at 1:20, so probably 1:30. So you're good. You're good. You're good. That is Jalen Bedward. That's Jalen Bedward coming back in. He was the driver of car 3. Woke his joke. Love that starburst paint job on the 6th string. Yeah, thank you. That's my Rickenbacker. Yeah, that's nice. I got that in 1988. Judge looks like a rock star. Yes, he does. Hellrider, hey, hope everyone had a great lunch. Sinbad, your daughter has a Rickenbacker? Yeah, they're cool. So 366. Got it at Manny's Music in New York City before Manny's closed down. Richard, you have a Taylor? Very cool. Rickenbacker, that's a fun name. Yes, it is a fun name. I got it primarily for John Lennon, Peter Buck, Robin Hitchcock. Those were like the 3. Did I say 3? Robin Hitchcock, John Lennon, Peter Buck. Yeah, they all played Rickenbackers. You had Guitar Hero? I think I played that once or twice. I remember when I was in an apartment, somebody had it, and I was playing it. I've played it a couple times. Joanne says, Alicia, the judge reminds me of an Old West dude. I can imagine him hanging with Wild Bill. Hellrider, didn't you have a band at one time? I was in several. I was in 3 at one point. I was like in 3 at one point. I was in, let's see, at that point in time, I was in a all girls band, except I was the male, so it wasn't all girls. But the bass player was male as well. So 2 female singers and guitar player, writer, songwriters, and then female drums. And then I was lead guitar and a bass player. We were the males. And then I was in like a excuse me, I was in a another band, all guys, and that was kind of more jangly, early Beatles, early Stones, Bruce Springsteen-ish kind of band, like early Beatles, early Stones, bluesy kind of, and Bruce Springsteen. Then I was in another band with just a female songwriter, singer-songwriter. So those were those 3. I've played in like hard rock bands. I've played in singer-songwriter bands. I've played in jangly alt bands, country alt. Played in country alt bands. Played in like alternative bands. So it was fun. Let's see here. Excuse me. Sinbad says she has a Taylor acoustic, 3 Gibsons, 2 Fenders, 2 Ovations, 2 basses, 1 violin, 2 keyboards. She has a 1-gal band. That's cool. Very cool. Hellrider, assuming rock was your music. Yeah, blues rock for sure. I'm a big fan of like British blues rock. Zeppelin, Stones, The Who, Beatles, obviously. But I also grew up with punk rock too. So, and then the '90s. That was when I was doing my thing. Was in the '90s. So all the grunge that was coming out. So I pretty much like all kinds of music. I do find myself navigating, going more towards like British music. I like a lot of British music. Ivy Push, just jumping on. Are they all being on trial at the same time? Yes, they are. 5 defendants, all on trial at the same time. Yes, party on. Stevie Ray, yeah, I'm a big fan of Stevie Ray's. You must be a young whippersnapper. I am, I guess, right? It's all relative. I would like to say I'm still young at heart. Sweet Vampy, you're going to be 40 next year. I'm sure there's a lot of people in here that wish they were 40 again. Hellrider, love you some Stevie. Kathy says that's cool. Turning 40 or being a young whippersnapper. Moody Blues, yes, your favorite. Your son was a pink rocker drummer. You loved the Rev from A's 7X, Blink, yep. Buddy Rich, Dino, yep. Dino, I should say, from the Rascals, yep. Alicia turned 40 this year. Oh, Mary, you got to see Stevie? Very nice. Yeah, I never did. Chris says, I love all music, but the blues just gets my soul going. Love me some Colin James. He's so cute and I want to put him in my pocket. Nice. Cross-examnesia. If I played the guitar, it would be more a Fender than Fender. Nice. Richard, heck, I'd like to just have 5 years back. Erica, you turned 32 today. Well, happy birthday to you. Awesome. Happy birthday, Erica. Thank you for letting us know. Amy, you'll be 50 years old next year. Let's see. If I could have seen one person, it would have been Stevie. A writer says, Psychosaurus, please tell me you and Aaron dress as Wayne and Garth every Halloween. We do not. That's funny though. Big country Scottish band, great guitar in their music. Yep. They're pretty good. Real happy saying happy birthday to Erica. Joanne, do I want to be 40 again? No thanks. I was married to, yeah, then there's that. I think about that a lot. It's like, oh yeah, I really, 40s were fun. That was cool. But then I'm like, well, then I wouldn't be where I am right now. I wish I had done this. I wish I had started this 10 years ago, but then I wouldn't have those 10 years of experience that I had getting to here. So it's kind of like music. I had this conversation when I was younger. I'm like, the 60s, they were the best. That was the best, best music ever. 67 to 72, never been matched. It's the best time of music, blah, blah, blah. But then my friend, who was really, really into music, and he was like, well, if you weren't alive now, then you wouldn't be able to appreciate back then and or now, because there is still a lot of great music now. You just have to dig for it. So, like if you were born, if you were just, into the style of the 40s, you would never know that the 60s, music, or you would never know the 70s or the 80s or 90s and so on and so forth. So that he told me that when I was like 17 or 18, because I was like, 1967, the summer of love, no better year ever, blah. But he's like, well, then you wouldn't know who R.E.M. is. You wouldn't know who, The Clash. You wouldn't know who, it just goes on and on, So I'm like, oh, that's a good point. You're right. I would not know that. So I thought that kind of made me rethink my position on that. I hear sound.
All right, so Jordan. Trace back, I'll make you seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No problems with following the court's instructions, I presume? Very good, thank you. Counselor, may begin.
Thank you.
Continue.
I think when we left off, we were talking about the property principal auto sales and camera related to that. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we looked at the area map for principal auto sales in relation to State's Exhibit 41A, the general map that we've been using here, did you confirm for us where the principal auto sales location looked at or what it captured?
Yes.
What direction was that?
Generally to the northwest, just west of North 43rd Street, looking across Hillsborough Avenue towards the crash location of the victim vehicle and point of reference.
So let's go back to the video here. Can you please let us know where, if at all, you were able to obtain any screenshots or video footage of evidentiary value from this particular video?
So the what you see up by the 2021 is the victim's vehicle crashing into the Tico telephone pole that which was the point of reference from the diagram.
And were you able to use your frame by frame? I think that's letter E. Is that right? To forward it to frame by frame.
I have a button on mine.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. You were able to use frame by frame with these images as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And from this angle, were you able to capture any stills of evidentiary value towards your investigation?
Just the vehicle passing by that we had ultimately identified as what we were calling vehicle number 2.
And what about vehicle number 3 as the vehicle or after the vehicle is making impact there? At 8:05:08, excuse me.
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, just note my continuing objection.
Objection noted. Thank you. You may continue.
Now, from this particular footage, was there also, or were you also provided by Detective Wolf another frame?
Yes, it was.
And is that a different angle that we get to see of the incident itself?
Yes, it is.
Before we switch to that frame, still looking at 18A and B, you utilized the same techniques in slowing this video as well.
Yes.
From the frames that you utilized, at least from this angle, were you able to determine whether or not you also would have seen muzzle flash?
From this frame, no.
And the secondary frame, composite composite 18A and B, is this video the secondary view that you had from Principal Auto?
Yes.
And can you tell us which direction this is pointed and what it's capturing?
Yeah, this one is pointed generally to the northeast. It captures the intersection, the north side of the intersection of Hillsborough Avenue and North 43rd Street.
So if you're looking at the map that we're utilizing, the location of where the camera is still Principal Auto Sales, the same business.
That's correct.
And the crash location, is that depicted on the footage that we observed, at least from Principal Auto?
Yes.
And you also capture a little bit of 43rd.
That's correct.
Are you able to capture at all or relay what's captured as it relates to anything on the south of Hillsborough portion of 43rd?
No.
Would you have been able, or did you capture any images from this view of the first vehicle turning south on 43rd?
No.
Is the location where that video, according to your review of the auto upgrade video, is this 43rd that would have been turned down to the right of this business?
Yes.
Okay. So just looking from a different vantage point from auto upgrade then.
That's correct.
And playing 18B. Were you able to identify any vehicles of note in 18B?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and let it play through, and then we'll go back if that's okay, Detective. Now, when we watch this video clip as well, tell us where your point of reference used for the diagram or the crash site is located in this particular video, please.
The point of reference is generally right here, just kind of beyond the this tree or bush that you can see in the frame.
And please identify, if you can, the vehicle behind the crash site there.
This one right here?
Behind that one, behind the victim's vehicle, excuse me.
That would be upright victim vehicle, and this would be the vehicle that we had designated as vehicle number 3.
Restarting that for you, I'm just going to go with frame by frame as we were before. At 8:05:06, playing the video. I apologize. I'm going to start at 8:05:05, if I may, Detective. Before the vehicle makes impact at the point of reference, the location where the crash is, Are you able to identify vehicle number 2 entering the frame of the footage?
Yes.
So if I've started this over, please for reference, I know it's confusing me in control of this, but if you could please for reference identify for us vehicle number 2 before the victim vehicle makes impact. In the center of the frame at 8:05:05.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you able to see the victim's vehicle entering the frame at the same time, Stan?
Yes, that would be the vehicle here. I can see it. It's breaking the intersection and kind of looks like it's already starting to ride the curb.
Now, taking this frame by frame at 8:05:06. Are you able to determine that vehicle 2 leaves the video frame at 8:05:06?
Yes, it just passed through beyond the view here, beyond the bush.
Is vehicle number 3 at any point at 8:05:06 entering the video frame?
Yes, you can just barely see it up here at the top.
Are you better able to see vehicle number 3 entering the frame at 8:05:07?
Yes, right here.
Did you take any note at 8:05:07 of vehicle number 3?
Yes, the bright flash right here that looks like it's coming from the passenger side of the vehicle, and which is consistent with the bright flash that can be seen on the auto upgrade video as the vehicle is braking the intersection. It's basically the same point in the video, or the same point in the roadway.
Are the video clips that we have from Auto Upgrade, the business on the north side of the road, and this video overlapping in time?
Yes.
Okay, so we see this, what is believed to be the same incident from both angles, but they're overlapping.
That's correct.
Understood. Is this the first muzzle flash that we saw on Auto Upgrade when we reviewed that footage just now?
This would be the second.
And how is it that you're able to determine this was the second muzzle flash?
Based on the vehicle's position in the intersection of 43rd and Hillsborough.
So as it relates to this video, because the vehicle is already at the intersection of 43rd and Hillsborough?
That's correct, and that would be consistent with the second muzzle flash that we can see in the auto upgrade video.
Okay. And if we continue watching vehicle number 3 as identified, has the victim's vehicle made impact with the point of reference at this time?
Not yet.
Still at 8:05:07.
That's correct.
At 8:05:07 as well. Was there any note or screenshot taken by you or indication of something of importance of vehicle number 3?
Yes, noted another bright flash consistent with the muzzle flash coming from the passenger side of the vehicle.
All right, so beyond 8:05:07, 8:05:08, oh, it's still 8:05:07, excuse me. Are you still able to see the victim's vehicle 8:05:07 in this frame?
Yes, right before it's making impact right here.
And same with vehicle number 3.
Yes.
Are you able to determine from the principal auto video the location and time of impact of the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
And is that still depicted in this video?
Yes. So the pole right here, you can actually see the vehicle beginning to crumple as it's hitting the pole.
Still at 8:05:07, any other depictions of importance from vehicle 3?
Appears to be vehicle continuing in what appears to be another muzzle flash.
After vehicle number 3 departs the frame provided from Principal Auto, do you see any additional movement from the victim's vehicle at the point of reference?
No.
Do you see any additional flashes other than what were depicted in both of the videos that essentially overlapped each other from north and south?
No.
In addition to the casings that were collected on scene to support your position that these are muzzle flashes, did you locate items of physical evidence across East Hillsborough Avenue, not just at the intersection of 42nd and Hillsborough?
Yes.
So in your line search, you went with the crime scene techs?
Yes.
And as they documented by camera and collection of those items, did you have an opportunity to view them?
Yes.
Did you subsequently attend the impound and search of the victim's vehicle after it was removed from the crash location?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked, states 22A 1 through 103. Have you had an opportunity to review the photos that were collected by the crime scene unit during the course of that search of the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
Where did that search occur?
It occurred at the Tampa Police impound lot.
You're not the actual person who took these photographs?
I am not.
Were you present when the photographs were taken?
Yes.
And the items of evidence were collected?
Yes.
State seeks to move State's Exhibit 22A1 through A103 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, it'll be admitted.
On August 23rd, 2021, did you attend a search of the victim's vehicle at impound with crime scene tech Calderero?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked states 22 for all of these exhibits, but 22A2. Do you recognize the vehicle that's depicted here?
I do.
And when the vehicle was brought in, are you scheduling a time to come and do this search? Like, why isn't it done the same night it's taken into impound?
It's based on the logistics. A search warrant still needed to be authored. We obviously needed more information for Detective Hill, who authored that search warrant. So, and daylight. It's obviously easier to search a vehicle in daylight.
Just move that out of the way. So in the collection of evidence for the vehicle itself in states 22A3, were you able to make reference or note of the areas of impact on the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes.
We've seen some photos from the scene already, so I'm not going to go thoroughly through them. Please stop me if you need me to also stop on a photo. But A4, still the same and from the driver's side of that vehicle?
That's correct.
And so on all around the vehicle, do you all continue to search, look, and document whatever the impacts are?
Yes.
Now, for you, that would have been taking, I guess, notes in some other way, mental notes, or what's the relevance of you being there when that's happening?
Basically, to one, oversee the documentation to make sure that we're getting everything documented that needs to be documented for our investigation as investigators, and yes, taking notes as to what we're observing, and obviously going through the process on the exterior of the vehicle before we can move to the inside of the vehicle. It's a very methodical process that we use when we're searching.
At the scene itself, did you have approval of a search warrant to enter and photograph and process the vehicle on the night of the 22nd?
Yes.
And ultimately, once the vehicle's impounded on the 23rd, do you execute that warrant?
Yes.
22A7, what are we looking at here?
This is the front driver seat floorboard area of the vehicle.
to your knowledge, are the items of potential evidentiary value collected after this particular search, A8?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we're looking at here in the driver's door?
That it was a wallet that's in the door mat pocket.
During the execution of a search warrant, if you find an article of evidence after it's photographed in place, do you stand by while it's opened or evaluated?
Yes.
A9, is this the interior of the wallet from that driver's door?
Yes, it is.
In A10, were the items from the floorboard of the driver's side collected?
Yes, they were.
And included in those items, was there a cellular phone or cellular device?
Yes.
Were you, maybe not at the time, but were you ultimately able to identify who that cellular device belonged to?
I don't
Would that have been your responsibility?
Yeah, no, we turned once we realized that the cell phone was there and it was still powered on. We contacted the lead detective. He responded to the scene, and we just gave it to him so that way he could start his process in the investigation on that phone.
Understood. Thank you. Let's move to the floorboard on the driver's side, A13, still in the same location if we can. Was there any items of ballistic evidence located inside the driver's side on the floorboard? A14 for a zoomed version, I apologize.
Yes, it's a what appeared to be a fragment of jacketing from a fired projectile.
So that would have been from the bullet portion of that projectile?
That's correct.
And do you then, after it's photographed, is it collected and impounded as well, A15?
Yes, it is.
Did you have an opportunity to view the front seat of the vehicle, so the driver's seat, A16?
Yes.
And in A17, was there any item of evidentiary value located in the front driver's seat?
Yes, that's another fragment or piece of jacketing from a fired projectile.
And looking at A19 from the exterior of the vehicle, the yellow markers on the outside of the vehicle, were those placed already when you arrived at impound to search?
Yes, those are placed on the scene.
If additional items on the exterior of the vehicle are located during the search warrant that happens at impound, do you all still document those even if they weren't seen on the original scene location?
Yes.
And looking at A20 and A21 from that same exhibit, was there an additional marking made that was, I'm not sure if that's a V or what that is, but A21 in this photo?
Yes.
Is this the driver's side or passenger side rear tail light?
That'd be the driver's side rear tail light.
And moving to the back seat of the vehicle, did you also collect projectile fragments from the back seat?
Yes.
The back seat on the driver's side or passenger side, if you're able to recall?
I believe that that particular is on the driver's side.
And are you with the crime scene unit that's processing these or collecting these?
Yes.
Physical projectiles?
Yes.
When you actually open the passenger rear door to the vehicle, are you able to document that as well?
Yes.
And is this as it was depicted with the markers placed once that back door was opened? On the driver's side?
The driver's side, yes.
If we look closely to the left of this photo, are you able to see this marker on A25?
Yes, ma'am.
In A26, are you able to tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, it looks like a projectile strike entering into the vehicle. It would be entering the vehicle, so an exit from the door, but would ultimately be entering into the passenger compartment of the vehicle.
So enters from the outside of the door, exits through this portion, which is the jam.
That's correct.
Understood. And the same strike is here in 27, A27.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen that same technique utilized already by crime scene, but you had an opportunity to also view these up close.
Yes.
Now let's start with B1, please. What's that location?
That is going to be the armrest area of the rear driver's side passenger door.
B1 is the defect depicted here.
Yes.
Are we still at the rear passenger door in A32?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize C from this? There's a little bit of a glare. C1 on this?
Yes.
Okay. If I show you A33, is that accurately depicting C1?
Yes, it is.
What is it that we're looking at in A34, please?
That is a defect from what appears to be a projectile strike coming from in the window of that same door. That would also be based on the way it's folded in. That would be a potential projectile entering into the passenger compartment of the vehicle from the exterior of the window of that door.
Exhibit number, please.
A34, 22A34. And D1 is still the window.
That's correct.
A36, E1.
Same door underneath the door handle. Again, another potential impact from a projectile entering into the vehicle.
And for each, we have a close-up photo, A37
Yes.
and A38, and looking at F. Do you see what I'm referring to there in the photo?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us what happens when there is potential evidence inside of the vehicle that you may not be able to access immediately, like it's not on the floorboard, for example? What do you do during the search warrant on that vehicle?
We basically tear apart whatever we can inside of the car, whether it be cut open seats, remove molding, to try to find where, if there is a projectile that terminated somewhere inside of that vehicle, try to locate that projectile and find it for a collection for evidence.
Did that occur in this case where the vehicle had to be taken apart at times?
At times, yes.
22A40. What are we looking at here directionality-wise?
Again, that is a projectile strike in the interior of the door jamb of the rear driver's side passenger door.
And was that consistent with what we saw in the door jamb when the door was open?
Yes.
A42 is H, is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving towards the interior of the vehicle, was there an additional strike on the driver's seat itself?
Yes.
A45, are you able to tell me what's happening in this photograph? Which seat is this?
That is the back of the driver's seat of the vehicle.
The back seat or the driver's side?
The back of the driver's seat itself, so the seat back of the driver's seat.
I'm not understanding, you'll have to explain. Can you?
So we're looking, this here
Sure.
is the driver's seat
Yes.
of the vehicle.
Yes.
So this is the seat back of the driver's seat, so where you would sit back.
If I'm looking at A45, I see seats and seat belts behind it. Is this a photo of the driver's seat headrest, essentially?
Yes.
Okay, you're saying back, but this is the front of the chair, like the driver's back would be laid against this.
Yes.
Okay.
The back.
Back?
Seat. The back.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, it's been a long day already. I'm sorry. Okay, so A46. I apologize. I'm thinking the back of the seat. I'm sorry. I apologize. A46, please. Are we moving to the passenger side of the vehicle at this point?
Yes.
And in A47, are you able to tell me again whether this is through this window here?
Yes, it is. It appears to be a projectile strike going through the window.
Why is the color of the window, like why can I not see through the window?
It was tint material applied to the window itself.
Okay, so there's nothing that law enforcement did or that was done on scene to make it so that we couldn't see through it?
No.
It was like this when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
In A48, same exhibit, in the marker L, was there any defect in the leather material there of the door jamb?
Yes, again, what appears to be a projectile strike.
And A49.
That's a close-up version of that photo.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you some a little bit out of order if I can. A52. Is this still the backseat passenger side?
Yes.
And A53, is that on the other side of that seatbelt there? So if we see 52, is that how it was when you observed it?
Yes.
And was there some modification made to be able to see the other side of that seatbelt?
Yes, we moved the seatbelt aside to see the backside of what was there on the seat bolster.
I'd like to have you describe for me what we're seeing in States A50.
That is the rear passenger seat area of the vehicle as looking into the vehicle from the rear passenger door, so inside looking across the seat.
In A51, was there a defect noted in the rear passenger seat?
Yes.
If we look at marker N at the top of your screen there, just a little bit closer, A56. What was at that location? What is it that we're actually looking at?
The seat back at the top, near the, like, what would be like the headrest area of the rear passenger seat.
In A57, were you able to document another projectile located?
Yes.
And A58, please.
Yes. Again, the jacketing fragmentation of projectile in that photo.
Do you recall where A58 was located in the vehicle?
Back passenger floorboard.
Maybe this may provide some assistance. A60, passenger rear floorboard, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there projectiles recovered from the back seat just on the seat itself? So under where that N marker was?
Yes.
A61 and A62, that was also taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
And what was this? Casing, projectiles?
That was again a fragment of a projectile, possibly even metal from the car. It's hard to tell.
Okay, understood. And how would it happen if you know? How would we see metal from the car on the inside like this?
Just when the bullet or projectile is passing through the sheet metal of the vehicle, that sheet metal can form around the projectile and blow out fragmentation even from the metal of the door itself, or parts of the car.
But these are collected because at this time, do you know whether it's a projectile from a gun?
No, it's just considered fragmentation, so it's collected as evidence.
Are you able to tell based on just the look of it, the difference?
Sometimes, depending on, but obviously depending on the color or the material that a projectile is actually constructed out of. So it's hard to tell all the time. But sometimes it's you can tell, sometimes you can't.
A64, also the floorboard?
Yes.
And a projectile recovered in A65 from the floorboard?
Yes.
Now, we talked a little bit about taking the vehicle apart. Do you recall that happening in this particular case as it relates to the trunk of the vehicle in A67?
Yes.
Now, first documenting the exterior of the vehicle, if you could tell me about A68.
Another defect, potential projectile strike or exit from the or entrance.
Label P1 here on the exterior.
Yes.
Were you able to document or track that into the interior of the vehicle in A70?
Yes.
This is the inside of the trunk then?
Yeah, right. They're just the yes, the interior of the trunk, right underneath the trunk lid.
Understood. And looking at the right side of the trunk, if you would please, A71, are you able to see the marker on Q?
Yes.
And A72, another defect in the trunk of the vehicle.
That's correct.
A73, did you examine do you know what this is called? This box?
Speaker box.
subwoofer or something? I got it. Okay, did you examine this?
Yes.
Did you, were you present when it was taken apart, or did you assist in taking it apart to determine whether you could recover any ballistics from the interior of it?
Yes, it was.
And D1, your marker, our A74.
That's the close-up of that defect.
Were you able to determine whether when you opened the trunk of the vehicle on A75, whether there were defects as well in the trunk latch area?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing the actual defect from that area?
Yes.
In A76, can you describe for us which direction we're looking at, where this came from? If it would help with A75 together, it's a little bit difficult on this one.
Right. Basically, turn that foot on the right. That's basically how you're looking at that same defect.
But it's right in this hinge here of
Yes, ma'am.
the trunk on
That's correct.
the passenger side.
That's correct.
From that same location after the first one was marked, A77, is there another impact marked to the right of that?
Yes.
And A78, these are a bit turned around, so you'll have to, if I need to flip it, I will. Okay, there's only 4 options. We can.
Just like that. That would be a close-up of that second defect that you see towards the top of the crease of the trunk.
Am I pointing to the right
Yes, ma'am.
location here?
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Now, once you have the opportunity to start taking the vehicle apart, you then also still have to take photographs.
That's correct.
At A79, has that process begun with the rear passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Why even take this section apart? Was there any indication that there could potentially be ballistics evidence in this location?
I believe some of the defects that we saw, trying to basically just find potential termination points of that projectile as it's traveling through the vehicle.
How do you determine where to look?
It depends on the individual defect that we're looking at. Sometimes just based on experience and training, the margins of that defect, we can determine if it's an entrance or an exit, or sometimes even directionality of it, and then it's kind of a best guess from there to see where it goes, because obviously when bullets strike things, even though there's a potential trajectory that we could determine, once they start hitting hard or immovable objects, they start tumbling and doing crazy things. So it's kind of a guess trying to line up to try to locate those projectiles.
But you start taking any vehicle apart, but particularly in this case, the back seat out to try.
Yes.
And in A80, were you able, behind the back seat passenger in the rear side, to actually locate a projectile, A80?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here in A81
Yes, it is.
and A82?
Yes.
Is this, which portion of the bullet is this? We talked about the bullet, having the casing and then the projectile part. Which portion is this?
This is the bullet itself, the projectile.
So we wouldn't see a head stamp on something like this?
No.
We'd see a head stamp on the casing left behind from something like
That's
this?
correct.
Understood. And you also take apart the trunk of the vehicle in A84.
Yes.
Did you locate additional strike marks in the trunk after doing so? A85,
Yes.
A86, and A87.
Yes.
A89 on the right side again of the trunk.
Yes.
You removed those speakers or subwoofer boxes from the trunk.
That's correct.
A92. And you examined those independently from the vehicle as well.
That's correct.
Did you locate additional items of evidence regarding or on these subwoofers or speakers in A93?
Yes, more fragmentation.
And those were additionally documented once the fragments were pulled from the vehicle in A94.
Yes.
A95, further search of the vehicle. And A96. Can you tell me looking at A95, where A96 this strike would be located?
Sure.
You need 895?
Yeah,
So in the interior of the trunk?
in the interior of the trunk, on what would be the driver's side, firewall area there.
897, looking at that same image but closer?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, this is still after the trunk carpeting has been removed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so A99. Well, let's do 98. Can you see the yellow tag to the right of your view?
Q1, I believe.
Yes, Q1.
Yes.
And A99. Is this the impact that was documented from Q1?
Yes, it was.
Lastly, the vehicle's license plate. Were you able to document anything in relation to that at A101?
Yes, another apparent or basically in the queue of the registration tag.
And was the item, or was there an item of evidence that was also collected in A101?
Yes.
And what was that, if you recall?
It was another projectile that was found on the floor of the impound bay. That wasn't there when we first started our end around or all around photographs and everything, and we didn't notice it until after we had been manipulating the trunk. So
after you pulled the carpet out?
Pulled the carpeting out and forced the trunk lid open.
A102 from Exhibit 22. And were you also able to photograph that item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on here, or I just want to get the photos out for you. So you want to leave it down here?
If I need to go back to, let's say, auto upgrade or whatever, I just go back to the first.
Yeah, you have to pull it up. You want that also?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, I'm going to backtrack a little bit because you've been on your direct examination for a fairly lengthy period of time. You indicated, did you not, that you have training and experience in firing both weapons that fire 9mm caliber ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And also 5.56 ammunition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 5.56 ammunition is rifle ammunition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Cannot be fired out of a handgun. Modified in some way, potentially, correct?
Well, it depends on what you're considering a handgun. It could be fired from what is, an AR-style pistol.
Correct.
Which would be a combination of a rifle and a handgun.
Correct, and it was poorly phrased, but in standard everyday usage of firearms, 5.56 rounds are fired from rifles, and an example of one of those rifles that it would be fired out of would be an AR-15, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And an AR-15 is a powerful weapon, is it not?
It's powerful. It is, yes. It's a rifle.
Is it more powerful than a 9mm handgun?
Yes, sir.
And you have seen a number of objects that have been impacted by firearms, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you distinguish a strike or an entry and determine what caliber firearm, let's say in this particular case, a 9mm or a 5.56 round made that impact or made that strike?
Sometimes it really depends. There's so many different factors. The angle of the shot. Definitively, no. I don't think anyone can say definitively that that's definitely a rifle impact, and that's definitely a pistol impact. Rifle impacts have characteristics that are similar to say, yep, that's a rifle impact, but then depending on the angle of the fire, depending on if it hit something else first and tumbled, it could create all kinds of different types of
dynamics,
impacts that you're going to see. So to say 100%, yes, that is a rifle impact, or 100% that is a pistol impact is kind of a hard thing to do because there's so many factors involved in that.
Would you be able to do so if the impact was a direct impact as opposed to an angled impact?
The only way that I would be comfortable doing that is if I was firing the weapon myself.
And why would that make a difference if you were firing it yourself?
Because then I could 100% say that I definitely fired that from an AR-15 because I'm the one who shot that AR-15.
Okay. Does the entry of any projectile look different depending on the object that it's being impacted?
Yes.
Say, for example, metal versus wood versus glass versus cushion.
Yes, whatever the projectile is being fired into, whatever medium it's being fired into is going to have different characteristics as compared to it being fired into a different medium.
Would a shot or would an impact that is created from an angle have a completely circular entry from a visual standpoint? Or would you expect it to see it jagged or elongated?
Yes, you're not going to, it's not going to be, it wouldn't be as neat as it going in directly head on with more defined margins. But again, it depends on the angle of the shot. If the shot is at a very steep angle as opposed to a shallow angle, but you're going to see based on the angle that the round is impacting, whatever medium that it's impacting, you're going to see differences in the characteristics of the impact or strike itself.
Certainly, it's more likely that if something is impacted directly head-on, or let's say parallel to each other, it's going to be a more circular entry than it would be at an angle, whereby you might get much more of a jagged look, correct?
Depending on the medium that it's being shot into, yes, sir.
Okay. How about if that medium was glass?
Completely shatter out the glass and you wouldn't see anything. It would just be an empty hole.
Sure, but if in fact it didn't shatter glass, would you still expect it to be something that appears to be round if it was shot directly parallel or directly into it?
I would expect if there's a hole in the glass that's consistent with a bullet strike, I would expect that to be round no matter what angle it's in, because it's glass and glass blows out and shatters. It's not like it's either going to shatter completely, or it's depending on if there's if it's safety glass or whatever, like a vehicle would have. You're going to see a hole. You might see a different shape hole, but it's going to be a roundish hole.
Either way,
it's either elongated. If the round's tumbling in keyholes, it could be look like a finger mark going through the window. There's so many different variables. It's really hard to tell. What we can usually say is that is definitely, from our experience and training, an impact from a projectile or fired projectile
Sure.
on glass.
Sure. And just to finish this line of questioning, let's say if you are the object and I'm shooting and a projectile strikes a window from here, is it going to look different than if I were to fire that projectile from here?
I wouldn't want to say yes or no either way, sir. Sorry. It's, again, there's so many different dynamics, and especially when you're firing into a medium like glass, it's hard to tell. But usually we try to, especially with glass, try to refrain like with trying to figure out trajectories and stuff. It's a projectile strike in the glass.
Let me draw your attention back to State's Exhibit 8. Not going to attempt to use it unless I have to, which of course I will if it's necessary for you. That would be the video that you reviewed and provided testimony on your direct examination from Auto Upgrade. Recollection, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's a fact, isn't it, Detective, that at the time that the dark vehicle, or what we would call vehicle number 1, turns left onto 43rd from Hillsborough, you follow me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That occurs at what the timestamp on the video would have been 6:02:48.
I believe so, yes, sir. I'll take your word for it.
And as it related to Audio Upgrade being 3 hours and 2 minutes, that would actually be 9:04:48, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, as you look at the Auto Upgrade video, vehicle number 2 has not yet caught up with the victim vehicle, correct? When that turn is made.
No.
And vehicle number 2, as it specifically relates to the audio or the Auto Upgrade video, could have fired upon the victim's vehicle before it came into the frame on Audio Upgrade, correct?
Any one of those vehicles could fire it at the victim vehicle for the giant crime scene. There were shell casings strewn across the entire length of the crime scene. So yes.
So you don't know if or when vehicle 2 would have discharged at the victim's vehicle based on Audio Upgrade.
Based on the video that I observed from Audio Upgrade, no, I would not, sir.
And again, I can bring it up if you need it. I'm just using your memory if you could. When we talked about 6:02:48, which is really 9:04:48, that would be vehicle number 1 making the left-hand turn onto 43rd. The muzzle flashes that you see from vehicle number 3, the timestamp on that was 6:05:03, correct?
I'm just going to object to speculation as to the timestamp issue. I would just object and ask if the witness be permitted to view those things.
Okay. Is it caught up somewhere? Okay. I need to find auto upgrade.
It's connected to this HDMI, so there's going to be on this.
I don't know where anything is on this computer. Yes, auto upgrade. Sorry, at the very end of my cross, we have to do this. So.
That's okay.
Get me up to 6:04. If you could take a look, Detective, while we're queuing this up.
The end of 604. I thought it was 60503. Get that far. Principal auto.
So as you're looking at principal auto, and I'm sorry, it was not audio or auto upgrade, we're going to be approaching 605 or the end of 604. And those were in fact the muzzle flashes that you indicated on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And those muzzle flashes, if they were to be occurring at 6:05:03 on the camera with the differentiation of time, it would be 9:05:03, correct?
Roughly, you're missing the seconds too. There's a seconds difference. So it's 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 4 seconds slow. The auto upgrade video.
Okay, because it just shows, I believe, that it's 3 hours and 2 minutes.
In 4 seconds, yes, sir.
And so backward, just to recount, we said 9:04:48 when the vehicle number one makes the turn, correct?
Yes.
And then 9:05:03 when you see muzzle flashes on vehicle number three. Based on what you just viewed in the principal auto video.
Roughly, yes.
And when you say roughly,
I would have to see the video and see to give you the exact time, but 9:05 and change. Again, the seconds are, you're talking 4 seconds. 4 seconds can be a big difference, especially when you're talking about a fraction of a second for a muzzle flash, sir.
and so when we're talking about principal, it's only 1 hour difference as opposed to auto upgrade.
Which is
So what you're seeing here in principal, right? If it's
that's auto upgrade, but yes.
Yeah. 10 by.
if it's 6:05:03, excuse me, 8:05:03, it's 9:05:03 because there's a 1 hour difference in principal as opposed to a 3 hour, 2 minute, and 4 seconds as it relates to auto upgrade.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
I think you dropped this.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to vehicle number 3. And I believe you said that you saw correct me if I misstate, a muzzle flash from the passenger side, correct?
It appears to be a muzzle flash on the passenger side.
Okay. What it appeared to be a muzzle flash, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not able to say with certainty that it was in fact a muzzle flash.
No, based on the evidence at the scene, based on other video artifacts of the light reflecting from streetlights, based on my training and experience, all of those factors, and plus the other video angle, I'm able to say that those are consistent with muzzle flashes. Obviously,
consistent.
For me to say definitively the muzzle flash, I would need to see someone hanging out the window shooting a gun, and that was, yeah, definitively that's a muzzle flash.
Okay, so
But based on evidence and the totality of everything, consistent with a muzzle flash.
with a muzzle flash.
Yes, sir.
And would it be correct that you're not able to observe the occupants, correct?
That's correct.
And certainly, even if you're testifying that it is consistent with a muzzle flash, you're not able to determine if in fact it was a muzzle flash, what type of firearm discharged that muzzle flash, correct?
That's correct.
Now, was the car, vehicle number 3, was it moving continuously?
In the video.
In the video
footage, yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly, if you're not able to determine the occupants, other than the fact that the driver was driving the vehicle, were you able to determine any other actions or movements by the driver?
No.
Any kind of pause, or was there a continuous rate of speed?
It appeared to be a pretty continuous rate of speed, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine the rate of speed?
No.
And in the course of the investigation, was there any ability to determine if any of the projectiles or shell casings that were recovered are related directly to vehicle number 3?
There's no way of telling that, no, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Dixon.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective, have you ever been qualified as an expert in firearms in this court or any other court of the state of Florida?
What do you mean by expert?
Well, that you have the expertise, training, education, et cetera, to be qualified as an expert to render an expert opinion on firearms?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in this court or any other court of the state of Florida or the United States as a ballistics expert?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let's go back to August 22nd, 2021. You dispatched to the scene of where this occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming you assisted other detectives and also in directing crime scene to obtain evidence that you wanted.
Yes, sir.
That included all the shell casings, the projectiles, et cetera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of that, I believe you came upon auto upgrade business that sells cars, I presume.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar with that because you had been there before, totally unrelated to this incident, and knew that they had surveillance cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that at some point in time, you did obtain the surveillance cameras or video from auto upgrade.
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you do with those?
They were uploaded onto a thumb drive, and then that thumb drive was later, the contents of that thumb drive, the footage from the video was uploaded to the electronic case file.
All right. And was that for Detective Salela?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you obtain any video from yourself, which I believe you testified to, for land trucking?
I did not, no, sir.
All right. But you testified today as to what you believe that video depicted, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first view that video?
The DeLand trucking video,
Yes.
probably back in 2021 during the initial investigation.
All right. And since that time, have you reviewed it?
Yes.
When was that?
During trial prep.
Okay. The last few weeks.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, what about the video from Principal Auto Sales? Did you obtain that video?
The video, I didn't physically pull the video from the DVR. The thumb drive containing the video was given to me by Detective Wolf.
And when's the first time you actually viewed that video?
When I uploaded it to the electronic case file.
Say that again?
When I uploaded it to the electronic case file.
And when was that?
Back in 2021.
All right. And since that time, have you had an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
During trial prep.
In the last week or so. So
Yes,
that's the first time. Now, if I understood your testimony correctly, you apparently identified 3 suspect vehicles. Is that correct?
During the course of the investigation, 3 suspect vehicles were identified. Yes, sir.
They were identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
You never wrote a supplement related to your involvement in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
And the video that we were seeing when Ms. Ismer was going through it with you, when you were looking at the muzzle flashes, you also identified muzzle flashes attributed to vehicle number 2.
No.
Your testimony was not that you saw muzzle flashes related to vehicle 2.
No, ma'am.
Did you look to see if you could tell whether windows were up or down in the vehicles?
You can't tell from the video, ma'am.
Were you attempting at all to identify whether you could see that, whether you could see if windows were up or down, or whether you could see any evidence of potential guns?
I mean, as we were slowing the video down and going frame by frame, we did not see any of that, so.
Okay, so you couldn't tell whether a window in any particular vehicle was up or down?
No, ma'am.
When you did the search of the vehicle itself, the Silver Infinity that crashed into the pole, were you with other people?
Yes.
Who else was involved in that?
Detective Bill, and then crime scene tech, Kerry Colorado, and crime scene technician Natasha Yancey.
Did you all use rods in any way to try to determine any kind of path of travel through the vehicle?
No.
Please approach for a moment.
That's odd. She was just talking about, she asked him if you used rods to determine the path of the trajectory, and I'm pretty sure that was a judge that asked him to approach.
And so you did not use rods to
Nope.
try to see any kind of path of travel for?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go back to the scene during the day to do a second walkthrough?
I did not personally know.
Okay, nothing further.
Right.
No redirect, Your Honor.
No redirect? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
All right, so you're free to go. All right,
Thank you, sir.
Court's being in recess for 10 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
All right, 10-minute recess. Psychosaurus Rex. If you didn't put in the badoomch, then we would have got you. You need drums and a cymbal. Huddle up talking tic-tacs. I mean tactics. Cross-examnesia. All right, Richard, we use rods in most cases? Yeah. He didn't use, well, he's not an expert. So they found, well, he's not an expert, but shooting with the windows up, did they? No, they had the windows down because you saw the muzzle flashes. Unless I missed something. All right, so that ends it with Detective Alverson. So they picked up with car crashing, car 2 drives by, the muzzle flashes from car 3. They're shown from that video. And then, of course, what's just going to be heartbreaking is they search the inside. Of course, they have to search the inside of the car. So they found fragment of the bullet, a bullet fragment, I should say, on the driver's side floor. Then they show the seat, some blood there. Back seat photos, there's some blood there. Projectile fragment, blood around that. On the back passenger floorboard, fragment of a projectile on the back seat. There's a fragment collected on the floorboard, and then there's more fragments in the trunk. So, poor little girl, right? Just disgusting, but... Oy. So... And apparently she wasn't hit at the very beginning, right? Because even though we missed the testimony, we were able to read that Mary Harrison was saying that she said they pull over, I guess. Willie gets out and runs, and then Mary jumps over from her passenger seat, gets in the driver's seat, and takes off. See, that just doesn't make sense to me. That just doesn't make sense to me. All right, Mallory says, no, the lady lawyer was asking the detectives if he could see the windows were up or down. Gotcha. All right, so this timeline doesn't make sense. So these 3 cars are chasing after, here's the 1 car, 3 cars are chasing after 3 cars. 3 cars chasing after 1 car. They catch him and they shoot, right? They shoot. Willie pulls over. Those guys are gone. So Willie pulls over, runs out, and then Mom gets out of the passenger seat, climbs over, gets in the car, then takes off again, then crashes, and then more shots are fired. That doesn't make sense because the video I've seen, they're flying, right? They're going like 50, 60 miles an hour, it seems like. So if Willie stops, that means they're going to go past him unless they stop too, and then she gets out. I guess maybe they stop with him. And then Mary gets into the driver's seat. She continues driving, crashes. And they're continuing to follow her and shooting, I guess. Right? That's a little weird, right? The uncle running is weird to me. Yeah, cross-examnesia. He said yesterday, even though we missed it, he said that he was running for his life. He thought they were shooting at him. So I don't know that he pulled over first. I thought I read in an article that he kind of bailed mid-drive and Mom had to take the wheel, but they ended up crashing. So does he do a roll out the window while they're going 40, 50 miles an hour? Right? That doesn't make sense either. Like, why not speed up or something to try to get away from everyone? Sherry, it doesn't make sense to me either. I missed all the opening statements. They didn't really explain it. In Florida, 50 to 60 miles an hour. So depending on where you are. Depending on where you are. Yeah, okay, says Uncle said they kept shooting at him when he ran. So does he jump out while he's still going 20, 30, 40 miles an hour? Because all the video that they're showing, all you're seeing is like cars speeding. You know, they're just flying. You know, you don't see a car stop. And then you see the victim car crash, and then the other car goes speeding by. So did they stop? They both stop. They're shooting. He gets out. I mean, how is he not hit? I don't understand how this guy is not hit. All right. So under cross, it comes out that Detective Alverson is not an expert, or he's never testified, I should say. He's never been qualified as an expert. And then there's video discrepancy. So there's the principal auto, and then there's auto something or other. What is it? Auto. There's two. I think there's auto upgrade, and then principal is the other video where they got the other video from. Principal auto sales. So there's two. So there's auto upgrade and principal auto sales. So auto upgrade is 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 4 seconds, and then principal auto sales is like an hour. And I didn't catch. All I know is it was an hour. So one basically is 3 hour discrepancy. The other one is 1 hour discrepancy. So if you see it from that video, you have to just add whatever time it is. So basically this happened around 9 o'clock. So the one video says 6 o'clock. The other video would say 8 o'clock. So in other words, this event all took place at like 9 o'clock. Psychosaurus Rex. He's a detective investigating the case. I don't think they ever get qualified as experts. That's true. Yeah. I mean, who cares, right? Widespread panic. Is it possible that the gunmen really were after the uncle? It doesn't change what these men did, but maybe he thought he'd be safer if he wasn't here. That's a good guess, a good theory. Yeah. I think kind of that's what he was thinking. I think we missed his testimony, but that's what he said. He thought they were shooting at him, so he ran away. So I guess he was trying to draw the gunfire, I guess. I don't know if that was asked during his testimony. Richard, connecting to a moving target from a moving vehicle is difficult to do. Sinbad, my mind just went to a dark place. Did the mom or uncle have a life insurance policy on Sonny? That's pretty elaborate, but I mean, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. I would say that's elaborate. That would be an elaborate way to do it, but yeah. Anything is possible. Let's see. Chris says, that's what I think, or else why would he jump and run? It's kind of weird, right? That's just weird. Chris also says running for help doesn't make sense, but I'm sure they had a cell phone. They did. They showed a cell phone in the car. Get away. Mom calls 911. Don't bail. Don't think they were going 59 or 60 on Hillsborough. It's a busy road. Then to turn off, they wouldn't be going that fast. I don't think. Not positive. They looked like they were going pretty. To me, they looked like they were going pretty fast. They weren't going like 20 or 30 miles an hour. To me, they looked like they were going faster. I'd say 50 or 60. That's just my guess. But I wish that they had said how fast the car was going when it crashed. You know, I wish they had said, oh, it was going 25 miles an hour, or we estimate that these cars were going X number. I wish they would say that. These are questions that I would have. Candace, hello to you. Hellrider, something smells fishy. I said dark for a reason. Yep, evil does exist. I hear you, Sinbad. I hear you. Yeah, it says Uncle testified he did not know any of the defendants. Psychosaurus Rex. 3 years ago, article says the car suddenly slowed as though it had become disabled. The uncle said he jumped out and ran. He could hear bullets whizzing past him as he sprinted north. Okay. Richard, there's something missing here, motive to this particular target vehicle. All I can think of, from what I've read or heard, I haven't heard testimony yet, but they meaning the defendants, thought that this car was involved with some kind of incident earlier, whether it's a fight or gunfire. Not sure. Probably weapons were involved, but maybe that's like the word on the street or something. I don't know if I read that or I heard that. It has not come out into testimony yet. But this car was thought to be involved with another incident. And that's why these guys were like, hey, there's that car. Let's go get him. Something like that. Situations like this cause the fight or flight to kick in. Richard says, Candace, you've been teaching all day, so you couldn't watch. You're on your prep period now. Very cool. Thank you for joining us, Candace. Always good to have you. Yes. Thanks for chatting while on break. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, because they pinned him out, right? They apparently pull into the parking lot. I guess they were smoking, and they had Hennessy, and they were smoking, right? So they pull into the field or whatever, and then these guys see them, and they're like, hey, that's that car. Let's go get him. That to me makes sense, right? That to me makes sense. So it was a mistake. That's where I'm leaning, Red Snap. To me, it seems like it's a case of mistaken identity. I haven't heard one way or the other, because why else would you be, again, put yourself in their position. You're hanging out. I don't know what I don't know what day of the week it was, but in any event, you're hanging out with your buddies, assuming they're all buddies. There's like 15, 20 of them. They're hanging out. They're doing their thing. I'm sure they're, listening to music and, talking and blah, 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 all this stuff. And why would you break that up? Why would you just stop that to go chase after a car, or chase after a car and just start shooting into it, And they did it quickly too. It wasn't like they saw this car and they did it quickly. So were they put up to it? Was there like a be on the lookout? Was there a bolo for this car? Did somebody call them in and say, hey, that's that car, go do it? There's any number of reasons why, I suppose, but I'm just trying to figure out why would you break up your evening to do this? All right, so this was let's check it out. This was 2021, August 22nd. So it was a Sunday night. August 22nd, it's a Sunday night, 8, 9 o'clock. You're hanging out with your buddies. Why? What would cause you to stop hanging out in like a drop of a dime too? It's like I said yesterday. It's like somebody hit a bee's nest, and they just all, if you saw the video yesterday, they just all started. They were real calm at one minute, and then they all just became very active. So what caused that? Okay, let's see. Sherry, maybe mom and uncle smoking with the little girl in the car, smoking cigarettes. Well, we missed the testimony, but there was something. Yes, there was something that said that they were smoking. I don't know if he admitted to it or not. Maybe they found something. I don't know. Yeah, okay, says, I think Uncle was scared. I'm pretty sure he was, and I think he did say that. He testified to try to get help from the neighbors, maybe bullet, disabled car, so he ran. Yeah, nobody would help him, right? He ran to the neighbors, and people were like, yeah, no. Because they heard the gunfire as well. Richard, I'm not sure Willie didn't know one of these guys. He says he didn't, but a cousin of his lived in the area. That's why they were there in the first place. One of Willie's cousins, which I would assume maybe then it would be Mary because they're brother and sister. Could be different parents, you never know. But it was Willie's cousin that lived in the area that they were visiting. And it was after a remembrance for the father. So they were trying to hook up with a cousin. That's his story. I don't know if Mary said the same thing or not. So that's their story. So a cousin lived in the area. So maybe he knew them, maybe not. I don't know. Strange, something set them off, right? Red Snap. What was it? Who called 911? I don't know. I think a neighbor. I think it was a neighbor called 911. Let's see. Ketsy, well, we usually try to stay focused on this trial. So unless the world is about to explode. Sure, go ahead. Go post some breaking news. We usually like to stay focused on this trial and not get chat off on something else, but I do appreciate you asking first, so go ahead. Since you asked, go ahead. Joanne, I don't know what my response would be in that situation. I hope that would be courageous. I hope that it would be courageous, but fight or flight response kicks in. That is true. That is true. I so wish we had seen the testimonies. A lot could be surmised from that. I know. Yeah, okay. Defendants claim uncle shot first. Hadn't heard any elaboration of their story, though like prior beef or something leading up to it seems would have come out during investigation. Could have been an old beef. Totally. Laura, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Oh gosh, I'm scared now. Oh, with the breaking news? About the breaking news. All right. What's the breaking news? Katzi, what's the breaking news? Now that you got us on the hook, we need to know what's the breaking news. We're all waiting on tenterhooks. Who is Charlie Kirk? Don't know. Oh, Charlie Kirk. All right, let's look up Charlie Kirk. Who is Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk, American political activist and author. Okay, we're not going to go there, but we don't do politics. All right, so we'll leave it there. Yep, he was shot. We're definitely not going to go there, so let's just leave that there. But thanks for asking. I do appreciate that. If you want to talk about that, you can go. You can go somewhere else. I guess we're not going to touch that. All right, let's focus on this trial because this one has a lot that we can talk about. Bubba says mother was never in the vehicle. Y'all will find out very soon. Wait, what? How does that even make sense? How was she not? She wasn't in the vehicle? Serious? Wow. Mallory, who's on the top of the kitty castle right now? Oh, that's a little Fed. Little Fed's up there. He's wait, see, where is he? There he is, right there. There's his little head. He's way up there. Let me see if I can give you a full screen. Boink. There he is. See him? There he is. Little Fed, little Cheddar. Cheddar's way up there. Fed is the king. Yes, Fed is the king. King of the hill. Cheddar. He is a cutie. Wait, I want to pull up Cheddar. Fed is your favorite. It's hard to pick favorites, so we don't. They're all so cute. They all have such little personalities, as any living thing does. And the older they get, the more their personalities come out. Aw, real happy. Was it Andrea, right? Andrea Burkhart, right? Is that how you say her last name? She's got a bunch of little kittens that she's been showing. So I think we're about a month ahead of her or so. But yeah, they're going to be, gosh, they just turned, I think, 3 months last week. So I think they're going to be 13 weeks. So I thought it was a little leg with toe beans on it. No, that's a full cat. That's a full-on cat. Or kitty. Excuse me, kitten. Psychosaurus, it's funny. Little Fed is up at the top and Big Super Ball is inside. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't even, you caught it. I didn't. Yeah. Super Ball, there's Super Ball. She fills up the whole thing and then Fed's way up there with his little tail, right? Oops. There's his tail. So his little tail's hanging down, his little head's up there, and then Super Ball. Super Ball is in there. It's too funny. Psychosaurus Rex, although maybe it was a paw and he moved because now his tail is on the other side of the platform. Could have been. Super Ball has been in there since after lunch, right? Thank you, real happy. Widespread, yep, hiding from the kittens. She probably is. She literally fills up that entire little box. It's so funny. All right, so let's get back to Mom was not in the car. That's intriguing me. What? Where was she then? Was she just on the sidewalk? Was Mom on the sidewalk? That makes no sense to me. I definitely need to know more about that. Like, that makes no sense whatsoever. Let me see if I can get... Oh, you know what we could do? Let me see. Maybe we could hear some news. Maybe after this we can listen to some news recaps of yesterday's testimony. Maybe we could do that. Because nobody was streaming it, and we had it. We recorded it, but the audio is not very good. Oh, you're on your phone, you can barely see kitties? I'm sorry, real happy. Bubba, don't think Bubba was correct. Yeah, that could have just been, I hear you. I hear you, Chris. Could have just been somebody popping in. Bubba's trolling. I hear you. So I'm trying to find like a news clip of yesterday's testimony. Maybe we might be lucky. We might be lucky to do that. Little Lulu, your house must be a happy place with all the kitties there. I love watching them playing. It is. It is. It's not. There's never a dull moment here. That's for sure. Never a dull moment. What's up, Sid? Sid doing a cruise by? Jumping down? I'm just watching this news clip to see if they have Mom testifying. So far, it's just opening statements. Oh, okay. All right. So maybe we can catch some news clips afterwards. So maybe we can catch some news clips. Let's see. Okay. All right. I think I can get some news clips, you guys. All right. So afterwards, after the stream ends, I have some news clips we can play. We can at least do that, and we can hear a little bit from some people. All right. So we won't be able to hear the whole thing, but we at least can get some news clips. That's going to be better than nothing at all, right? At least we can do that. So, so we can at least do this. That's WFLA. Here, maybe here, day 1. So I'm just trying to find some other clips. All right, I think I have a few things here. We can play a few things. Formal break. This is a formal break. He said 10 minutes. Pretty sure he said 10-minute break, but definitely seems longer than 10 minutes. I agree. All right, I feel good. I think we can play a little bit of some news clips from yesterday. All right, nothing, not much there. Channel 8. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. All right. I have a few things we can play afterwards. We'll play this afterwards, after trial is done for the day. All right. So, all right. Judge Everett was spot on when he did short breaks. Yeah, we haven't, this is only day 2, so we're not quite sure where we stand in the grand scheme of things with this judge and his courtroom. Seems like he started a little bit late today. Well, he said get there at 8:30, so I don't know if that was for the jury to report and then they start at 1:45. I'm not sure. Richard asked, do I know if they did gunshot residue on Willie? I don't know. Real happy. Judge Everett is my favorite, especially in time management. I like Judge Everett. I still like Kranick, Judge Kranick with Sarah Boone. He was good. Judge Everett for sure. He's probably my top 3. I'd say Kranick, Everett, and it's funny, 2 out of Florida. Who else? I like the Chandler Halderson judge. Do you guys remember him? He had the bow tie. Chandler Halderson judge. What was his name? I liked him. What was his name? Judge John Highland. His name was Judge John Highland. I liked him. No, Sinbad, we're going to show the scuffle afterwards. I don't know about Judge Everett being a teacher. I don't know about him being a teacher. He was educated at Louisiana State. I don't know if he was a teacher or not. Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. He was a public defender and in the state's attorney's office. I don't see anything about him being a teacher. So I don't think he was. I don't know for sure, but it doesn't seem like he was a teacher. But we'll play the scuffle after this. I'm going to go get some water.
Curious return, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I ask, were you able to follow the court's instructions? I take it there were no issues. Very good, thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Natasha Yancey.
You could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Natasha Yancey, Y-A-N-C-Y.
And how are you employed?
With the Tampa Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And in your role as a crime scene technician with the Tampa Police Department, were you involved in this investigation?
Yes.
And what was your role on the, I believe, 23rd of August of 2021?
I responded to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with a search warrant.
What was the search warrant for?
It was for a Infiniti.
Do you recall the color of the vehicle?
Silver.
And the photographs from the execution of the search warrant on that vehicle were those photos taken by Carolyn Calderaro?
Yes.
Were there law enforcement detectives also present at the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
And what was your role during the execution of that search warrant?
To collect evidence.
Did you, in fact, collect specifically, as it relates to states 21A and B, two particular items of evidence in separate packaging?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize states 21A?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 21B?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize these exhibits?
My initials in my handwriting.
And were these each collected during the execution of the search warrant on the silver Infiniti on the 23rd of August?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state seeks to admit states 21A and B.
Any objections? 21A and B will be admitted without objection.
Now, in addition to the exterior of the envelope, which I just showed you here, if you wish to, you can look over your shoulder just there. Thank you. In addition to that, did you have an opportunity to mark the item inside?
Yes.
And I won't go through that, but how do you know that your markings are on this?
My initials, payroll, and handwriting.
Okay. And what was contained within State's Exhibit number 21A?
That's a projectile that we collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
Why is it in this little jar and not in the small envelopes we typically see with ballistics?
That's just to preserve any markings that are on the projectile.
And additionally, in States 21B, do you recall whatever it was that you impounded here?
That should be additional projectiles.
And are you able to document in some way when you are creating the envelopes for these packages, an annotation as to what should be contained therein?
Yeah, I write on there what the projectile is and where I got it from.
Is that what we're looking at on these, the white labels here?
Yes.
What happens if an item is subsequently checked out for testing to the envelopes that you originally annotate or seal?
Typically, they're returned to the envelopes and resealed by someone else.
And your initials would still then appear on the original envelope?
Yes.
Oftentimes, is there additional writing on those envelopes from whoever subsequently then tested it as well?
Yes.
In States Exhibit number 21B, do you recall the item of evidence that was impounded and subsequently marked by you?
Yes.
And what were those items?
Additional projectile from under the rear passenger seat of the Silver Infiniti.
Okay. And was there anything else inside of specifically 21B?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And are the markings of what was contained there and also included on the exterior of the envelope inside of your primary envelope?
Yes.
At this time, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Other questions, Your Honor?
No questions.
Nothing for Mr.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. I state you may call your next witness.
State will call Albus Maceo.
Yes. Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Maceo. If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Albus Maceo, M-A-C-E-O.
And Mr. Maceo, do you currently reside here in Tampa?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Maceo, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
Have you had contact with Mr. Hammond from time to time in your life?
Yes.
All right. Approximately more than a dozen times?
Yes.
Have you spoken with Mr. Hammond and seen his face before?
Yes.
And prior to the 2021 of August 22nd of 2021, you had contact with him before?
Yes.
Now, were you at some point provided a video from a Chevron in order to potentially make an identification?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to approach Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 51A through A13 and ask if you can take a look at those photos. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are these photos, are these still shots taken from the Chevron video that you were shown back in 2021?
Yes.
All right. And do these still shots fairly and accurately depict what you were shown on that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I would move to have States Exhibit 51A10, A11, A12, and A13 admitted into evidence.
Any objections? Could you say the numbers again for the court?
51A10, 51A11, 51A12, and 51A13. Okay, Mr. Maceo.
Well, first of all, any objections? All right, they'll be admitted.
All right. Mr. Maceo, this individual, you can look behind you. Did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is he?
Quandarius Hammond.
All right. And in 51A11, again, do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is he?
That's Quandarius Hammond.
And A12, is that the same individual?
Yes.
And then A13, again, is that the person you knew as Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
And do you see the person in the courtroom here today who you know as Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
Can you point him out and identify him for the record?
He's sitting on the second table as far as back with the blue suit coat and a red tie.
Record reflect Mr. Maceos identified the defendant.
The record will reflect the identification.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
You cross?
No question.
Nothing from Mr. Denson.
No question.
My question.
May this witness be released?
Yes.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Detective Salea.
Good afternoon. You can raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Chris. Last name is Celaya, Celaya.
And Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently a detective with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been working with the Tampa Police Department?
I started in 2002, so about 23 years.
What is your current position with the Tampa Police Department?
Currently, I'm in the Professional Standards Bureau, Internal Affairs Unit. I've been there for about 3 years.
For about 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, where were you working?
I was working for the Homicide Division.
All right. Back in 2021, specifically in August of 2021, what position did you have with Tampa Police Department?
Was a homicide detective.
All right. And how long had you been a homicide detective at that point?
At that point, I started in 2018, so probably about 3 years. At that point, I was a homicide detective.
All right. Prior to becoming a homicide detective, what other positions did you hold with Tampa Police Department?
Worked in patrol. I also worked in plainclothes assignment. Was promoted to detective back in 2011. Worked at district level detective in various investigations, property crimes, thefts, batteries.
All right. Now, were you working on August 22nd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
All right. And as a homicide detective, are you routinely on call for any potential call outs for homicides?
Yes.
All right. Specifically on August 22nd of 2021, did you receive a call regarding a homicide?
I did. I received a call from Corporal Neitlinger.
Do you recall about what time you received the call?
I want to say it was maybe around like 9 or 9:30 or so.
Okay. When you received the call, what did you do?
I ended up leaving and responding out to St. Joseph Hospital.
All right. Now, when you received the call as a homicide detective with the Tampa Police Department, are you all given specific roles as a detective?
Yes, I was, for this particular case, I was assigned as the lead detective.
Okay. Now, that's kind of like random or sort of on a rotating basis. So if you're a lead on this case, you probably won't be a lead for a while until, your time.
Overruled.
Until your time comes up again down the road?
Correct.
Okay, so it's random, so it's not assigned by any particular reasoning, it's just sort of when your time
No,
is
it's just a rotation.
All right. As a lead detective, what are your duties in the case, if you can explain that to the jury?
As a lead detective, you basically try to investigate, what you can find out about the case. You oversee the entire investigation. You kind of delegate assignments to other detectives. You work with, another detective, which would be your second, and you just try to interview, follow up. You're in close communication with the state attorney's office throughout the case, write search warrants, things like that.
Okay. So you indicated that the first thing you did was go to the hospital. What hospital did you go to?
St. Joseph Hospital.
All right. And when you arrived there, were there other detectives and police there, or were you the first one there?
No, I believe Detective Barnett, which was my second in the case, was there before me, and I believe Detective Sackrider was also there.
Now, you went to the hospital before you went to the scene in this case?
Correct. Yeah, I know that on this case, Detective Alverson and Detective Hill were assigned as the scene detectives. So they were kind of overseeing the collection, documentation of what was on scene there. So they were handling that, and I was told that the decedent was at St. Joseph Hospital along with mother. That was what was relayed to me on the phone.
Okay. So what did you see when you arrived at the hospital?
When I arrived at the hospital, it was, there were several family members there. There was, Mary Harrison was there. I noticed that several family members had shirts on, kind of a remembrance, I think, that they had for their father.
Can we approach?
Come on up.
So this is the lead detective. So he was the lead detective. Detective Chris Salea is the lead detective. And they called an objection. He said there were some family members that had shirts on.
Continue.
Detective, you were indicating that some of the family members had T-shirts on. Explain that, please.
Yeah, they had some T-shirts on. Something. Several of the family members said
Sustain.
Without telling me what they said, so they had shirts on. They were all coordinated. So, with last name of Brown's, which your recollection is. What did you do when you got there? Did you interview anybody?
Yes, I spoke with Miss Harrison.
Okay. And was she able to speak with you and tell you about, without telling me what she said, was she able to speak with you and tell you what happened in the course of the evening?
Yes.
All right. What did you do after speaking with Miss Harrison?
After speaking with Miss Harrison, I went to, I believe, one of the trauma bays and saw Suni Bell.
All right. And I'm assuming, obviously, by that she'd already been deceased, especially since you were called out.
Yes.
All right. So the purpose of that is to go and observe her injuries, I'm assuming?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Crime scene Caldera was, I believe Caldera was also there with me.
Took pictures while you were there. After going to the hospital and speaking with Mary and seeing the victim in this case, what did you do next?
I received information that Willie Brown was at Advent Health Hospital, which was off of Fletcher Avenue. So Detective Barnett and I then proceeded to go over there and speak with him.
All right, and so you left St. Joseph's and then went to Advent Hospital. Were you able to meet Mr. Brown there?
Yes, I was able to meet with him.
And again, without telling us what he said, were you able to speak with him and get an interview from him?
Yes.
All right. After taking a statement from Mr. Brown, what did you do at that point?
At that point, Detective Barnett and I then returned to, well, actually, we went to the scene for the first time. We hadn't been there yet. So we went to the scene to kind of see what was going on, and we kind of spoke with Sergeant Liphold, which is my sergeant of the homicide division. Detective Nightlinger was out there, Detective Hill, Detective Alberson, and I think some crime scene techs were already out there. So just kind of get a lay of the land, kind of what we had, and just so I can kind of observe the scene.
Okay, now you've mentioned Detective Barnett a couple of times going with you. Was he assigned any position in this case?
Yeah, he was assigned as my second. So basically on all homicides, you have a lead detective and then you have a second. So he was my second kind of assistant. You want to pick up and do interviews and talk to people.
So much of the same stuff you did, he did alongside you. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And is that common in cases for a lead to have an assist?
Yes, and pretty much in every homicide that I ever worked, we had a lead and an assist.
Right. Now, you go out to the scene. The jury has already seen a lot of it, but describe to the jury what you saw when you went out there.
When I went out there, I noticed that there were several fired casings pretty much extending from like 45th Street to like 42nd Street. It was like a pretty large 3-block area on Hillsborough Avenue, predominantly the westbound lanes. And then I observed a vehicle that had struck a pole just a little bit west of 43rd Street.
Did you at some point learn of a video from a neighbor on 45th Street?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever go observe that video?
I did, yes, and I spoke with the homeowner. I think his last name was Culberly,
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's what it was. And he provided, he had on his laptop, he showed me the video, and then he provided me with a thumb drive.
So after making your observations of the scene and obtaining that video from Mr. Coberly, what did you do at that point in your investigation?
I don't quite recall exactly what I did that night. I know we were still trying to collect video. I'm not sure if we ended for that evening and then resumed the following day.
All right. So, but your next task, I guess you were saying, was just to kind of go around and see if you could collect videos?
Correct.
All right. And were you doing that task on your own or were other people assisting?
No, everybody was assisting.
Okay. And what area were you looking for video in this particular case?
Predominantly around the Hillsborough Avenue, the areas where we have the casings for the most part, but then you kind of just expand the search as much as you can on Hillsborough Avenue.
What is that thing? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 41B for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That would be maybe like a satellite Google view of Hillsborough Avenue encompassing kind of 47th Street all the way to 42nd Street.
All right. And does it fairly and accurately depict the area that you were searching for videos in?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Judge Booth, F6 41B admitted into evidence.
The objection?
No objection there.
No objection.
All right, 41B will be admitted.
Were you able to find video that you found to be relevant in this case?
Yes, I was.
All right. What video did you obtain during? What was the first video you obtained?
The first video I obtained would have been from Mr. Culberly.
Right.
But following day, I know I went to several spots. I know I went to Lorenzo's garage. I know I obtained additional video from the Chevron gas station. I know I got video from Empire Pawn, East Tampa. I'm sorry, not Empire, East Tampa Pawn and Gun. I know I got video from Bay City Cabinets. I got video from DeLand Trucking.
All right, so Detective, you mentioned Lorenzo's garage. I believe that was the first one you mentioned that you obtained, other than Mr. Coberly's video. If you could, and I believe there's a stick up there on the counter.
Correct. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you could point to Lorenzo's garage where you obtained the first video.
Sure. It's right here on the north side of the road, Lorenzo's garage.
All right. And where was the video facing that you obtained?
It was facing kind of out toward Hillsborough Avenue. It was facing south, and it kind of covered 45th Street as well, which was right here.
All right.
Covered that area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
When you obtained that video, were you able to ascertain from the video the accuracy of the time on the video?
Yes, I was. That video was actually 9 minutes fast than the actual time.
All right, Detective. Go ahead. Detective, I'm going to show you what's previously been introduced, and this one's going to be at we're going to play it at a little slower speed. I'm going to ask you about it. So this has been previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 16.
Yes, that's a video from Lorenzo's garage.
Now, Detective, did you, when you were observing that video, did you observe anything on that video that drew your attention?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, sir?
I observed first from this vehicle stopping and then analyzing it further. I could see that the vehicle that was in the middle lane, kind of 3 distinct muzzle flashes coming from that vehicle.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 53A, B, C, and D, and ask you if you can take a look through those.
Yes, I see it.
Are those in fact still shots from that video that you obtained, the Lorenzo's garage video?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do they fairly and accurately depict the same video that's behind you?
Yes, I think you're missing one muzzle flash, but yes.
But as a whole, they depict it?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'll move to have State's Exhibits 53A, B, C, and D admitted into evidence. Detective, these are still shots from that video. I'm going to direct you to 53D. Oh, you need to switch it over here.
Was any the objections?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's 53 A, B, and C?
A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, D. Will be admitted.
With 53D, do you see, Detective, if you can, point with your stick up there what it is you saw that you believed, in your opinion, was a muzzle flash. Okay. And that is from the first vehicle that passes by the victim's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, by this time, you clearly had seen the victim's vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you had spoken with both Ms. Harrison and Mr. Brown about what had happened on that day?
Yes, I did.
All right. And going back to the Lorenzo's video, I'm going to go ahead and continue playing it after this. In that video, there's an individual who gets out of the car and starts running. Were you able to identify who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Willie Brown.
All right. And, all right. Now, based on this, did you go and obtain video from the Chevron?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, this was after speaking with Mr. Brown and Ms. Harrison about the events of the day.
Correct.
And were you aware at that point in time that they had been in that area searching for something?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And is that kind of what drew your attention further down towards that Chevron?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Did you obtain some video from the Chevron?
I did obtain some video from the Chevron, and I believe Detective Neitlinger had obtained some as well.
Okay, so Detective Neitlinger had also obtained some, but you went and obtained more video. Did you obtain more video from the interior of the store?
Correct.
All right. And when you obtained that video, before I get to that, I forgot, you also obtained another video. You obtained video from the East Tampa Pawn and Gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to put this back up here. The East Tampa Pawn and Gun, if you could please orient the jury, where is that again?
Sure. East Tampa Pawn and Gun is on the south side of the room here. And the Chevron gas station is right there.
All right. And where is the camera that you obtained from East Tampa Pawn, the video that you obtained, where is that camera positioned and where is it pointing?
It's positioned on the east side of East Tampa Pawn and Gun, and it faces out, covering the parking lot, the most western parking lot of Chevron, and it also covers some of Gibbons Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And you obtained that video, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to determine if the video of that from East Tampa Pawn and Gun was accurate, the time?
The time on that one was 1 minute and 10 seconds fast.
Okay. And going back to the Chevron, were you also able to determine whether or not there was any time discrepancy from the actual time on the Chevron video?
Yes, that one was determined to be 1 minute and 30 seconds slower than the actual time.
All right. Now, we talked about Lorenzo's garage. You obtained that video. We talked about the Chevron video. We're going to get into that in a little bit more when we start to talk about the identification of the individuals. We talked about the East Tampa Pawn and Gun, and again, we're going to get into that one a little more as well. There was also another video you collected that's on this map. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what would that be?
That would have been the Bay City cabinets.
All right.
Which was located right here, just a little bit.
All right. And the Bay City cabinets, where was that camera facing?
Well, it had multiple cameras covering several areas, but the one that comes north sides.
And when you obtained that video, were you able to determine if the time was accurate on that video?
The time on that one was 5 minutes and 27 seconds slow.
And Detective, when you all make these determinations regarding the time, you're using, what are you using to determine what is the problem?
I was using a world clock live feature, which we sync up, we look at it, and then my second, Scott, was there. We look at it and make sure the times match. So we pause it,
And that's kind of what you all are all trained to do when you go to these locations, is to verify the timing based on...
Yeah, verify the timing, correct. Yes, sir.
All right. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 46. Ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And that is just a summary exhibit, correct, with the videos that you obtained and the difference between the actual time and the correct time? Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, move to have State's Exhibit 46 admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No.
Well, I'm not actually, I'm not sure on the 2-minute parts. I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay.
Well, that was, Detective, I realized that some of these you didn't obtain, and we had some testimony regarding the 2 minutes, so that's why that's listed as that.
Okay.
46 will be admitted.
And so that summary exhibit does, in fact, contain the times that are listed on the actual videos you obtained versus the actual time, the difference in time. Would that be right?
Yes.
All right. Now, the Bay City Cabinets video that you observed, we're going to go ahead and play that as well. Let me switch up here. Detective, we paused this now at the 20:59, 36, and 536 EDT. Do you see in that video the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
And where is it? If you could use that pointer and show the jury. Right, and so for the record, you're pointing towards the top right corner. There's two vehicles out on the road. One in the front is and behind it, there's another vehicle. Would that be accurate? Three of them. Okay, right there.
I'd have to look through the whole video and see.
Okay.
Do we have a different
Okay, we're now playing a different angle from Bay City. Again, this is a video you obtained?
Yes.
Bay City Cabinets.
This is a video I looked at more because the other camera view, the trucks are kind of blocking the view.
I understand. That's why we switched it. We'll stop right there. Detective, we've paused it at the 2059-35-873. What are we looking at there?
This is the victim's vehicle.
Okay. And what do we see in this report? We've stopped it at 2059-38-473. What do we see here?
This would be the other vehicle, the Chrysler.
The Chrysler? Okay, go ahead. Detective, you also, going back to the beginning where this all started, the Chevron, you obtained video from there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that video, do you see when these three vehicles that have been identified in these other videos, do you see when they leave that Chevron?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And have you been able, Detective, to see, based on the timing of when they leave that Chevron to when the shooting starts at Lorenzo's, do you know exactly how long it was from the minute they pulled out of that Chevron to the minute the shooting starts at Lorenzo's garage?
Yes.
How long was it?
From the first vehicle exiting was 49 seconds.
Okay. So 49 seconds from the first vehicle leaving the Chevron to the minute the shooting starts by Lorenzo's garage was 49 seconds.
Sure.
Do you know how long it was until the second shooting, or to the crash, excuse me, to the crash of the vehicle?
To the crash, I believe it was...
Stand by.
Your Honor, that's the contributor light on the video as it pertains to the time frame as to the shooting party.
I think his testifying to the timeline is fine. I'll allow it. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Judge. So, Detective, from the time the first car leaves the Chevron to when the victim's vehicle crashes, how much time elapses in that period?
That exact time, I mean, I know the crash was at 9:05:07. I'd have to look at it a little bit further, but, you know, it's kind of, I don't know exactly.
So you don't know the exact time, you just know the time when the shooting started?
The time when the shooting started, I know when the first series of gunshots ended, and then I can tell you when the third vehicle pulls out as well, and then the second volley of shots.
Okay, so when the third vehicle pulls out and there's that second volley of shots, how much time elapses between that period?
That one was 56 seconds from when it exits the Chevron gas station.
Okay.
So.
Now, in that Chevron video, the first vehicle that leaves, it's eventually viewed coming back. Would that be accurate?
Correct. Right. Yeah. From when the gunshots end, based off the Power Electric video, you can hear audio. That video, when that vehicle leaves, the first gunshot ends at 9:04:41. It's about 10 gunshots. Then that vehicle, after a minute and 10 seconds, that same vehicle, the first vehicle, returns to the Chevron gas station via a different route. You could see it coming from 43rd Street and following it along through Bay City Cabinet video, and ultimately coming back out on 47th Street, coming in the other side. And from the time that vehicle leaves,
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, so just answer, so from the time the vehicle leaves to the time it returns, how much time elapses?
It's a minute and 59 seconds.
Okay. All right, so Detective, I'm going to move you backwards, I guess, if you will, putting up State's Exhibit 41. We're going to go to the chevron. Based on the information you were gathering, did you attempt to determine the identities of the individuals who were in those vehicles that left that chevron?
Yes, we did.
All right. And was that based on all the investigation that you had gathered at that point, as well as what you'd heard from Mr. Brown and so forth?
Yes, it was.
All right. And so you went and did you obtain video for almost the entire day from that chevron?
Yeah, it was a few hours when it was daytime, and then, yes, probably about 3 hours worth of video.
All right. And next to the chevron, you've already described that East Tampa pawn and gun. Did the individuals who you observed in that chevron, were you able to observe them also from that video from East Tampa pawn and gun?
Yes, it was clearly.
Okay. What were these individuals? Were they just kind of hanging out there throughout the day?
Yeah, predominantly they were hanging out, kind of going in and out of the store at various times. Yeah, hanging out, maybe throwing dice, gambling, drinking.
Yes.
All right, so that was objected to. So they were watching the video. People were hanging out like all day, going in and out of the Chevron building. It says throwing dice and drinking. So that was objected to. So I guess how did he know? I guess they're objecting to how did they know they were drinking? They were throwing dice, gambling. He said throwing dice, gambling, drinking. So again, this is the lead detective. Detective Chris Celaya. So he first went to St. Joseph's Hospital. That's where Mary was, who was the mother of Sonny, and Sonny was there as well.
Detective, about how long did you see them hanging out there?
A few hours, at least.
In these videos, did you eventually see when the vehicles leave?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you go back in time in those videos to determine and see who it was that entered into those vehicles?
Yes, I did.
And through your investigation, were you able to identify the individuals who entered into the first vehicle and into the third vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Detective, I'm going to show you. Show you first detective states 7A through E. You can take a look through those. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I did.
And what are they?
These are photos of the subjects sitting over here when they were taken into custody.
So this is when they were booked in this particular case, correct?
Yes, it was.
All right. So 7A, who is this individual?
That is Zavante Sampson.
All right. And 7B?
That is Andrew Thompson.
And 7C?
Jalen Bedward.
7D?
James Denson.
And 7E.
Quindarius Hammond.
Detective, I'm also going to show you now I'm going to show you 51A1 through 51A9. And ask you to take a look at those.
Mr. Terry, are you admitting 7A through E?
Oh, yes. I thought we've already admitted.
No. Any objections? It was on the affidavit, but I didn't have it checked off, just to make sure. Any objections to state 7A through E being admitted?
7A through E.
No objection. All right, it'll be admitted if it hadn't been previously admitted.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What do 51A1 through A9 depict?
Depicted all the 5 subjects that I just identified as being inside the store, the Chevron gas station store.
And do these pictures fairly and accurately depict the videos you use in making your identifications?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I would move to have States Exhibits 51A1 through 51A9 admitted with A10 and A13, which have been previously admitted.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, they'll be admitted.
Here it is.
A1 through A9.
Yes, 51A1 through A9. All right, in 51A1, who are we looking at in this particular photo?
That is Andrew Thompson.
In 51A2, there's 2 individuals. Who are we looking at here?
Andrew Thompson is on the left there.
(51A3). Sorry.
That's James Denson.
Okay, and there's 2 pictures of them there, just happen to be put together.
They're both James Denson.
Okay. In 51A5.
That is also James Denson.
(51A9). Who is this?
That is Jalen Bedward.
And 51A8.
That is Zavante Sampson.
And also in 51A7.
The same, Zavante Sampson.
And those clothes that they're wearing, are those the clothes they were wearing on the date in question?
Yes, that's the clothing that they're wearing.
And these were still shots from videos that were taken on the day of this incident.
Yes, it is.
All right, Detective, I'm going to go through now with your identification of each individual one by one, okay? And we're going to discuss each one separately and how you were able to make that identification and what you learned from that, okay?
Okay. I don't believe I viewed one photo there, but I think we're missing Quindarius Hammond.
Quindarius Hammond, we previously did that with,
okay.
with Mr. Macedo.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So, Detective, this is, in fact, the photo we just introduced, the booking photo of Zavante Sampson. Would that be right?
Yes, it is.
All right. Based on, okay, this, yeah, go ahead and play it, yeah. Is this video you obtained of Zavante Sampson within the Chevron?
Yes, it is.
Detective, when you made a possible identification of this individual as Zavante Sampson, did you eventually meet with Mr. Sampson?
Yes, I did.
Did you show Mr. Sampson this video?
Yes, I did show this video. He identified himself in that video.
Okay. All right, good. Now, Detective, you also obtained video from the East Tampa Pond. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And those videos show those same individuals that were inside. Does it show them outside as well?
Yes, it does.
All right. On this video, we have circled here, is that in fact the individual who we just saw in the store as Zavante Sampson?
Yes.
Okay.
I showed him this video too.
And you showed him this video, and he identified himself in this video as well?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Now, Detective, you don't need to comment on this. I'm just showing you, this is a slowed down video that's going to follow Zavante Sampson just prior to leaving. We don't have it on here. All right, Detective. The person who got into that vehicle in the driver's seat and drove away, who was that individual?
Devontae Sampson.
And did he positively identify himself as being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And he did, in fact, did he tell you that he, in fact, drove that car out of there that day?
Yes, he did.
And did he ever tell you that he drove back to the scene?
He said that he went back to the scene at some point when police officers were already there and the lights were on, but he didn't go all the way in there.
And when he indicated that he pulled out of that Chevron, did he ever indicate that he did the U-turn and went back the other way?
No.
Okay, Detective, I'm going to show you more from this East Tampa Pond video. Detective, is this the same vehicle that was seen driving out earlier?
Yes, it is.
The one that Devontae Sampson was driving?
Yes, it is.
And this is the one that came back approximately 2 minutes after driving out?
A minute and 59 seconds, yes.
Okay. The detective, this vehicle that's pulling up, is that the same vehicle that just pulled out of that Chevron after dropping off that man?
Yes, it is.
Again, the car driven by Devontae Sampson.
Correct.
Now, Detective, before we get on to Quandarius Hammond, when you were speaking with Mr. Sampson, were you able to obtain a phone belonging to Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
And what was his phone number, if you recall?
It started with 813 and it was 461 9827.
9827, okay. And what did you do with that phone?
Collected it and then wrote a search warrant on it.
All right. And did you also obtain call detail records for that phone?
I did prior to that.
All right. And did those call detail records reveal anything of any evidentiary nature?
Yeah, it showed that he had communication with Quandarius Hammond, and he also had communication with James Denson probably about 50 minutes after the homicide. It looked like there was about eight messages between them in like I want to say maybe like a 9-hour time period.
Okay. Did you later turn over, do you have anyone at your office who works on cell towers and identification and that sort of stuff, technology?
Yes. Cell towers would be my former Sergeant Van Heist.
And do you have to obtain a search warrant for that information?
Yes, I did.
And did you obtain a search warrant for that information in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the contents of that search warrant to Sergeant Van Heist?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in fact, did you do that for all the phones of all the individuals that are involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So Quandarius Hammond is now up there. So based on possible identification of Quandarius Hammond, did you go interview Mr. Hammond?
I did.
All right. And was that prior to his being taken into custody, if you recall?
I believe I spoke to him on September 2nd.
Okay. When you interviewed him, did you have this Chevron video that you have shown earlier?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you show him that video?
Yes, I did.
And did he identify himself in that video?
Yes, he did.
Can you play the video of him at the store? Was that, Detective, before we go on, was that individual Quandarius Hammond that we just saw in that video?
Yes.
And did he identify himself as Quandarius Hammond when you showed him that?
Yes, he did.
Again, these videos are from the same day, correct?
Correct, yes.
In this video, it looks like he's removed a shirt that he had on over that. Would that be accurate?
Correct, yeah, the first video was a different time, a little bit after this.
And again, Detective, did you show him that video?
Yes, I did.
And he identified himself in that video?
Yes.
All right. Detective, did you also show him video from from the East Tampa Pond?
Yes.
Okay, and did he identify himself in the East Tampa Pond video?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, do you see Quandarius Hammond in this particular video?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify him for the jury? All right, and for the record, he's identifying the individual on the far bottom left of this video. All right, Detective, you can sit down. So in this video, we, again, are going to focus on basically him and his movements in this. Detective, we had to switch to another camera. Do you see him there at this in this particular time?
Yes, I do.
Point him to the jury, please. All right, thank you, sir. Detective, at this point in time, I don't see him, but is he still in the same location where he crouched down a little while ago?
Yes. Yes, he just, yep.
Detective, was that Mr. Hammond who was getting into the passenger seat of the car driven by Zavante Sampson?
Yes, it was.
Did anyone else get in that car other than Zavante Sampson and Quandarius Hammond?
No, sir.
Detective, on these videos, do you have the ability to zoom in?
Yes.
Okay.
Zoom in.
So, Detective, at this point, I'm going to show you from that East Tampa Pond video a zoomed-in version where he's down by that fence. I'm going to play that. I'm going to ask you. Detective, I'm going to ask you when you look at this one to look at his hands.
Okay.
Detective, when he stands up and comes out from, there's a silhouette of him by that fence. Do you see anything that
This break may be for scheduling. It's 4:30. They may this sidebar may be for scheduling purposes. Yep, I think so. I think that's where they're showing that. That's I think that's Hammond, right? Hammond had the kind of patchwork jeans or patchwork pants with the white shirt. I'm pretty sure that was Hammond. But yeah, I think this might be for scheduling because it's 4:30 local time. I don't know how long they go. Yesterday they broke, I think, around 4. So we'll see. I have no idea if that's it or not. That's I guess they're done when the judge walks off the bench. I guess they're done for the day. Just a reminder, we can't use P-orn. We got to do corn. If you want to say that, just say corn. Seems like they're done. But I'll stay here for a little bit. I mean, I need to do a recap, so if they come back, I'll pop it back on. All right, so we heard from Officer Tasha Yancey. She was a crime scene tech. She processed the victim's car. There was a projectile under the rear passenger seat. And that was it. That's all she did. That's all she was. And then Alvin, I think it was Alvin Maceo. They had a whole thing earlier between the judge and Jennifer Bradley and the state about bringing a law enforcement to identify her client, which is Hammond, right? Is that Quandarius Hammond? All right, I'm finally starting to get these guys' names and their lawyers connected. So she was going back and forth with the state and the judge for a little bit at the very beginning of the day, and I believe this is why this guy came up and he said he's had contact with Quandarius for more than a dozen times. So he's law enforcement. The implication is that Hammond has had run-ins with the law more than a dozen times. So he just said, yeah, he's had contact with him, and he was dressed in plain clothes. So they showed photos of Hammond in the store, and then he identifies Quandarius in the courtroom. So that's basically what he came. And then now Detective Chris Salea, he is the lead detective. So he was called out on August 22nd, 2021. He said around 9:30. First, he went to St. Joseph's Hospital, and that's where Mary Harrison was, and that is Suni Bell's mom. He said some family members were there. They had T-shirts on for the remembrance of a father. That was objected to. Sidebar came on. Then they came back out. So he spoke to Mary. Then he went in and he observed Suni for her injuries. Willie Brown was at a different hospital, and they went to talk to him to get a statement, but we have no idea because we missed Willie's testimony yesterday. I have no idea why Willie was in the hospital. Apparently he was there. I guess they're not done yet. Okay, they're not done yet. Okay, just a break. So they're not done yet. All right, so just a break right now. So I have no idea why Willie was in the hospital, but anyway, he was there. They got a statement from him. Then he went to the scene. He said he saw the casings from 45th Street to 42nd. He said it was a 3-block area, mostly in the westbound lane. He went to go talk to the neighbor, and he was the first witness yesterday, Mr. Coberly. Then he looked for videos. All right, then we see the car slowing down and Willie getting out of the car. So now it makes sense to me. All right, now it makes sense that let's see. So now it makes sense to me that he was able to run because the car actually stops. So the car actually stops. So this is him. That's a still foot. So the car is actually stopped, and then that person, if you will, going this way. Sorry, you can't see me. That person going this way, right? That makes sense to me. So the car actually stopped. He gets out, and the car kind of slowly rolls forward. So that must have been when Mary was jumping in. So they've gone by. They've shot at him, and he gets out and he starts running. And then Mary gets from the passenger seat into the driver's seat, and I guess starts to drive away. All right, so then there's the Tampa Bay pawn shop. That video is 1 minute, 30 seconds slower than the real time. Ugh. Then there's Bay City Cabinets. That's 5 minutes and 27 seconds slower. It's like, I wish somebody could explain that to me. Why can't they just, literally push a button and just sync to UTC or, just sync to a time versus them all being all over the place. All right. So the time that the cars leave to the shooting is 49 seconds. So the 3 cars pull out, and the second volley of shots is 56 seconds. So the time car 1 leaves and returns is 1 minute and 59 seconds. So between the cars leaving and the first shots, 49 seconds. Then there's another round of gunfire, 56 seconds, and then the car comes back. It's been like 2 minutes. So people were hanging out for at least a few hours. He identifies, so he ends up identifying Andrew Thompson, checkered shorts, white tank top, and then they show photos of James Denson, Jalen Bedward, Savante Sampson, and then photos taken on the day from inside the store. They showed Jalen Bedward running and falling. He's the one that tripped over the rebar. Bedward identifies himself, and he says, yeah, he got in the car, and then he got back to the, so Bedward is the driver. He's car 3 driver. So he gets back. So their defense is, yeah, we got in the car, but we never made that U-turn. So that's what they're hanging all of this on is, yep, we got in the car. We admit it. We got in the car, but they're saying that they never made that U-turn. That's what they're hanging their defense on that. So somebody else did the shooting. That's what they're saying. So then there's a video of that car going up to the house and backing in. Seems like that house is right next, like right on the other side of the lot of the Chevron. So then Hammond has 8 calls in a 9-hour period between Denson and I'm not sure who else he said, maybe Sampson, I don't know, but 8 calls in a 9-hour period. And then Hammond is, he's shown, the detective is showing him videos of him in the store. He identifies himself. He identifies himself in the Chevron. And then detective points him out in the video. So the video of Chevron is played. Hammond is pointed out. So it's Sampson and Hammond get into the car. So they're the only ones that get into the car. Of that car. That's car 1. So Quandarius Hammond, Zavante Sampson. Sampson's the driver. Hammond apparently has a 9mm. He's the one that has a 9mm. So Sally, thank you. Appreciate that. Cal, yeah, they're out of sync for the same reason that some of us live with the cheap, cheap sound of a dead battery smoke signal. Really? If you know, you know. Widespread. He's great to watch a trial with, isn't he? Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. All right, so I guess the judge is asking for a comfort break. How late are they going to go for? How late are they going to go? They've been off for not quite 10 minutes. Maybe a juror was falling asleep. I mean, it's 20 to 5. Interesting. So we have a tip that they're only going to call like 24 witnesses. That's what the scuttlebutt is. So, oh, in other words, I gotcha. But it's videos like all over the world. It's not just, I don't get that. But anyway, all still very confusing. What is the story up to now? These 5 guys were hanging out, shooting dice, gambling, drinking, according to the detective. And there's probably at least 10 to 15 more other people there. So 15 to 20 people are all kind of hanging out. And Willie Brown and his sister, Mary Harrison, along with Mary's daughter, Sunny, are at a memorial, a remembrance for their dads would be, I guess, her grandfather. And then they're going to a cousin's house, an after event get together at a cousin's house. And it's a Sunday night. It's like 9 o'clock. And they're apparently lost because they're driving kind of up and down Hillsborough. So they seem to be lost. They pull into a field next to the Chevron, and apparently they smoke and they drink Not 100% sure. That's what came out in testimony yesterday. And then these guys at the Chevron are pointing to the victim's car, and Willie Brown gets nervous. He takes off. These guys jump in 3 cars. They take off, but only 2 cars, cars 1 and 3, are the defendants. Car 2, we have no idea who's in car 2. 40 casings were found, 9mm and AK 47 style, 5.56, a 5.56 caliber, which is a big bullet, makes big holes. And Suni Bell was shot. She was shot once. The car was hit 15 times, mostly on the driver's side because that's where the shooters were. There were 2 holes on the other side, the passenger side, but we're not sure if those were through holes or not. Highly doubt that those were in. I think those were exit shots. But 40 casings were found, and give me a second, I can tell you. 14. I counted 14 holes in the car. There were 25 9mm and 15 5.56 rifles. So M16, well, AR style, AR-15 style rifle. Oh, looks like they're back. All right.
Specifically states, this is a case where an officer was testifying on the video. He could tell that he had a gun under his shirt. And the officer's observations were limited to what was captured on the video, the same video that was available to the jury to watch. So it's the province of the jury. The detective can't testify as to what he thinks that is.
Okay, Judge, can I at least have him authenticate this next screenshot that we're going to be using in our closing? As coming from that as being the Quandarius Hammond, and I can show.
Yeah, he just can't say what he thinks he's holding.
Okay.
Can you see the screenshot and any other screenshots that we are introducing? These have been coming as the drops of
The videos themselves have been introduced into evidence. So any freeze frame that we're taking, I understand as the trial goes on, we press pause on the videos, but that's what we're referring to as screenshots. I will try to make a composite exhibit of freeze frames from the videos to provide to defense in a separate exhibit. But these are...
If it's a screenshot from the video, then it's admissible.
I understand, you're freezing?
It's right there.
Or you're actually,
This
have it printed out?
It's right there.
No, this one photo now is a freeze frame.
He looks like he loaded from there.
Okay.
And I'm just going to have him identify it. I'm going to have him identify this and say, is that in fact Quandarius Hammond in that freeze frame right there where the circle is? And have him say yes. That's it. You won't let me ask him what's on it. I'm not going to ask him what it is.
You've
but I'm
already
gonna
had him ID him 50 times.
I can ask him that. How do we get him on the video? Show us.
I don't know what's happening. No, I'm in
It's okay.
Do you have the screenshot?
It's coming up now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There we go, and there's even a timestamp.
And that's a timestamp. Can we continue?
I just don't know how to zoom out, so right now this is
There it is.
zoom out a little bit less.
Okay, it's in the comments there. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Let's hold it.
Are we all set?
Yes.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are.
Mr. Gonzalez, you ready?
Yes.
Raymond?
So we'll just get the review of the panels.
You want to tell the
Judge, what?
stop until it's ready, I guess.
Judge, when do you want to stop? There's no way we're going to get it. It's the latest. So what do you?
5:15.
5:15? I was trying to think if there's
So
a
if you're-
stopping point that I can get to.
If you're in mid, after 5:15, try not to ask any more questions, we'll recess until tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll try to get to a video stop.
All rise for the jurors.
Jury's back, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I take it you're able to follow the court's instructions, no issues? Very good. You may continue, Counselor.
Thank you. Detective, we have paused and zoomed in on a particular part of that video that you were just showing. Who is that that's circled in that video?
Quindarius Hammond.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, Detective, we're playing the next video involving Quindarius Hammond, we believe.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you pause it? Now, Detective, we paused the video here. Is that the car that left earlier that was driven by Zavante Sampson?
Yes, it was.
And you determined that this is approximately 2 minutes later that it is returning to that Chevron?
1 minute, 59 seconds.
1 minute, 59 seconds. Okay, thank you. Okay, Detective, now you interviewed Mr. Hammond, correct?
Yes, I did.
And he in fact identified himself in these videos?
Correct.
Overrule.
And was this interview recorded so both the state and defense could listen to it at another later time?
Yes.
All right. And had he been read Miranda?
Yes.
And did he admit that it was him that got into that passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you? Did he tell you that he went around and did the U-turn, or what did he say he did?
He said that he got in the passenger seat, left the parking lot, proceeded to go a couple blocks east, and then exited the vehicle and proceeded to go back to the store where his girlfriend picked him up.
And Detective, obviously the second half of that video that shows him returning, that's clearly was inaccurate, is that right?
Correct.
Did you obtain the phone of Quindarius Hammond when he was arrested?
Yes.
All right. And what was his phone number?
It was 813-953-6476.
And did you obtain the call detail records to the phone belonging to Quindarius Hammond?
Yes, I did.
And did you note anything of any evidentiary value in the call detail records?
I noted the phone was, I believe the billing address was, information was with his name. And I noticed that there was some phone communications within 24 hours between him and Zavante Sampson. And then there was also communication between him and James Denson.
And did you do a search warrant for the phone?
I did, yes.
And in a search warrant, what are you trying to obtain from the phone?
Just trying to obtain any information that you might be able to locate, text messages, photos. You can get, sometimes you may be able to get steps or different stuff activity-wise. They all had iPhones. So
And is there an individual in your agency who does those technical downloads of the phones?
yes, the technical downloads would be part of our ICAC unit, which is Detective Ben Boers.
Ben Boers?
Don't quote me how to say it, but I think it's Bohrs. Boers is his last name.
Okay. And he's who does the downloads of the phones when there's been a search warrant?
Correct. I think there's a couple of them that do it, but yes.
And did you also, on Mr. Hammond's phone, obtain a search warrant for cell site records?
Yes, I did.
All right.
And I provided that to Sergeant Van Heist.
Okay. All right, Detective. Andrew Thompson, is that in fact Andrew Thompson, the picture we see up there?
Yes, that is Andrew Thompson.
All right. And when Andrew Thompson was developed as a possible suspect in this case, did you locate and speak with Andrew Thompson?
Yes, I did.
And did you show him the video from the interior of the store?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Thompson in fact identify himself in that video?
Yes, he did.
Detective, where is Andrew Thompson in this video?
Right here.
The white t-shirt with the kind of plaid shorts?
Plaid checker shorts.
Yes, plaid checker shorts, yes. And again, Detective, this is a video, it's dated 8/22/2021, approximately 7:02:36 p.m. From the Chevron. And this is the video that he in fact identified himself. Is
Yes,
that right?
it is. Yes.
It is? Okay, yes. Okay. Yeah. All right, Detective, we, again, this is the video from East Tampa Pond. And again, this is a slowed down, focused on Andrew Thompson video.
Okay.
If you could point him out to the jury. Okay, thank you. Detective, has he changed his appearance at any point at this point?
Yes, he has.
What has he done?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The best evidence is the video.
I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, Mr. Thompson is standing next to a vehicle. Were you able to identify whose vehicle that is?
Yes, it's a Chrysler 300 belonging to Jalen Bedward.
Okay, and that belongs to Jalen Bedward. That was the third vehicle in the three vehicles that left the store?
Yes, it was.
Okay, Detective, we've moved on to the individual pictured above. Who's that?
That was James Denson.
Okay.
Or that is James Denson.
That's the booking photo that we just previously introduced.
Yes. Yes.
Detective, where is James Denson listed in this video? And did he, in fact, did you meet with him and talk to him?
Yes, I did.
And did he, in fact, identify himself in this video as being James Denson?
Yes, he did.
Now, Detective, aside from this interior video, did you show James Denson video from the exterior, from the East Tampa Pond?
Yes, I did.
And did he identify himself in the East Tampa Pond videos?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Detective, I'm going to go, do you see James Denson in this video?
Yes, I did.
Can you point him out, please? Okay, thank you. Now, Detective, he runs off camera there. Is he picked up also on the Chevron video?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and in fact, we've switched over to the Chevron video. Is that the circled area? Is that in fact James Denson?
Yes, it is.
And did he also identify himself in this video as that being him?
Yes, he did.
And which car is he running to, Detective?
I can't tell if he's running. I know he's running to. He told me he's running to his vehicle at one point, but then he runs back to the Chrysler 300.
And the Chrysler 300 is the car that's driven by Jalen Bedward, is that right?
Correct.
Right. And Detective, is this this Jalen Bedward's vehicle about to leave the third vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And do you see James Denson in this still?
Yes, I do.
Record reflect he's pointing towards the right side of the video screen. Detective, did he admit that it was him who got into that rear passenger seat of the Chrysler 300?
Yes, he did.
Detective, were you
He
able
also
to?
told me some other things.
Okay. So did you interview Mr. Denson?
I did.
Okay, and this was after Miranda?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and he identified himself, is that accurate?
Yes, he did.
All right. Did there come a time where he gave you some information regarding a firearm?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what did he tell you about that firearm?
He told me he owns a firearm and he pawned it. It was a Taurus, he said, and he pawned it at East Tampa Pawn, and from this video right here, the same pawn shop that you seen the video at.
All right. And did he indicate to you that he ever let anyone borrow that gun or use that gun?
No.
Okay, did he say that that gun was his gun and his alone?
Yes, he did.
All right. And he indicated to you that he had in fact pawned it?
Yes, he did.
Oh, what did you do with that information, Detective?
After I spoke with him, Detective Barnett and I responded over to the East pawn shop there, and we obtained the firearm. We also got the pawn transaction slip as well, which if somebody pawns a gun, they'll sign it and they'll put their thumbprint on there as well.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31A and B. I'll have you open that up and take a look inside and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a Taurus 9mm firearm.
And is that in fact the firearm you recovered from the East Tampa pawn shop?
It is, yes.
And does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you obtained it on that day?
Yes, it does.
And There's also some other stuff inside it. What is that? Test fire?
I'd have to open it up, but it says flashlight 14 cartridges, or 14 rounds.
That's right.
Okay.
So the gun, though, does appear to be the same or substantially the same condition as when you obtained on that day.
Correct.
Judge, moved out State's Exhibit 31A admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted. It's 31.
Judge Matt Publish.
Granted.
Detective, what did you do with the gun after you obtained it from the pawn shop?
After he obtained it from the pawn shop, Detective Barnett took it over to FDLE, so it could be compared to rounds, test fired, and compare those rounds to the ones that are on scene there. And ultimately, it was
Objection to hearsay.
Overruled.
ultimately it was found that two of the rounds that were on scene were matching that same firearm as being fired from that firearm.
All right, and that was done at Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Correct.
All right, and what is Florida Department of Law Enforcement, if you can just explain to the jury?
It's FDLE is what we call it, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They, state agency. They basically, they're kind of they've got a forensic unit. We take a lot of forensics over there, and they analyze it and do things for us. But they're in their own separate law enforcement entity, but they're part of the state.
At the time that you arrested Mr. Denson, were you also able to obtain his phone?
Yes, I was.
And what was his phone number?
His phone number was area code 813-408-2912.
And again, as with the other individuals, did you obtain his call detail records?
I did.
And did they have anything of any evidentiary value?
He actually, Mr. Denson, had communicated with everybody at some point after the homicide. He had communicated with Mr. Hammond approximately 2 hours after the homicide. And he also had, like I've stated before, he had several communications with Zavante Sampson, the first being approximately 50 minutes after the homicide. He also had communication with Andrew Thompson, which was about 2 hours after the homicide.
All right. And did you also do a search warrant for cell site information regarding the phone belonging to James Denson?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, whatever information was obtained from that search warrant, you provided to Sergeant Van Heist in order to do an evaluation?
Correct.
All right. I believe we have one more. Judge, this may be a stopping point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time to stop for the night. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning. Just meet at 8:30 wherever the deputy has you go. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
We're going to stay here until the judge dismisses us. So I have a feeling the judge is going to come back and dismiss us. So we'll just hang out here for a minute. So they did test firing, and 2 out of the 25 matched Denson, James Denson. 2. So where were those other 23 9mm casings? Who fired those? Where's that gun? That's what's really confusing me. Although I think, all right, there goes the judge. All right, I guess that's it. All right, I just saw the judge walk off, so I guess that's it. So Hammond said he had a 9mm, and now Denson says he has a 9mm. So was that Hammond? Where's his gun? All right, I'm gonna have to wait. For more information. But it seems like that is it. Seems like that's it. But I'm gonna stay here just for another minute, just to make sure judge doesn't come back. Although it doesn't seem like he just walked off. But they may come back and show them leaving, like they did for lunch. I just want to make sure. But I can keep I'll keep going through. All right, so we have Chris Celea. He's on the stand. So we got to he obtained Hammond's phone records. So he says Hammond and Sampson talked. So remember Zavante Sampson, he's the driver of car 1. Hammond was in the car with him. They talked within 24 hours of each other. Then he talked to Denson, who was in car 3. Then they go to Andrew Thompson. Andrew Thompson identifies himself. He had the white tank top with white checkered shorts. They do show him taking off his tank top and putting it around his face, but State asked detective, did you notice anything? Did he change his appearance? And that was objected to. So that was sustained. But we clearly see him take off his shirt and he wraps it around his face, basically using it as a mask. Then he goes to the dumpster and he comes back. I saw him definitely come back with something in his left hand. He goes to the dumpster and he comes back with something in his, oh shoot, here they are, doggone it.
Address and that name that was found in the package and confirmed that it did in fact belong to this defendant. It was the correct address and the name.
All right, that's a different feed. All right, that's a different feed altogether. It's funny, that's the same judge, but a different feed, I think. I don't know what's going on. All right, so we're just gonna let that go. Pause that. All right. So I definitely saw him come back with something in his left hand, and they said during openings that he comes back with a rifle in his hand, but they didn't say anything about it there. I don't know. There's like moments where I'm like, you said that in opening, then why don't you say it in evidence? Why don't you show that to us in evidence? I mean, you're showing it to us, so why don't you say, well, what does he have in his hand? Let it be objected to, but at least get it out there, because you already told it. You already told us that in openings. I don't know why they didn't say that. All right, so then we have let's see. He gets into the front seat of Bedward's car. So this is Thompson. He gets in the front seat of Bedward's car. So this is Andrew Thompson gets in the front seat of Jalen Bedward's car, and then we go to James Denson. He's identified. He's got the black top and blue jeans on. There's video of him talking to Thompson. Then I see Thompson playing dice with Hammond. So those guys are kind of off to the side playing. And then Denson runs to the Chrysler 300, which was driven by Bedward. Remember, this is car number 3, and he gets into the driver's rear passenger side. And then Denson goes and he pawns that firearm. And this was 30 days later. Remember, they said 30 days later he pawns that gun. He never let anybody borrow it, so that was his gun. 2 rounds. They found the gun, 9mm Taurus. They found that gun. They took it to a range. They fired it, and 2 of those rounds matched. Those rounds matched 2 that were found on the scene. So, yeah. Well, he said it was a rifle, but it ended up being a. The casings were from a. They were rifle casings, and then the Detective Alverson came out and said it was an AR-15. So, they found 25 9mm casings and 15 rifle casings. So the 5.56, the 5.56, which is used in the AR-15s. So let's see. Yes, the ages are here. What I have up right now, the ages are there. So Zavante Sampson is 30. He's the oldest one. He's 30. He was the driver of car 1. Passenger Quandarius Hammond. He was 28. He's 28. Yeah, I think he's 28 right now. Then car 3 was Jalen Bedward. He was the driver. He's 22. Andrew Thompson is also 22. And then James Denson is 24. So if you backtrack that 4 years ago, I mean, they're kids, right? They were kids back then. 18, 19, 20 years old, 24 years old, you know? I should have listened to Uncle Woke and looked at the description. I'm pretty sure these are their current ages. So backtrack it then 4 years, because this happened in 2021. I'm pretty sure these are current. Pretty sure these are current. They still look young. James Denson just looks so young. And he's 24. He just looks so young. Yes, the scuffle video. Yep, let's get to the scuffle video. I also want to show some testimony from yesterday. It's going to be in news clips, but I think they're going to show some of it. So let's get to the scuffle video. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going off on one of my tangents. All right. Let's get to the scuffle video.
Three cars pull up alongside them and open fire. Bell was hit and killed, but her mother and uncle survived. And during opening statements, the prosecution said this was a case of the family being hunted down.
August 22nd of 2021 was supposed to be a day of celebration and remembrance of the father of Mary Harrison and Willie Brown. Instead, it turned into a night of horror and tragedy. It turned out that way because these 5 men seated here before you today hunted them down and through a coordinated and targeted attack, sprayed their car with bullets.
You see a column inside of the courtroom there, but following those opening statements, our cameras caught tensions flaring between these families in the hallway. Now, all 5 of the defendants here are being tried together, but their lawyers are asking the jury to consider their cases individually. We'll, of course, bring you more highlights from that trial throughout the day.
All right, that wasn't much of a scuffle. I heard him say, settle down, settle down. But we do have it on good authority that there was a scuffle. That didn't really show it. Maybe that was afterwards, but we do have it. We do have it on good authority that there was a scuffle. All right. So here's mom testifying. Now this is not going to be the full testimony, but this is a little bit of it, I guess. So we'll take what we can get. Let's just put it that way.
Yes, and mommy.
All right, so this is from a news clip. We're gonna get what we can. We're gonna take what we can get.
Yes, and mommy.
Tears inside the courtroom today as the mother of 4-year-old Suni Bell took the stand in the murder trial of 5 men accused in her daughter's death. Good evening, I'm Keith Kate.
I'm Jennifer Lee. Thank you for joining us. Investigators say those men are responsible for the 2021 shooting death that happened along Hillsborough Avenue. News Channel 8's Georgia MacArthur joins us now live from the courthouse with an update. Georgia.
Well, Jen and Keith, defense attorneys asked the judge for a mistrial, claiming emotional biases after the victim's mother walked out of the courtroom holding hands with her loved ones crying. However, a judge says the trial must go on and looked to the jurors and said to take the emotions out of it, but stick to the facts.
After the vehicle actually collides with the pole, where is Suni located in the car?
She was hanging over the console.
For safety precautions, Suni Bell's mom asked her face not to be shown. The jury watched as Bell's mother broke down on the witness stand crying as she described the night her little girl was shot while riding in a car near Hillsborough Avenue.
Well, I had jumped over from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, and I was trying to get us to that gyros, but it was too late.
5 men at the center of it all charged in the shooting death of 4-year-old Suni Bell in 2021. Devontae Sampson, Kadarius Hammond, Jalen Bedward, James Denson, and Andrew Thompson.
This, ladies and gentlemen, was a targeted attack, coordinated by a group of individuals who were hell-bent on killing whoever was in that car.
Investigators say the car Bell was riding in was riddled with bullets, casings pointing to multiple guns.
At least 4 different firearms were used in this case. That much we do know.
Defense attorneys, one after another, urged the jury to look at their clients individually. They argue the state can't prove who fired the deadly shot or that their clients knew a murder was about to happen.
What one or some may be guilty of, others, in particular, Devontae Sampson, may not be guilty of.
I agree with other co-counsel. This is totally a circumstantial case.
Now the trial has taken a recess for the day. All suspects face premeditated murder. Now today it is unclear whether or not Bell's family was targeted. So far, no motive. Reporting live from the courthouse, I'm Georgia MacArthur. It on your side.
So there you heard it. I think Ellen, you or somebody was saying, oh, Cindy, maybe. Yeah, I think you said this is purely circumstantial. So purely circumstantial. I guess that's all they have. Okay, here's another clip. This is all from yesterday. So let's see what these guys have to say. Again, these are all news clips, so we're at least we're able to get this. So again, just going with what
all right,
we have.
thank you, Dennis. It's story we've been following since August of 2021, the tragic incident that claimed the life of a young Tampa girl named Suni Bell.
5 defendants today on trial facing murder charges. Suni was just 4 years old when she was shot and killed.
Today, Tampa Bay 28 reporter Annette Gutierrez was in the courtroom to listen to opening statements and the first witness testimonies.
Emotions were high in the courtroom today, so much so there was even a scuffle between some loved ones that had some of them removed from the courthouse. But all 5 suspects were in the courtroom facing first-degree murder charges.
Tuesday marked the first day of what's expected to be a long trial into the 2021 murder of 4-year-old Suni Bell.
She just kept saying, Mommy.
Sonny's mom, Mary Bree Harrison, shared an emotional testimony in court and chose not to show her face for safety. She describes the moments leading up to the death of her daughter, saying Sonny was riding in the backseat of a car on August 22nd when another car pulled up and opened fire, killing Sonny.
It was most because all the sounds was different.
You mean the sounds of the shots themselves?
The shots, they was making the sound like the first shot was like tat, and then the next it was like ta 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 ta,
leading to Harrison crashing into a pole when she tried to drive away after her brother jumped out of the driver's seat and ran.
One bullet went through her body, punctured her heart, punctured her lung, and killed her.
The prosecutor says everyone involved should be convicted of murder.
This, ladies and gentlemen, was a targeted attack, coordinated by a group of individuals who were hell-bent on killing whoever was in that car.
Now, 5 men are on trial for Sonny's murder. Zavante Sampson, Jalen Bedward, James Denson, Quandarius Hammond, and Andrew Thompson.
It doesn't matter which one fired the killing shot, they all worked to make this happen.
Their defense attorneys all made the same point during opening statements, telling the jury there's no solid proof tying their clients to the trigger. They argued much of the evidence is circumstantial and the state can't say for sure who fired the shot that killed Sonny.
What we don't have is any direct evidence that incriminates Andrew Thompson.
Each attorney defended their client individually.
I believe the evidence is going to show the following, that Mr. Bedward was merely present at the scene of this shooting.
Day 1 is complete, but this murder trial is slated to last 10 days. Reporting in Tampa, I'm Annette Gutierrez, Tampa Bay 28.
All right, I've got one more. I think this might be Willie. I think this might be Willie that makes an appearance here. This might be the brother of Mary and the
First at 6
uncle.
tonight, they didn't know.
And the uncle. So uncle of Sonny. So we'll see.
Four-year-old Suni Bell, but prosecutors say they hunted down the car she was in and sprayed it with bullets. Tonight, 5 men are on trial for her murder, and Fox 13's Kylie Jones has the very latest from the trial, including some heartbreaking testimony that came from Sonny's family today. Kylie?
Yeah, Allie, and we did hear some emotional testimony from Sonny's mom today. She was overcome with tears at one point, reliving that night. Prosecutors say these 5 men, again, didn't know Suni Bell and her family, yet they, quote, hunted them down that night.
Their intent was to kill whoever was in that car.
A state prosecutor is referring to these 5 men in a Hillsborough County courtroom Tuesday. Zavante Sampson, Jalen Bedward, James Denson, Andrew Thompson, and Quandarius Hammond. They're accused of unleashing dozens of bullets on the car that 4-year-old Suni Bell was in.
There will not be one person that will be able to come into court during this trial and say which handgun or rifle, which firearm actually struck Suni Bell.
One night in August of 2021, Suni was riding in the car with her mom and uncle. Prosecutors say they pulled over into a field near Hillsborough Avenue to try to figure out directions to a family get-together. They say that's when this group of men at a nearby Chevron gas station started watching their car. Eventually, the state says Suni's family decided to go home because it was late.
At that point in time, these men were arming themselves. They were gathering together, they were pointing, they were getting in cars, and they were taking off to hunt them down.
Prosecutors say some of the men masked their faces, several grabbed guns, and got into 3 different cars. They appeared to follow the car Suni's family was in, then ambushed them with about 40 bullets. Suni was shot and killed.
They don't know who is in that car, or they think they may know who is in that car.
Suni's uncle Willie Brown testified that he heard the first gunshots pierce their car, then jumped out and ran. Suni's mom, Mary Harrison, later took the stand. She described the moments she jumped from the passenger seat into the driver's seat to try to escape the gunfire.
I was just telling her to get down, get down, get down. She just kept screaming, "Mommy."
5 attorneys for each of the 5 suspects said there's no evidence that directly links any of them to first-degree premeditated murder.
This is a prosecution that lies in the hands of circumstantial evidence. Things that lead you to other things are very, very dangerous.
All 5 men are facing charges including first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. The trial is expected to continue tomorrow. Allie.
Oh, just so heartbreaking. All right, Kylie, thank you.
All right, so that was Willie Brown. You saw him quickly. I thought they were going to actually show a clip of him talking, but they just showed him. So at least now we know, we have eyeballs. You know, we know what Willie looks like. He's young. He looks like he's as old as these guys. So did he know them? He does look like he's in his 20s, right? So, all right, you guys, I think that's about it. Mistaken identity, that's what I think too. Yeah, Shirley, that's what I think. I think they saw this car. And don't forget, they had an Infiniti too. So they're driving a darker colored Infiniti, probably gray. The victim's car is a lighter color, silver Infiniti. You know, maybe this group, something happened earlier that day, earlier in the week. Who knows? And there's another trial going on with the rapper Fulio. You know, where there's these groups that are, you know, you shoot my guy, I shoot your guy, you shoot my guy, I shoot your guy. It goes back and forth, back and forth. I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet about gang related. You know, groups of people. We haven't heard anything about that. So we can guess all we want, but we haven't heard one thing yet about that. So whether or not that's the case, you know, I don't know. We haven't heard anything about that yet. So could be, could not be. I don't know. You just never know. So. All right, Sally, how does he jump out of his car and leave his sister and niece to die? Yeah, he thought that they were shooting at him, so maybe in his mind he's thinking, trying to draw the fire away from them, maybe. Because he jumps out, he does jump out. The car stops. We watched that. The car actually does stop, and he gets out, and then the car slowly starts to go forward, and I guess that's when Mary gets into the car, and then it takes off, or she starts to drive and eventually does crash into the pole. I would love to have known how fast was she going when she did crash into that pole. I wish. I mean, there's so many. I have so many questions. Hellrider seems like a mistake, or just didn't like Willie. Yeah, but they had to identify him. So how did he was in the field? They said he was parked in a field. There was some coverage that he was maybe smoking. They were drinking Hennessy. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that. Suni Bell trial news. Let me see if I can find that clip again. I think it was at Tampa Bay here. Fox. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let me play this. Let me play this just for the heck of it. This might give us something more. Let me see. I have no idea what this is going to reveal because it's on a website, but let's check it out. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can get to this.
Need to open the door to more.
All right, hold on a sec. There's an ad playing. It's from a website, so just hold on a sec.
Old Suni Bell, but prosecutors say they hunted down the car she was in and sprayed it with bullets. Tonight, 5 men are on trial for her murder, and Fox 13's Kylie Jones has the very latest from the trial, including some heartbreaking testimony that came from Suni's family today. Kylie.
Yeah, Allie, and we did hear some emotional testimony from Suni's mom today. She was overcome with tears at one point, reliving that night.
All right, so they posted this on their YouTube channel.
Prosecutors say these 5 men, again, didn't know.
They posted this on their YouTube channel. I thought this was something different, but they actually posted it on their YouTube channel. But here's Willie. Let's see, where is he? I thought they would actually have him So that's Willie. Yep. So that's Willie. He looks young, right? He looks so young. He looks so young to me. All right, let me see if I can find. Is there anything from day one? Let me go to news. Let me see if I can find anything. All right, let's see. Day one. Anything in here? Willie. Okay, Willie Brown. His 4-year-old niece was writing in. Earlier the day, they attended a memorial gathering at DeSoto Park. Later drove with Mary and Sonny towards a cousin's shop for another memorial gathering. He got lost looking for a location. He made phone calls but couldn't reach anyone. He stopped in a field near a pawn shop, noticed some people at the nearby Chevron staring at him. He drove off. A dark-colored car made a U-turn and followed him. He heard gunshots as a car pulled beside him, matching his speed. He testified shots came from that vehicle into his car. He ran from the vehicle under gunfire, leaving it behind. How is he not hit? I just don't understand. He denied ever having a gun, threatening anyone, or knowing defendants before the incident. On cross, Brown admitted he initially wasn't going to attend the memorial due to family disputes, including with Harrison. He acknowledged that at the event, he and Mary smoked marijuana and drank Hennessy while sitting in the car. All right, so he admitted under cross he admitted that they had smoked and they drank some Hennessy. There was suggested underlying family tensions and intoxication may have affected his credibility. So, and then Mary, Sonny's mom, testified that Sonny was asleep in the back seat. Willie jumped out of the car. Once the shots started, she testified that she tried to move from the passenger seat to the driver's seat to steer the car, and she hit a pole. And then through tears, she testified that Sonny repeatedly screamed, "Mommy." She testified she was not smoking that night. So. All right. What do you guys think? Before we hang up, Willie better play the lottery for real. Hellwriter says, yeah. I'm telling you, man. Whew. Joe says, if they are members of a gang, they got started really young and conditioned to be unaffected by violence and death. Yeah, he looks like he's 22 or 25, Hellwriter says. Yeah, he looks like he's as old as they are. So it'd be really interesting to know. So a cousin of his lived in that neighborhood. I wonder where he lives. I wonder where Willie lives. Like, does he live within 5 miles? Is he across town? This is East Tampa. Is he? I wonder where he lives. People are out just looking for trouble, Hellwriter says. T-Blaze says, that also is my question, if they know the uncle or sister, right? Shirley, yep, they shoot first, ask questions later. So true. Virgo says, I hope they all go to jail. Shirley says, Willie was a chicken and ran out of a moving vehicle. Yeah. Well, to be fair, the vehicle was stopped. Because that's what I was trying to figure out. I'm like, how did you, because we saw the video of the car hitting the pole. I mean, it looked like it was going like at least 20, 30 miles an hour. So we saw that. So I'm like, how did you jump out of a car? So actually the car had stopped. So he thought it was disabled. The car was hit. He thought it was disabled. So he gets out. So the car actually did stop. So the car actually stopped, and then he took off running. But yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it's all, we can make fun of him all we want, right? But when you're getting shot at, what are you going to do? Yeah, I don't know. I've never been shot at, so I can't testify. Gordon, this puzzle has a piece missing. I agree. See, something still don't add up, Hellwriter says. Yep. Ellen, complicated. If nobody takes a plea, it will get very difficult. I expect different verdicts. I'm kind of leaning in that direction too, but I'm also like, if you drove a car, I know Mike said it earlier, and I've said it before, I've said it to a couple different people. If I'm driving the car, you go rob a bank, you get in the car and or you shoot somebody and that person passes away, I'm on the hook too. They're accomplices, even though they can say, hey, I didn't know that they were going to shoot, I didn't know they had guns, I didn't know this, I didn't know that. You can say that all you want, but you're still an accomplice. You're still an accomplice. So on one hand, I can see different verdicts, 100%. I can see that. Maybe the driver, maybe the guy who didn't have a gun. Zavante didn't have a gun because he was driving, and Jalen was driving. So those two didn't have guns, but everybody else had a gun. As far as I know Denson had a 9mm, Thompson had the rifle. I thought that I heard Hammond had a gun too in openings, but haven't quite heard that yet in evidence. So I'm still kind of, because they're saying stuff in openings, but they're not backing it up with evidence. So I'm still kind of up in the air with that. Cross-examnesia, yes, guilty by association. And if you are there, you're involved. Right. So then there's that argument. So that's where the jury's going to really have to bear down on this. Is it, well, as a driver, he didn't shoot, so he should be let go. He didn't know, but yet he's there and he sees somebody pull out a gun. I don't know. I mean, the prosecution has to really hammer that home. They have to say, it doesn't matter if you didn't know or not. You're there. You're guilty. So if you find one person guilty, you have to find them all. They have to really hammer that home if they want a guilty verdict. And then on the other side, for the defense, they have to say, hey, these guys didn't know. You can't, find this guy guilty, but don't find my guy guilty because my guy was driving. He didn't have a gun. Why should he go to jail? He was just driving, and all of a sudden somebody whips out a gun and starts shooting. How is that his fault? So I mean, those are kind of the two issues at play right now. So, Hellrider, hang out at a gas station never ends well. I know, right? Helen, agreed, still an accomplice. And then the other thing that makes it more complicated is that there were 40 casings found. 25 of them were 9mm, but only 2 of them tie back to Denson. So who was the other shooter? And then the rifle, there was 15 rounds. So are those going to match Andrew Thompson's? So we have to see that. What if those don't match Andrew Thompson's gun? then what do we do? Then we're like, oh my God, then what? Jury instructions should explain guilty if they're. Yeah, says for sure. 1 in 5, someone will talk. It's interesting, Ellen. It's been 4 years now. Oh, yeah, we're over 4 years because this was August 22 of 2021. So August 22nd of 2021. So we're over 4 years now. So my biggest question right now is only 2 out of 25 tie back to Denson. Where are those other? Who was shooting that other 9mm? Let's see. Is that an L or an I? I'm not sure how. Is that an L or an I? Aslam? I'm not quite sure. But hello. Just starting day 2. I will be here tonight until it's finished. Fantastic. Thank you. Shirley, where are the other weapons? Exactly. Where are the other weapons? There's car 2. Why is nobody in car 2 being tried? Where is car 2? Yeah, says, yeah, okay. Agreed, it's complicated, right? Chris, they all hurried into the car to go chase after them. That to me shows they are guilty. I'm not going to dispute that, but what I am going to ask you, Chris, is what about car 2? Where are those other 23 casings from the 9mm? Who do they tie to? So is there car 2? Where's car 2? Where are the people from car 2? Did they have weapons? Where are they? Psychosaurus says the defense of they didn't know seems so silly. They all got into the cars together, pulling out their pews, went inside or even on the way. What did they think was happening? Yep, Happy Meals on BOGO, right? Cindy, they must get exercise privileges in prison. Read article, car nobody fired. Lead article? Wait, read article. Hold on a sec. I want to understand that, but I don't. What is it? Read article, car, nobody fired? I don't understand that. They need Donna's code, cross-examnesia. Good night, Lynn. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your support, and thank you for joining us, and join us tomorrow. Yeah, Wendy didn't know, Barry says. Exactly. She will be next. All right, I do have questions. I don't know if it rises to reasonable doubt, but I certainly have questions of where's the rest of those bullets tied to the 9mm. Psychosaurus says they had to have talked before they split into different cars. Weren't they all together looking at the car that drove by with Suni? Yep, then they loaded up into the respective cars. Yeah, absolutely. Barry says this is literally prisoner's dilemma from logic and ethics classes as to if there's five, someone ought to talk. So far, Barry, nobody. Chris, let's see. That I don't know, but to me they are all still guilty, stalking them and running to the car, chasing them 40 bullets. How about guilty by association? Yeah, absolutely. See, that's what the state has to hammer home. So that's going to be the state. The state has to hammer home. If you find one of them guilty, you have to find all of them guilty because of that. So it's an if-then statement. If you go down this path, then you have to find them all guilty. You can't just find, Denson guilty because 2 of his bullets were found. You have to find Bedward guilty because he was driving the car. You have to find Sampson guilty because he was part of the posse, if you will. He was part of the party. So that's what the state has to hammer home. Car 2 was car where Suni. No, she's the victim. So there was 3 cars. There were 3 cars. Suni was the victim car, so there were 3 cars. So we were talking about weight gain yesterday. I'm not sure what reference that is into. Sorry. I don't know what reference that is into. All right, let me see. I love a good if-then statement. Well, right? In this case, it would be. All right, Psychosaurus, that reminds me. I fell asleep with YouTube running, asleep as in the 2 hours I get, and I swear I heard some new info about Harvey. I'm not sure if it was a dream. That's always, I hate that when that happens. Was I dreaming that, or was that reality? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Says, think they are thinking if they stick together, jury gets confused. Maybe. Oh, weight gain over time in prison. They seem fit. Oh, I see. So working out and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. Compared to Donna, right? Donna, these guys have been in jail for 4 years. Donna was in jail since 2023. She's only been in jail for 2 years. Granted, she is, 50 years older. So she doesn't, obviously her metabolism is different. But yeah, if you want to compare, yeah, no, you're right. They all do seem pretty fit. I would also think it's kind of a survival thing. If you want to protect yourself, you better be somewhat in shape, I guess. I don't know. Shirley, there was another car besides Sunny's car. Okay, got to go back and check. Yes, there were 3 cars. There were 3 cars. Car 1 and car 3 are defendants. Car 2, nobody from that car is being talked about. Nobody's on the hot seat. Nothing. So I have a lot of questions about car 2. I have a lot of questions about where are those other 23 9mm casings? Who do those belong to? If I was a juror, that's what I would be like. I'd be like, and again, does that rise to reasonable doubt? Is that enough for me to be like, yeah, no, guys, I can't find these guys guilty. I don't know that yet, but that's what I would take into the jury room right now. I'd be like, okay, Denson, it's proved that two rounds go back to his 9mm. Got that, put that on the table, put that in evidence, check it, mark it, book it, boom. But then, okay, there's 23, they found 25, so that leaves 23. Who shot where? Where's that person? Where's that finger point to? If we're going to bring Denson down, who else can we bring down? And then the rifle goes back to Thompson. We heard that in opening, but we haven't quite heard that in evidence. but that goes back to Thompson. So we're going to have to wait till tomorrow. I hope they talk about that. I hope they talk about that. Let's see. Carolina says, I saw the parents of the shooter going at each other. That speaks volumes. Whatever happened to being respectful to one another? Well, emotions are going to get you, right? Cross-examination. It's 11 p.m. here. I've got to get to sleep. What time is court tomorrow? This morning, they started at 8:30, so I'm guessing 8:30 again. We're going to go with 8:30 unless we hear something else. We're going to start at 8:30. So unless we hear something overnight, come back at 8:30 Eastern. So 8:30 Eastern. Barry's a mischief maker. Cross-examination, thank you to our mods. Thank you for thanking our mods. And don't forget to thank Aaron. Don't forget to thank Aaron on your way out. Hell Rider, I definitely want to hear more evidence. I'm leaning towards one. I'm definitely leaning towards these guys were involved. Obviously, we know they were involved for sure. I just have questions about where are those other 23 9mm bullets? Who do those belong to? I just need to know that. Real happy. Thank you for the mod love. Widespread panic. Dropping some chat love. All right, you guys. With that, we will say good night. We'll let you go. And again, thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. We have a fantastic group of mods, and we love them all. They do a fantastic job for us and our community. So thank you. Let's see. I always leave you with some kitty love. So let's see. I got Super Ball. Hi. Little Super Ball over there. Let's see. Who do I have back here? Anybody? Oh, I got little Feder Cheddar over here. There's a little Cheddar back there. Little Cheddar. What's up, buddy? Got little Riker. Little Riker sleeping over there. Little Cheddar over there. Oh my gosh, I have to show you something. I got to show you guys something before I let you go. Hold on. You guys are going to die. Okay, Super Ball. Dude, what are you doing? She literally is like right here. And she's stepping on the computer. All right. I got to show you this picture. Hold on. This is, you guys will really laugh because you just saw that. Hold on, let me do this. Oh, wait. No, wait, I can do it here. Hold on. You guys saw Fed and little Riker, all right? No, wait, not that. So you saw Fed and Riker. So here, check this out. So you just saw Fed and Riker, right? They're over here. So there they are. There's Feder Cheddar and Riker. Riker's there, right? Okay, check this out. This is really funny. Trust me, you're gonna laugh at this. This was them earlier. So this was them earlier. So there they are over there. Let's see, how can I? So, and there they are, fed on top of. So, here comes Houdini. So, all right. So we leave you with some things fun and goofy to end the day because it does get pretty emotional. So with that, guys, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you all. Headlock, I don't know what it was. I'm not sure what to call that, Brat. All right, guys, thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. And thank you, chat. Really appreciate you spending your day with us on this trial. And make sure you guys do something different, completely different, something fun for yourselves. Go take care of yourselves. And we will see you tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern, for day 3 of Florida, the Florida 5, as I'm calling it, Suni Bell shooting. So have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.